Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Roll call, please. Ms. Tollison.
Thank you, Ms. Miller.
Here.
Ms. Parker. Ms. Reed.
Here.
Ms. Schooley.
Here.
Dr. Varda.
Here.
Madam President, you have a quorum.
Great, thank you. And just a note for our audience members, Director Parker will be running a few minutes late, but she will be joining us momentarily. Is there a motion to approve today's meeting agenda?
I move that the Board of Education approves the agenda for the special study session meeting of June 8th, 2022 as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
Sorry. Discussion. All right, it has been moved and seconded to approve the agenda for the special study session meeting of June 8th, 2022 is presented. Roll call, please.
Ms. Miller.
Yes.
Ms. Parker. Ms. Reed.
Yes.
Ms. Schooley.
Yes.
Dr. Varda.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Great. Wonderful. Thank you. So we begin with a 15-minute update about our strategic work plan work. Jeffco Thrives 2025. Superintendent Doylan, do you have anything to add before we turn it over to our guests?
Board of Education members, you'll remember and resonate with the fact that we have been revisiting the Jeffco Generation Strategic Plan for the school district based on a review of academic functions that we completed and shared with the board and our public in November. There's been a lot of work going on with the strategic plan, everything from you all revisiting your mission, vision, values, and statements, which is still work that's underway, and that you addressed in your town halls that you hosted this spring, to our team drafting the framework and the strategic management plan for Jeffco Thrives 2025, which would be the new name for our strategic plan. So today we have mostly a process update for you, where we are, what we've done, where we are, and where we're headed with this. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Ms. Rilou, who's going to take you through an update.
Great. Board members, thank you so much for having us here this afternoon, and we are excited to share with you an update on where we are with the strategic plan. And I'd like to also invite you anytime during this presentation to add your own comments, because you all have been engaged in this process as well. And so I want to make sure that you know you should chime in. So just as a quick refresher here, we have our Jeffco Thrives 2025 framework. It includes our 4 priorities: our learners, our future; our people, our strength; our operations, our foundation; and our communities, our legacy. We have guiding focuses A through F, and we have been working with the community, and we're going to talk about that in a minute, to really dive into this and understand how it is perceived both by our internal and external audiences, and ensure that the ideas that we have in terms of moving our district vision and mission forward, district vision, mission, and values forward, are aligned with what our community is expecting. And this has been, we've been working on this for quite some time. So in the fall of 2021, as Superintendent Dorland spoke to, we had the review of academic functions. And then you will remember that you all spent quite a bit of time on the mission, vision, and values work in the winter. It was snowing, I remember one day, quite hard, when we were working on this. And then we, as our internal cabinet team and the extension of our cabinet teams, have been working on drafting the framework, and as well as what we refer to as the strategic management plans, which is really what folks have been asking for, which is the vision is great, and in the review of academic functions, it was something that was identified as missing. People didn't understand where we were headed as a district or how we intended to get there, and we know that making very clear how we intend to get there is a really important piece of this. So this spring and summer, we've been focused on getting input and feedback, and over the summer and going into the fall, we'll be finalizing and launching the plan, and we'll be coming back to you all with the more specific strategic management plans as we head into the fall. So just as a recap in terms of the feedback that we've gotten, we have done work with our principals and district leaders in all leadership meeting. We dedicated an entire full day session to that, where folks took a deep dive with us into the components and the framework of the strategic plan. We had alliance meetings and board town halls, and welcome you to share any of your thoughts from the town halls. We've definitely been collecting all of this feedback as we think about how to make some changes to the framework, as well as the vision, mission, and values. So we had a session with students where the Student Voice and Leadership group that took a look at the strategic plan as well, and the framework and where we are with that. We had every school held a school-based meeting this spring where principals took back what they had done with us during the all leadership meeting, and they had we had agendas that ranged anywhere from if they had 20 to 30 minutes with staff that they could use, or up to an hour and a half. We planned sessions for them that they could use, and we had a digital feedback form. So we weren't asking; we included that as part of the of the facilitation guide. So they didn't have to take rigorous notes. They set folks up to then use the digital feedback form to provide us with some feedback. And then we are in the midst of our Spanish language sessions. We held one this week, and there's one next week as well. We had 20 folks come and participate in really rich, deep discussion around the strategic plan in their native language, and the English speakers in the room wore the headsets to listen in on the conversation. So the Alliance, as you know, this is a community alliance to advise and provide input on the strategic plan. It brought people from across our communities together to provide valuable ideas, suggestions, and feedback in the direction of our district. We had about 60 to 70 people sign up to be part of this, and every session we had about between 50 and 60 folks come. And what I felt was especially proud of was people kept coming back. So we had 4 sessions. They were in the evenings and on the weekend, which can be hard to get folks to. And we had really good engagement. As we thought would happen and was very natural, people really talked about their own experiences related to Jeffco and how those related to our strategic plan, which frankly really helped bring things to life for us. And there were some clear things that helped us think a little bit differently about our framework and what was in it, or what is in it, and that we're thinking about adjustments now as we look at all of the feedback that we've gotten. So just want to quickly go through the digital feedback. We had about 3,058 responses. 65% of those were from Jeffco employees. We did open the digital feedback to anybody in the community, and it went out through the community update, and some schools promoted it as well. So we had about 765 comments that we were sorting through as well, and just seeing and identifying the themes. And those themes you can see a little bit here. So of course there were some word choice things that folks spoke to. And there was particularly, let me just find my notes here. And you guys may have heard this too. People got stuck on the word citizen that we had in the mission. And so we've been thinking a lot about that. That was a word that people felt like some people might feel excluded from in some way. And if you were at the Alliance meetings, you may have heard that as well. And you may have heard that in your town halls. And I welcome you to speak to that as well. There were a lot of comments about the general language around biggest dreams, world class, intensity. I know Paula and I have had some discussions about that, talking about students' assets. I think we got some comments that felt not as like a human word. So there's just some things that we're looking at and paying attention to, some themes that were identified by folks. Gaps in the plan. So a couple things that really stood out. I mean, there were always individual things, but a couple things that really stood out. In our framework, there was no reference to compensation of employees. And that was something that we got feedback on from almost every group of folks, was that mentioning compensation in some way was really important, and an important way of valuing people. And then also that there was also missing any mention of a partnership with our employee associations in the framework as well. So we have been, those were just a couple of themes, but we have been working to think about how we can incorporate some of what we've been hearing into the plan moving forward. The other things that have been just been themes: the need to build trust, the need to have specific measurable outcomes, and then this idea of mutual responsibility. That the responsibility for the things we're talking about in this plan are not exclusive to one group of people, but the responsibility lies with multiple people. With our families, with our staff, with our students, and with our community. But we had already made a few changes to just make sure that mutual responsibility is reflected in a way that's respectful of all the folks who are involved. And then there were quite a bit of feedback on equity and the value around equity, just around describing that and thoughts on that. So the next step is we are going to come back to you all with some recommended revisions to mission, vision, and values based on the input and feedback that we have received for your consideration. So I'll be showing you a side-by-side of where we started and then some things we've recommended, and we can discuss sort of the reasoning for those things, but we'll want to get your eyes on those and start to get some feedback on that. And we're working with our teams now on the specific and measurable piece, the measures we want to use, and I know this will align with Yen's work that you're doing as well, but the measures that we intend to use, and then the targets and the very specific things that will also be related to the data dashboard that Dr. Kim is working on, and just to make sure that we are accountable, obviously, to the board, and then importantly to our community. So this is where we are.
Great. Thank you so much for the update. Board members, comments and questions for our friends here around Jeffco Thrives 2025, where we are, or reflections about the town halls, any other component that would feed into this? Anything from anyone? Ms. Miller.
Thank you for this work. I really appreciate, herding all the cats, so to speak. It's a lot of work. So with the town hall work, and I think a number of people went to the Alliance, and I wasn't able to attend, but did hear back that people were able to participate and voices were heard. So that's great. I do have a question just about when we're talking about the measurements that we're going to be thinking about how we measure our effectiveness and where we're going. How are you planning on envisioning that, Dr. Kim and Lisa? Are you thinking of third grade reading, fifth grade math, eighth grade science? What are kind of the benchmarks that we're going to be looking for?
Depending on what the indicator is within the plan, whether it's our learners, our future. Okay, if we say all students will graduate ready with the knowledge and skills, what are the indicators that we would need to bring forward to the board and to the community that says we know we're accomplishing that? And so I've been working with Dr. Eaton and her team to say, what data do we have that would help indicate that? And we're compiling a list, and all of that will be part of what we bring to you in the fall to say, if these are our indicators, if this is what we say we want to accomplish, here are some of the action steps we want to take as a district to get us there. And here's how we'll measure and know whether or not we accomplished it or not. And then from there, you guys will have a chance to ask questions. You'll have a chance to, what about this piece? What about this piece? How does this connect? And so that we can engage in that dialogue and make sure that we all agree that the data measurements we choose to use, A, are the right ones, B, are used in the right cadence, and C, can be reported out to our community to say, we know we're accomplishing this because, and we've got this data. And that's all part of that data culture in the dashboard. I envision creating a dashboard section for Jeffco Thrives that ties to each of our different outcomes that we've identified that we want to accomplish, and the data sources that will tell us whether or not we're getting there or not.
And tied to that data dashboard, will we talk about that a little bit later? So we have that time to discuss, or are we supposed to be talking about that now?
It's the data dashboard piece will be embedded within the conversation around ESSER 3. You're certainly welcome to bring it up now, but we can talk about it then as well, because it is one of the items that was identified as a priority within ESSER 3.
Okay, I can wait for that. That's fine. Thank you.
Dr. Varda.
So I guess I just didn't quite follow the answer entirely. So are we tracking measures of outcomes of students or outcomes of a process. And then there's a lot of measures in here. We heard a lot from feedback on how some of them are unmeasurable. So I like having a data dashboard. I guess I'm not clear how it's connected to the strategic process.
Given some of my past experience, the way that we've done it is if you take an outcome that you're looking for, the question is what evidence would tell us that we're accomplishing that? Some of it may be qualitative, most of it is quantitative. And in that, what measures do we have to tell us we're getting there? So as Director Miller indicated, third grade reading may be one of the very viable indicators that tell us we're on track in the very beginning of a child's K-5 experience. From there, we're looking at CMAS data, we're looking at MAP data, we're looking at attendance and discipline and credits earned and all of those pieces all related to student achievement. But when we're starting to look at, say, our people, our strength, and we're looking at recruit and retain quality staff, that may be very different outcomes than student achievement outcomes. That may be applicants. It may be retention of staff, how long people stay with us. It may be survey data that says people are satisfied with the work that they're doing, that they feel like their leaders are taking them in the right direction. I mean, there's data from a qualitative analysis, there's data from a quantitative analysis. And in that, we'll put together sort of that tapestry of what data are we going to use to map back to each of the indicators we say we want to accomplish in our plan so that we can report out not only to you, but to our community that we're making progress toward these goals, and here's how we know. And it has to be the right data sources in each one, and you have to agree on that.
Yeah, and I guess my only concern is settling on a strategy and a vision and all of that without having done that work, because we could settle on things that we find we have no way to measure. And so finalizing this and then finalizing the ways we measure it later just could make it necessary for us to go back and revisit this so that we only have measurable.
Those conversations are happening simultaneously with staff as far as when we put together this is what our aspiration or our goal or our priority is, how would we measure that? That's absolutely the very next statement is how would we measure that? Do we have data that would get us there? And if that's something we're looking for as an outcome and we don't have a measurable data point, do we need to find one? Is there something we need to put in place that helps us know? If it's that valuable to us as a system, we got to wrestle with how would we measure it?
Oh, go ahead, Ms. Miller.
So this is my concern. Going back to what Director Varda is saying, we had 2 years ago 26 tactics that we had to measure, and so it kind of goes back to the discussion. If they're all important, then none of them are important. And from a strategy space where I'm thinking, what is the purpose of our organization? If we go away, if Jeffco Schools went away, what would be lost, right? What are we providing to our community? And to me, what would be lost would be education for our students. And so that goes back to what I think we all had been working on since December or January was our first conversation, was how do we know that we're doing the right work and we're doing it well, so that if we did go away, something would be lost. And to me, the focus is the children, because that's our purpose. That's why we're here. And it's not to say that we're not here for other reasons, but at the end of the day, that's the purpose of our work. And so I want to be careful that we don't have tactics or aspirational goals and objectives that we can't possibly measure, and we get distracted from our core measure or our core job, which is educating our children, making sure that we recover losses, making sure that the data that we're using is useful and viable, and teachers are able to access it for the benefit of kids and know what our targets need to be. And so I am wary of tactic creep, I guess would be the...
And if I could just add in this, because I have a sort of a similar, it's more of a question. So it's I would assume that there are some pretty specific metrics nationally, internationally, whatever that looks like, that say if a child can or cannot do X by this age, grade, whatever, then this is what happens, whether that is, literacy, math, whatever it encompasses, that are sort of consistent ways in which we can say we've chosen this metric because there's an evidence base for it that it definitely contributes to the success of our kids graduating and having the skills and the aptitudes that we want them to have. So I think as the process moves forward, for me at least, I would like to know the why behind why was this data point chosen? Why is this a significant one that is critical for us and has been is sort of a known entity in terms of its impact on kids and their success. And I don't know if that's, to make it a real targeted sort of approach for the meat of what matters to get kids to whatever finish line we've set.
Now, your point is relevant. I'll go back to Director Miller, and you're right. Our core purpose is to educate our children. And I hope that as we look at the graphic that represents sort of where we began with our learners, our future, is the whole left-hand side would indicate to people that all other priorities within the strategic plan are in service to that piece. And because of that, any metric that we measure needs to have value to going back to educating our kids. And I think your point is very well taken. And I believe our community gave us somewhat feedback that indicated that as a part of the alliance process as well. But I do think we go back to sort of the acronym soup that we live in education. We also need to make sure that it's relevant so that everybody understands the why what we've chosen in terms of what metrics and why are they relevant. And that makes sense too, so that folks know, they can have faith and confidence that we've chosen the right ones, and the ones that we are using will truly indicate success toward the goals that we've set.
Thank you. Were you leaning forward?
I just wanted to make a connection for the board members who attended the policy governance training with CASB. And we had I think a robust conversation around your end statements. Your end statements should drive us to also be thinking about what measures and strategies, and you've had a couple of conversations about your end statements. I know this policy work is going to be continuing over the summer. But we are going to need to, when you come back in August, make sure that there's some alignment between the vision and mission and revisions that we'll be offering to you for consideration based on community input, the end statements that you're setting in stone as this is, these are the executive limitations and policies that we want to drive where we're headed. And then obviously the framework and the strategies. It all really needs to come together, and of course the measures. So and it comes back to then what we talked about with Matt Cook around monitoring reports that are regular, consistent. This happens every time in November. This happens every time in December, and it's year over year the same data so that we can track progress over time as well and be accountable to you and our community in that sort of longer term frame. So it will come together. I do feel at this point like it's still in design, and that's an acknowledgement, but we felt important before July hits that we give you an update on where we are with process.
Great. Other folks, questions and comments around Jeffco Thrive? Sorry, did I totally cut you off?
No, not at all. I just wanted to say thank you so much for taking this out in your town halls. And really, I think back to the work, you guys kicked this all off with your work on the vision, mission, and values. And it is the digital feedback that we have gotten is that your vision and mission are really resonating with people. And especially the values around focusing on students, and of course our learners, our future, are really hitting the right note for folks. So I just wanted to say thank you for the vision and the work that you put into this as well.
Great, thank you for that. Other questions or comments? If I could just ask to clarify the timeline. So when we look at the slide that I just put down there, yep, that's the one. So we will receive back the side-by-side, the original suggestion kind of comparison. And then maybe should know the answer to this. Is the intention then that we have time to review that and then bring it back in August? I don't know if, do we have to do this in a meeting, or is it just something we do as a board?
That's
Oh, in August. Sorry. Go ahead.
I'd like to give you we'll get it to you soon so you have time to ruminate over it and we can go back and forth on ideas and suggestions, and then I think come back to it in August is good timing for us, wherever you'd like to, in whatever form you'd like to do that.
Great. I was really asking so that we're not dragging behind the process of the strategic plan, so that we're not holding on to it and not approving something that would be really helpful for you all to be able to have that final language. So I just wanted to make sure we weren't the slow pokes in the room.
So I think we're good timing wise, but we'll keep you posted.
Okay, great. All right. Thank you very much for your work and for presenting this update to us. So we're going to move on now, board, to an update on ESSER funds, spending and planning. We've allocated about 20 minutes for this presentation and discussion, and we'll move through it with Dr. Kim. Superintendent Dorland, do you have anything that you'd like to add before we get started?
Yeah, I'm actually looking forward to you all hearing this update. It will, as you've probably seen in your board materials, include both information mostly about ESSER 3 and moving forward with our ESSER 3 funds, aligned to what we believe has been board direction. I would also say that we're pleased to provide for you a bit of an update on ESSER 1 and 2, which are already mostly expensed. And I just want to make sure that the board is aware that Dr. Kim and I were not here when ESSER 1 and 2 were awarded to the district and expensed. And so if you have really detailed questions about either one of those two, we may have to do some research and get back to you. We promise we will do that if that happens. But we have been here for ESSER 3, really excited about what I would say is an important shift in the use of the federal stimulus funds for our district, which is from 1 and 2 shifting from getting through the pandemic to ESSER 3, which is, in my opinion, a very strong focus on student supports to recover from the pandemic. So with that, I'll hand it over to Dr. Kim, and she'll walk you through.
Well, thank you, Superintendent Dorland. That was a great segue leading into this, and I will say yes, and I would say yes, we've been here through ESSER 3. I would also say that the lion's share of the heavy lift of ESSER 3 was really carried by Dr. Leach. So we want to give her credit for having conducted so much of the background process. And so certainly filling in the blanks from there. Again, just like ESSER 1 and 2, I'll answer as many questions as I can, but if I don't know, I'll have to bring it back to you just because of picking it up as of about the end of February. So we'll try to make sure we carry that all the way through. One of the things I did change, I want to create a note here. I did add to your agenda item in board docs because I went back into the history, and there was a presentation given to this board in November and another one given in December, specifically by Dr. Leach on the process, on the recommendations on what was going to be shared with CDE preliminarily to get feedback and to get approval. And so I wanted to make sure you guys had the background knowledge of that. I didn't have that until just recently. And so since I found it, I figured it would be very helpful to you to have it as well. So I did put that in there, and I incorporated some of the information in the presentation, but I gave you both of those presentations so you had the background information as well. So today's purpose, we'll review a little bit of ESSER 1 and 2, share ESSER 3's requirements and what those look like and how those were used to help make recommendations. And then the ESSER 3 plan, the draft of where we are right now, because we do need to take it back to CDE and say, here's where we are. This is what we would like it to be used toward. And here's how it aligns to what the requirements are, both from CDE and the federal government. So this is a data spreadsheet that I inherited from the first layer of process. And what I understand, and it makes a whole lot of sense, ESSER 1 was during that time of spring when schools shut down all over the state of Colorado. And so lots and lots of districts throughout the state utilized ESSER 1 funds to help fund salaries, to fund benefits, to fund PPE, to fund technology and software for students who went online. And certainly graduations had to look very different. So the expenses that you see up there are probably very predictable, but at least I wanted to create a narrative so that folks knew that's where the first ESSER documentation was allocated and what it was used for. This is funny. I'm doing my computer, but I forget the clicker over here. I apologize. ESSER 2 was the second layer, and it looks like to pay for instructional days, summer school, certainly summer school expenses, JRLP, indirect costs, and then software that related to students needing to either learn online or in a hybrid situation and or do coursework online, credits online, certainly would be the indication from all of the way that ESSER 2 was used. I would say I got a question on this in terms of salary and benefits, and Brenna and I were digging in to get some specifics for the ESSER steering committee, but this is what I have in terms of the $30 million that was allocated in ESSER 2, $24.2 million is what I have from my documentation. Now, I know Brenna was going to dig in, and she will, to make sure that that is an accurate number. So I want to make sure you know I'll bring that back to you if it's different than that. But this is what Dr. Leach passed on to me when she left. So this is what I have in my documentation. If it's any different, I'll get back to you and let you know that. You want to? I see a quizzical look.
All I want to do is just add that those instructional days, my understanding was in the summer before school started, where we brought teachers back in to, if this helps you guys find the data. I can't remember exactly how many days. Do you guys remember? But it was like a week of people brought forward to work on how they were going to be doing the hybrid and or online with students. And so if that helps you find, but I thought it was like $18 or $19 million in my head. That's what, so that kind of rings true.
Aligns,
but if
okay.
that helps you do your sleuthing.
Thank you for that. Yeah.
Yeah, but I
Yeah.
think that's where it was.
Okay.
As I recall from Matt Flores.
We
That's
did,
what he
yeah, we
told
did.
us.
I don't know if it was that amount of money, but there were a lot of schools that did like a welcome back, almost like a boot camp. And several schools, like middle schools, did a transition week. So students that were becoming sixth graders,
Right.
and then kindergartners incoming. So there were opportunities that schools provided, and I don't know about the amount of money, but we definitely can find that information for you.
Yeah, I thought Matt had brought them back specifically, and then there was they had to do a response. They had to, in order for them to get credit for the work that they had done, they had to do a survey, and as they left the courses, and so there was a series, I think, Mr. Weiss, of opportunities for teachers to get the training, and
Yeah,
that seemed to be
that's
wrapped
correct,
in
yeah.
that amount of money. Yeah, I just can't remember how it all worked.
We'll get that information for you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. So from there, we know that the board has expressed interest a number of times around prioritizing the investment toward the needs of students, making sure we address not only the impact on learning, but the impact on students' mental health. And the original draft of ESSER 3 that was in the November and December board packet indicated it was developed with input from a steering committee and public input, and it included summer school focus, tutoring, professional learning for classified staff, JRLP, substitute pay, indoor air quality, tiers 2 and 3 support, telehealth, SEL screener. There were a number of pieces there that you'll see consistently are still obviously within the plan because that was a priority. The committee met on Friday the 27th to review proposed updates, and there are a few updates. There's not a significant change to it, but there are a few updates. Since Omicron was an impact in January, February, there was a little bit of a difference in timeline and making sense out of that, and I'll show you that. So before I jump into what the spreadsheet currently looks like, I'll go back to ESSER 3's requirements according to CDE. We must have a minimum of 20% of our allocated funds to address academic impact of lost instructional time. It must be evidence-based. It has to respond to social, emotional, and academic needs of our students. And it has to focus on students who have been disproportionately impacted. The process has to involve consultation with stakeholders. We have to have input. Further updates become available to families, And it is recommended that we post this on our website as to how we're doing, which we do have a website. Off of the district's website, there is a place that folks can look at the ESSER process and how folks have been involved in that. Other allowable uses beyond that 20%, preparedness in response to COVID, purchasing supplies, repairing and improving facilities, improving air quality, obviously in educational technology, and then mental health services and supports. So from there, the spreadsheet, also indicated from Dr. Leach's involvement, these are the stakeholder groups that she convened during the time she was here to get feedback on how the ESSER spreadsheet and how the ESSER plan came together. And that was also in your November and December board packet. So the district was allocated, Jeffco was allocated a total of $68.2 million. When you allocate out to charters the $6.9 million that they are entitled to, that means that we're at about $60.5 million. $61.3 million. Of that $61.3 million, the plan, as it currently exists as a draft, has about $60.5 million allocated out to the different categories that we'll look at, that were in your packet as well. So, as per the original plan, indoor air quality is in the draft of what we will talk with CDE about. School-based allocation, as I believe was also presented, and I have a slide in here that indicates how the funds were determined to be $7.1 million that would be allocated directly out to schools. We have tutoring, and originally the funds for tutoring were a little lower. We did not use tutoring. We did not use funds for tutoring in the fall of this year, partly with Omicron and a number of the other impacts. So we were able to increase the amounts for years 2 and 3 because we certainly have seen the need for that high dosage tutoring. We also recognize that we need literacy tutoring and math tutoring. And within the context of literacy tutoring, we've got many staff members that want to and see value for getting Orton Gillingham training that would help them to provide supports to students. So certainly that would be a part of it. And then from there, you can see some of the description of how that would be used. We have been in conversation with our principals at elementary, middle, and high school to talk about what does this need to look like. And part of it, we needed their input on, do we want to engage outside partners and do we want to create a district-wide tutoring program, or do we need to create parameters and guidelines and specifics and training and really have local tutoring programs for our students? And we really wanted to engage our building level leaders to say what's going to be the most effective and how does this need to look in order to produce greater outcomes for kids. So we've been in conversation. We've gotten quite a bit of feedback from our building level leaders about what does it need to be for your students based on the data you have and based on your staff and your staff's ability and bandwidth in order to provide that support to kids. We also recognize, as we talked about at the last board meeting, that we definitely see a need to emphasize middle school because we are seeing a place where our middle school students are not coming back to pre-pandemic levels of performance at all. In fact, they're significantly lower than their counterparts in elementary. So we certainly see a need to prioritize some of that as well. The Amped-On algebra piece, that's a piece that the district's been able to put in place, and it was a significant need because we definitely see, as to speak to relevance to your comments earlier, Director Miller, about are there specific metrics that we know are sort of those metrics that tell us how kids are doing and whether or not we're being successful, and algebra can tend to be one of those gatekeeping pieces. And as we know that, we recognize that there are students that were struggling with accessing algebra content, and we saw far greater success when we aligned it to some of their CTE coursework, when it became relevant in real time and with real world relevance to the learning that they had. And so the implementation of the Amped-On algebra and geometry and construction was something that the steering committee and our parents and community members that provided feedback through their surveys saw value in this project. And what this was specifically about was 15 teachers to add more staffing to allow us to offer more sections of Amped-On Algebra and Geometry, because we already had in place for the last 3 years, there have been 9 teachers teaching it in various high schools throughout our system, and a recognition that there were students that weren't being able to get into this. And so this was about expanding that and adding 15 more teachers to be able to offer it in more places and to more students. I believe the relevance of substitute teachers and increasing in base pay, folks were certainly aware of that because we've talked about it in other contexts. The data dashboard is the piece that Director Miller, you had specifically asked about, and implementing that and building that into the ESSER 3 plan was looking at the building of a data culture. And really where I would go back to is we have lots and lots and lots of data. We have no shortage of data in our system. What we have is lots of pieces of data in various places that don't talk to each other. We also have tools that some people access and some people do not. We also have tools that require us to spend a considerable amount of time and energy making meaning of the data rather than determining what do we do about what the data tells us. And so building a data dashboard and a data culture would allow our teachers to certainly have the tools that they need to not spend their time and energy on crunching numbers and really analyzing data, but really looking at what are the data trends telling us and what does that mean I'm going to do in my classroom. Perfect example of that would be if I'm a secondary math teacher and I'm looking at first period and I'm looking at second period and I'm looking at fifth period and I'm seeing trends that look alike, but my fourth period looks nothing like that. I should be able to look at my data and say, why is that different? What areas are kids struggling with? Where am I seeing patterns in certain students and not in others? And our data should tell us that without somebody having to spend days and days trying to pull that out of 3 and 4 different data sources. Does that make sense? So that's why the data dashboard piece. And I think folks are aware of the technology platforms and the investment needed, especially to get students to one-to-one. I'll stop there because I know you have questions about data. So I'll stop and take a breath and let you jump in.
So we have been working on a data dashboard for about 10 years now. And it goes back to Heather Beck. It goes back to Cindy Stevenson. And it's been a dream, I think, for teachers and for principals. And being able to access the data that is needed. I'm sure Director Reed would be able to probably talk a lot more about it than I would in terms of what you would love to have and what you had access to. So understanding really what this investment means, taking it from where we currently are with SOARS. I'm assuming that's going to be our base that we're starting from, that we're not starting from scratch. And then being able to put the components into the data dashboard that we are able to manage and not have to necessarily seek a third party to do that. And I don't want to say that Jeffco should be the be all that ends all and that we're the best practice of this, but it's been 12 or 15 years that we've been dreaming of a dashboard. And I'm hoping that this actually can come to fruition, that it can truly be useful for our teachers. And I want to be cautious about what the emotional component is in relationship to the academic, because part of the issue 15 years ago with In Bloom, wasn't that the name of it? Was that we were maybe potentially keeping personal information about students that parents were cautiously wary about. And so I just want to make sure that we are managing those expectations and letting people know what we do keep and what we don't keep and what goes away. So for example, if a little person in second grade is having a difficult time emotionally, that doesn't carry with them through to ninth grade. So that's a kind of roundabout, just a comment and question as to how do we know when we're going to finish this dashboard and how do teachers get trained on it so they have the professional development that's necessary to actually use the data effectively for students' advancement.
Okay. Can I answer her and then I'll come back to you? Are you okay with that, or would you like to? Okay. So couple of things, I laugh and kind of refer to this as this is my Bigfoot. And I say that because, there's this wonderful like folklore of people who have seen things that everybody else hasn't seen, and they're absolutely convinced that they know that this can happen. Data dashboard is my Bigfoot. I mean, I've seen it used. I've brought it to fruition, and the system has certainly benefited from having the ability to ask the kind of questions that we need to ask so that we know how kids are doing. And not have to go to 17 data sources to find it. So I'll go back to, yes, we do have the information in source. I'll also say our academic leadership team and Jill Ibeck and her department have been working hand in hand together to look at all of the different ways that different entities and school districts have employed data dashboards and how they've used them. We've looked at Power BI, and we've looked at Tableau, and we've looked at Renaissance, and part of the reason why we did that was to come up with being able to very specifically speak to an RFP. What do we want? What do we need it to do for us? And be really specific about that. Because we do want our classroom level user to be able to use it and it speak the language that a teacher needs to be able to make good decisions. We also need a building leader to be able to use it, and it has to be at their altitude. We need a district leader to be able to look at data, whether it's school by school and trend data, or whether it's down to specific student demographics so that we can see trends and who's succeeding and who's not. Perfect example that I've used it in where I've worked in past, we had major chronic absenteeism issues in Oregon. Like 40% of kids were chronically absent. I think you know that because you've done some work there. And we began to dig into that data, and we made huge assumptions on why we thought that was happening and who we thought was chronically absent. And as we were able to use our data dashboard and really dig down and do cross analyses, we were able to figure out the student demographic that was most impacted, and the why was not the why we thought it was. And we would have never known that had we not been able to do some predictive analytics and do some visualizations of data that we had to be able to get to that place. And so in going through all of that to say, we have to be able to ask the right questions and be able to use our data, sources coming from different places, to give us a visual to know what we need to know. And so where I'll go as I kind of get down into the weeds of that is we've got to be able to make data accessible to our stakeholders, to our teachers, to our administrators, and frankly, we also need to be able to create a public dashboard piece that says these are the pieces in our strategic plan that we're measuring that we can report out. They can't drill down to student data. They can't drill down to classroom data, but we can tell them, here's our attendance rate. Here's our CMAS performance. Here's our graduation rate. I mean, those kinds of things we should be able to report out to our community, right? And so being able to do all of that within a dashboard system is an important aspect of that. The last piece I'll say on that is, as we look through the different vendors that are out there and we're trying to figure out what can dashboards do for us, we know there are pre-made ones that exist that everybody's asking. School districts, everybody wants to be able to analyze certain data points. And then again, there are custom questions that we need to be able to ask that we can look at and see what's our data telling us. And we want to make sure that if we're going to invest time and resources into a dashboard system and a data culture, it needs to be able to do both of those things for us. And there are tools out there that can do that. I'm sorry that it's taken 10 years. I would tell you that we will have tools. It won't have all of our data in it in the fall, but I guarantee you by the end of the year, the majority of our data will be in our system, and the hard part will be cleaning it. The hard part will be making sure that there's consistency in how we're entering data into all of our different systems so that when we do bring them together, we know what we think we know. For example, right now, one of the first examples I got was one of my ALT team members said, Dr. Kim, I can't tell you at any given point in time how many kids are failing a class. I said, okay, tell me more. And the response to that was, we have lots of different grading systems in our district. And so to be able to pull one thing out of Infinite Campus to tell us that, we can't. We need to have some parameters within the data so that when we do look at it in a dashboard system, we know what we think we know. And so there's some data integrity cleanup work that we have to do in order to make sure that the tool is powerful enough to support us. Does that make sense?
Well, I just want to make sure, because Director Reed, do you want to follow up first, just because I know you guys were sort of along the same lines?
So one of the things that Director Miller brought up that is really important to me is the actual usability to teachers and training, because I've already experienced a number of times where data is dumped on teachers and they're expected to sort through it and figure out what it means and what they should do with it. And teachers are not statisticians, and this is not what they are trained to do. So, what will we be doing to train teachers to use it? And will we have people who are already digging into the most crucial questions in it, looking at state trends and district trends, because I think some of those things are going to be fairly common across the district. And it just seems silly to have all the teachers all over the district wasting time looking at data just for their schools, when really we could look at it as a trend and we could assist them at a district level.
Agreed. Using visualization tools helps us to create pictures out of our data where we really are able to make it far more usable. When we look at, say, our MAP data and we break it down, what are the skills that we know kids have? They've got it. So let's look at how we enrich in that case. Then again, what are the skills that our kids are really struggling with? Knowing all of that and being able to look at that within a dashboard system and say, is that consistent with every student population? Is that a consistency with every grade level? Is that a consistency with every one of my class periods? How do I know? If I want to create an assessment, can I put that information into the dashboard system and compare it to other data that we have? Yes, we can. So having the ability to do that, certainly we start there. We also start with early adopters. There's always those folks that are like, I want to play in it. Let me try it. And as people start to do that, it starts to creep because people figure out, hey, it can do something for me that's useful. Now I'm going to get into it. And then from there, you start really creating professional development around folks who are using it, sharing, because that aspect of usability from your peer is oftentimes far more valuable than somebody coming in and saying, hey, I've got this great tool. Let me tell you how to do it. And I swim in this water every day. So, I know it backwards and forwards. And you're going, wait, tell me again how to do that. And so having the culture to let people share that is going to be really important.
Dr. Barta.
I feel like this conversation is way ahead of the actual work. I think data dashboards and vendors who can do this is within our reach very closely, and training for it. But I mean, I think our struggle and why this has been going on for so years is, and you've mentioned it a few times, but we just don't have the data. So garbage in will be garbage out. So we don't have a data system here. I've heard Ms. Ibeck talk about consolidating data systems. That's a huge amount of work. It sounds like it's not going to happen quickly, and it shouldn't, I think. And we're talking about not being able to measure things. We have inconsistent and unreliable measures. And so I feel like the dashboard's like the shiny part that we're all excited about, but the work is putting the data together. We just went through a discussion about our vision saying we don't even have the measures defined yet. And yet we're talking about dashboards that will show them. I feel like we shouldn't really be thinking about a dashboard unless we have a high quality, reliable source of data that will tell us the right things, because we can put all kinds of visualizations on it and it's not going to help us if the data are as messy as they are right now. So I don't want to get ahead of ourselves and make promises that some dashboard's going to come that's going to do things that we're clearly not ready for. So
there are many different data sources within our system that we do have data that we look at on a regular basis. We have to. It's not like we sit in a black box and we don't look at data. We definitely have data sources. Those data sources just simply don't talk to each other. And there are some data sources that have data that's very noisy, that we're going to have to go in and clean up. We all recognize that we have to do that. Not doing it keeps us in the dark, and that's not okay. If we're not making the best decisions possible for kids, that's not okay. And so the way to do that is to make sure we have a system that we know what we think we know, and we can make decisions, and we can make allocations, and we can make hiring, we can choose the right strategies that we need to use. All of that comes as a result of knowing how we're doing and how our kids are doing and what we need to do next. And so I think the dashboard system has to come to bring all of that stuff together. All of these are things that have to happen somewhat simultaneously. I mean, we do have to clean up, say, some of our Infinite Campus data. We do have to also make sure that we're continuing to look at how are our students performing right now and how do we know. But working forward toward being able to visualize data in different ways where we can make really good decisions to continue to move the metrics forward so more kids are successful, more kids graduate, more kids have the skills that we need them to have so that they can make choices when they leave us. All of that is part of that data culture that does need to come. We won't jump ahead of ourselves, but we do need to do this work in order to be ready to go, because waiting means that we're allowing time to continue to elapse, and we're not using all of the tools that we could be using to make really good decisions.
Say one thing then from a technical perspective. I run a company that builds dashboards and uses data. A struggle we have with building a dashboard is knowing what data needs to come into it. So we don't want the developers or the vendor to design something that we can't feed into. So I would just caution a little bit about being, just the stepwise nature of this is important. But I appreciate the work and the change of the culture, and I can tell that you think a lot about it, and I'm sure that I'm not saying things to you that you don't think a lot about. I just want to make sure we don't get distracted and, by the build. I love the build of dashboards, but I'm really concerned that we don't have measures identified on a lot of things.
Other comments, questions? I have a couple, but I'm not cutting them off. Ms. Parker, are you good for right now? Okay. I just have a couple, and I know that this is one, and it's not small, it's important. It's one piece of a very large plan, so I don't want to just make people think we're only focusing on this. The only thing I will say, and then we don't have to say the words data dashboard again for a little while, is I think that when you're talking about kind of the public-facing piece of how do we share information, and this is more broadly speaking, how do we sort of empower community members and parents to feel like they can access information, whether it's specific to their kid, but more broadly about how the district is doing, that it just may not be the same thing as what we're talking about. We have other platforms that have been developed, and whether or not they are useful for this purpose, probably not. But School Insights is a great external facing platform, and that may be a better use of sort of segregating, and I can't believe we used that word, but the components of how we're using the function of the data so that we're not trying to make it fit, like with this data dashboard, to fit both a public facing and a really functional internal tool for practitioners to be able to improve what they're able to do with kids. So I would just encourage us to think about, they may just be two separate spots where those things live. The only other thing that I will, actually, do you want to just finish and then we can start?
I can.
Yep. Okay. Go ahead.
So on to the next page of that. These, for the most part, pretty much everything on this aspect or this part of the spreadsheet was on the original plan that you saw in both November and December. Technology devices for kids, JRLP, certainly the JCEL for summer, telehealth, as you know. What you see a little bit different was the mental health extra school supports. One of the things we recognize is our data is telling us overwhelmingly we need to provide some support to our schools along the lines that students who become dysregulated, that our administrators, our counselors, our cells are spending considerable amount of time trying to help provide support, provide guidance, re-regulate a student and get them back into classrooms so they can integrate them back into learning. And the challenge with that is there's more and more of that happening. And we recognize we need a team of folks that this is their area of expertise that can go in and work alongside a school and help them solve some of those challenges, provide some real-time modeling, whether it's, working with the student directly, helping to provide some guidance so that students can get back to learning and then move on to the next situation. Because what we've heard from our administrators and from our counselors is they're spending huge amounts of time on one student or two students in a school doing that work. And that's not necessarily their expertise. And there are people that is their expertise. So if we have a team of people that can go in and help to model, help to provide guidance, help to provide even professional learning if that is the case, but ultimately the goal of making sure students get the supports that they need so they can get back to learning. So that was a piece that we really felt like schools told us they needed, and we incorporated that into the plan. And it does meet the guidelines as we talked about earlier. And then same thing as you look down at line number 28, looking at specifically, you all know, you've seen the data and the demographics. We have students that are chronically absent. We have students that have dropped out during this, and we know that only need a very small handful of credits to finish. And we need people to go out and connect with those kids and those families and try to get them re-engaged in school. And so certainly looking at some of those pieces as well. The rest of this, I think, was in the previous piece.
Yes, we'll pause.
Oh, go ahead.
Yep,
Yeah.
Director Barta.
On the mental health team, what is this group? It just says a group. Group will spend. Who are these people? And
Matt Palero's team with Terry Walderman and that team is looking at best practices in other districts that have, whether it's behavior specialists, whether it's social emotional learning specialists, whether it's counselors, whether it's, they're teachers that are veteran teachers that do really well with students who have behavior management challenges that need to be re-regulated. It's a team of folks that would, and again, it's a new concept, so they're developing the concept right now, but the recognition was there are challenges right now that exist within our schools that schools are asking us, please provide us with support for this. And so that's what they're working on, developing that right now.
so, how do we know it costs $2.2 million?
We counted up how many FTE would we need approximately in order to fund a team of people that could go in and do that work. It may not, but we know that in order to put this together and say how many people, would this be about 8 people, 2 different years to provide that support intensively to go in and increase the skill set of our staff, certainly provide some modeling and some work side by side with schools so that we can get kids ready to learn. If dysregulation is part of it, there's a skill set to working with students to help them, provide them support, get them what they need so they can get back to learning. And so it's that.
Those would be new hires.
They would be.
I wonder because we might have a hiring freeze, and I just wonder how things like that play into our other questions about new hires.
Certainly.
I don't know. There was a number of questions that popped up, but the concept is very nice.
Thank you.
And I just wonder the implementation of it.
Yeah, and I don't think I'll just clarify, I don't think in any time soon we would be freezing mental health or behavioral health positions or special ed positions of any sort. We don't have enough already.
Yeah, there's too great of a need.
Director Parker, did you have something to add?
Thank you. Thank you so much for describing that. I think it's a really good program. I think we do have individual schools that have special circumstances. And I'm also really excited as we have the presentation on the telehealth. I'm wondering, do we have anything that's specifically for staff? Any mental health services just for staff?
It is not in this. It was not built in this originally. If that's a question, we can certainly go back to the team, go back to the steering committee, go back to the folks that provided feedback and say, is that a need? Because this was developed a bit ago, and certainly part of what line item number 23 and line item number 28 came out of feedback that we got saying, these are things we're seeing in our system that we need to address. So we can certainly ask that too.
Oh, yep, Mr. Bell.
In regards to support for staff, our EAP program does have 3 full-time counselors, and we are adding a 4th through funding this particular year to maintain supports for our school-based staff and district-wide staff. We generally run a pretty high volume of service with our EAP, so it's a really timely addition to our group, and we feel like we've been able to handle that direct service even in remote period with the 3 we had, but we're really excited for a 4th, and we're looking for interns as well with other HR available funding to see if we can support staff even further.
Thank you for that. I'm happy to hear that. But I'd still like to know if there's anything that ESSER might be able to provide for staff.
We can certainly look at that as well. Then you see the other items have already been in here. These are ones that you've seen before in both November and December. And then finally, the last piece within the spreadsheet, strategic planning, student safety and security was in the original one. Professional development for paraeducators, that was a line item already in there, but we increased it. Originally, it was $250,000, and we felt like there wasn't enough there to be able to provide the support that our classified staff leadership have told us that they need. They feel like they need help in social emotional development, cultural responsive teaching, trauma-informed care, not just supporting students in tutoring. And so certainly we tried to increase some of that and also add them to the line item that was within tutoring with the training of the OG aspect of literacy training could be done in the tutoring line item so that we can focus on these other content areas that they've said they need professional learning in line 35. Does that make sense? And then the social emotional screener was in there already. And certainly tier 2 and 3 supports, where we increased tutoring, the tier 2 and 3 supports piece there is specifically content is materials, curricular materials that schools may need in order to provide some of those supports to align with the tutoring line items.
Are you close to the end?
Yep.
Let's just go ahead and finish up if
Okay.
that's okay, and then we can open it up. Thanks.
I included this slide, which I think you all have seen in terms of the school allocation piece and how that was allocated, recognizing and seeing the lens that CDE and the federal guidelines did call for specific prioritization of student populations that are more at risk and more likely to be impacted by COVID. And then finally, the last steering committee discussion that we had, we asked them specifically, do the new items that we included align with the original discussions? Does it address student needs? Does it better prepare staff to effectively address student needs? Does it address district needs post-pandemic? And are there any suggested changes that people had at that time? And so that was just on May the 27th that we had that conversation, and folks had the opportunity to give us feedback. So the next steps in the process would be for me to meet with the CDE team and go over our spreadsheet, our proposal, if you all agree that this is the right proposal to take forward to them, get their feedback. They'll tell us what data do we have to have in order, to support the items that we've put on there that we are proposing, and then from there get approval in order to move it forward.
All right, great. We can open up. I don't know if you'd like to start us off in our dialogue. Go ahead, Dr. Berta.
Sorry, I didn't realize we were waiting. A quick question on the columns. On slide 10, I just can't see. What do columns, the last 3 columns show us that says revised budget? And I don't know what it is. Yeah.
It's the 2 years left in ESSER. So in other words, the school year 22-23 and then school year 23-24. What's allocated in each of the years. For the most part, they're split evenly. There are a few places that it's not, so that we can begin to taper things off that weren't intended to be ongoing necessarily.
And in terms of taking it to CDE on line 17, I wonder, they said our programs to address these learning losses have to be evidence-based. Is this an evidence-based program?
There is the capability of collecting data on the effectiveness of the program. I honestly can't answer that. I need to go back and ask Marna Messer in terms of what data they've collected over time. I don't know the answer to that.
Given that we're increasing the program by quite a lot, it would be helpful to know if it made an impact. I assumed it had, or we had data to show that. So.
Anecdotally, I can say building leaders had advocated for that. So I would infer that they see outcomes or they see evidence that it's being successful, but I would want to go back and find out what data they're basing that on, and I'd be happy to share that with you.
Probably doesn't qualify a definition of,
right,
especially for federal funding for evidence-based, but and then the line with the school-based allocations, how do schools get guidance on how to spend that? Does that mean that the schools get budget that they from ESSER that they can spend
to utilize? And this slide number 13 indicates the system, and I would actually ask if Dave Weiss might be able to to step in here because I know he and Dan Cohan worked together. This was prior to my time, sorry, in terms of how we allocated out to schools and the direction that was given. But I believe it's there in the slide when this is what I have in terms of insight as far as what guidance were schools given as far as how to use that resource and how much they qualified for. Dave, I'm sorry.
And I think the question is more general than what's on here. I think the question, and correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Varda, but is more about what guidance were schools given for the use of these funds. And I believe that was built into the spreadsheet that they submitted back to us, but I'll let our team over here clarify.
Yeah, we tried to actually, by distributing this money at the outset of the budgeting process, we were trying to make it parallel to the way that schools budget their Title I funds, which are also federal funds. And so the budget analysts, which work, on a caseload basis with a certain set of schools, support schools in preparing their Title I budgets, and then they supported their schools in preparing preliminary ESSER budgets. And so then the next step is they collect all those, both for Title I and for ESSER, and then it goes through a review process, either with the Title I team or the grants team. And then those teams make sure that it's uploaded into CDE's system, which actually takes, these 20-ish lines of data and turns it into, honestly, like 1,000 lines of data for all the different account codes and program codes and uses, et cetera. So that's how that process works. So the guidance starts with the same budget analysts who've been supporting schools in preparing and submitting their Title I budgets for years.
Do those guidelines align with ESSER guidelines for how to spend money? I know Title I's federal and ESSER's federal, but ESSER has specific guidelines for how to spend the dollars. And do schools get guidance that allow them to be in compliance with that spending?
Yeah, so the ESSER guidelines are significantly more broad and liberal than any of the Title I grants. So it's much more generic, and there are many, many uses that qualify. And so, yes, they did get general guidelines for what's allowable. But like I said, the stopgap is the grants team review of those as part of what they then submit to CDE.
Can you share the guidelines later of what the schools got on how to spend the funding with us at some point?
Yeah, some of it's going to be verbal, honestly, because some of it's going to be in dialogue with their budget analyst. What's shown here is a little bit about where the allocations came from. And I can also look for email traffic or whatever makes sense.
And we have slides 6 and 7 here that provides for the guidelines that.
Right. So that's what I'm wondering. Like, I want to make sure that's such a big chunk of money and then it's so distributed that I imagine it's difficult to track that spending is in compliance with our ESSER, these slides 6 and 7, and I'm wondering how we're doing that.
Yeah, and I was just speaking with our grants manager, our new grants manager who started today, and his sense is that probably of what people have preliminarily budgeted, based on the guidelines we've submitted to the schools, what they've prepared, and this happens in the title process as well, is maybe 90-95%, right? And as the grants team reviews it and catches that 5%, they go back to the schools and they say, no, wait, we can't do this one thing. Please submit an alternate use.
Yeah, I know, I'm sorry I'm going on about it, but I don't know. I don't understand what the schools can spend this money on that is in compliance, because we've talked about salary being unknown. And so I'm not sure what is, so examples of that, and I don't need them right now, but would be helpful, I think, to understand how our schools have used $7 million, I don't have my glasses on too, at the school level that address our learning losses and the COVID recovery work.
They do have to meet the same guidelines that the district has to meet.
Yeah, I'm just wondering how we know.
It's so broad. That's part of why it's hard to know, is essentially if you read the federal guidelines, it's anything allowable under ESSA, which is the Elementary and Secondary Students Act. So it is almost anything in a school building.
One last question. We were told that the SBD study that we're about to review came out of ESSER funds, and I don't see it on here. So I'm curious.
It did not.
So back to that
There were conversations about whether it would come out of ESSER, whether it would come out of general fund. We really were trying to keep the large percentage. I'll go back to that slide that indicated from the board's interest in prioritizing student learning. We really, 49.2% of the ESSER 3 allocation is directed at student learning, at student needs specifically. So we really tried to prioritize that, because that was something that the survey data told us was important, and it's something that you all told us was important. So we really tried to look at items and make sure that as many of the items as needs existed were embedded within ESSER 3's plan, because that's really, that was a priority of lots of our stakeholder groups.
That makes more sense. I didn't realize it. Now that was being funded by our general fund. So it's good to know.
Questions? Ms. Parker? No, come back.
The steering committee, you said it met May 27th. Do they have a regular schedule?
According to the documentation from the ESSER guidelines, they're supposed to meet periodically. How periodically? I would say they did not meet from about January to May, and part of that was the turnover between Dr. Leach having responsibility for ESSER 3 and then it becoming mine, and folks looking at what was the impact of Omicron and where are we now? What did we have in the plan that no longer is relevant? It doesn't make sense based on what the current conditions are. And so in going through and putting together recommendations for fine tuning this and or adding some items, then it made sense to bring the team back together and say, here's our proposal and here's why. And so the expectation would be the spirit of that. We have to come back together and say, if we change anything, we need to bring the steering committee back together and say, we're proposing making changes and here's why. And can we talk about that? And I would say that's an accountability on me, that we need to do that.
Is there a next meeting scheduled?
Not
at
yet.
this point? Okay, and who is on the steering committee?
There's an entire group. It was in I think the list was in the November and December packet, but let me go back and look. And if it isn't, I'll be happy to provide you the list. It's about 12 people.
Okay, thanks.
Anyone else? Director Miller?
So I have a few questions to go through. One is just real quick and dirty, and the ESSER 1 and ESSER 2, there's still some balances left over, and what's the timing that we have to spend? Do we have just till 22, 23 for those? Do you recall?
Sorry, Drew. I'm going to have to double check the exact date.
Okay, thank you. That'd be helpful. I just want to make sure we spend it time and thoughtfully. And in relationship to that, there's still some charter money that has not been dispersed or used. I shouldn't say dispersed, but hasn't been used yet. And I know I've had a couple of charters ask me when the disbursement might take place for them to receive, because they're spending money on their HVAC now. And there's so just the timing. Do they have to wait for approval for our CDE blessing of ESSER 3, or will they get their money?
I'll double check on that process too. My understanding, because I've been looking at some of the budget files, is that their detailed budgets have been submitted on their behalf, and that those include like detailed account codes. And I'm not sure whether they have their own log on to then submit for reimbursement, which is how we get our funding, or whether we do it on their behalf. But I will answer that last part of the question for you.
Okay, that would be great. And then I could answer them or just direct them to you.
Absolutely.
Which is
yeah.
fine
Or
for me as
to
well.
Andy. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Okay, and then just a couple more questions. One is I am going to go back to the indoor air quality and student health and the ultraviolet light, and it's $8.8 million or $8 million, and that's a lot of money. And I know I've raised it before, and I'm kind of hoping to raise it again. And Joseph Allen from Harvard, who is the healthy buildings man, has said repeatedly that the use of the ultraviolet and ionization is not where he suggests people put money, but rather into the HEPA for clean air and the filtration. And so I really, really want to make sure if we go down this path that we have somebody share this cost with us, and that we do maybe one or two buildings and see how that goes, because it's a lot of money that to me could be directed towards students. We've already invested in HVAC. We've already put filters in for, I think MERV 3, Mr. Bell, or MERV 13 and MERV 12, Mr. Bell, I think we've upgraded a lot of that. And so and we are looking at the closing of some schools potentially, or consolidation. And I would rather be focusing on putting capital dollars that we're allocating over to this air quality into actual student learning, because that's where we really have the need, because we've put so much money into our buildings already. So that would be my ask, and I'm happy to connect you with Joseph Allen, and I'm happy to connect you with the people up in Toronto or wherever you want to go. But this is really important money, or a chunk of money that I think we really have to be thoughtful about.
Yeah, so Ms. Miller, we have expanded the pilot that the board heard about in November to a couple of other schools, and we're waiting on the results of that additional study, which will be interesting information for us to all look at. In addition, I think in our a recent meeting, we talked about getting Steve's team, the experts, our indoor air quality experts from the district, in touch with this expert that you know, and we are happy to take that as a next step as well. So the board should just know that this is moving fairly slowly, because we are waiting to see what the results of this additional pilot work are, as well as try to talk to some experts in this space. But we keep a placeholder here because we do have some really interesting results from the first study that we did. So we're not moving forward quickly on this one, and I would anticipate further conversation before the project begins. And we're also thinking about partnerships, as you've suggested.
Great. And I don't want to hold up the approval from CDE for this one item by any means. And I'm wondering if we can have that part as a hold, so to speak. Say, yes, we want to hold it for the $8 million and hope the blessing for the rest of CDE would take place. I'm not exactly sure how that works.
We did. It was a piece on our initial submittal that wasn't approved alongside everything else right away, but it was subsequently approved. So it has been approved by CDE.
Okay, so we aren't holding anybody up with this then?
No.
Okay.
We're holding ourselves up because we're waiting to see what the study says. And I think taking some next steps and talking to some experts would be helpful.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then just going back to our discussion last week with MAP, and looking at the different categories of where children were in terms of levels of proficiency and need, and understanding how the renorming is taking place, and thinking about tier 2 and tier 3 MTSS needs.
Mm-hmm.
So understanding, I get that the tutoring with the literacy and mathematics, it would be helpful for me, going back to, I think, what Director Varder was saying and what others have said in terms of how many children are we serving in those distinctive tiers, and so that if we understand what is needed at the student-based budgeting level, at the school level, and then in conjunction with the tutoring, and then at the math and literacy, so that we really do have an understanding, are we addressing our tier 2 and tier 3 in the most thoughtful and best practice way. So for example, if I am a tier 2 literacy, and I really need 8 rounds of tutoring a week, that's going to cost a certain amount of money. Some of that will be done because of the teacher's salary, and some of that's going to be done because of the tutoring. Mm-hmm. And so being able to actually have a budget associated with that tier 2 and tier 3, and I haven't gotten you the spreadsheet, now I'll get you the spreadsheet to help the conversation, but that really helps understand, are we spending the ESSER dollars the way we're supposed to be spending on the students that are needed the most. I'm having a really tough time talking today. So that's my concern, is, are we addressing where we know those kids have the greatest?
You're asking the right questions, and those are the kinds of data points we pulled to identify kids for, say, summer programming for this summer. So we have the same intention of looking in the fall. I don't anticipate that we'll start up with tutoring till probably about October, to give us August and September to really pull that data and figure out who needs it. And looking through ESSER's lens of prioritization, how do we make sure that we're inviting the kids that absolutely need tier 2 and tier 3 intervention and high dosage tutoring to the table, to make sure that we provide that. So you're asking the right question. Those are the questions we're asking. And our academic leadership team is in dialogue with Dr. Eaton and trying to pull that data to figure out just who are those right kids.
Okay, because that's a lot of money. So you figure it out. I just want to make sure if we're not covering it all through ESSER 3, how are we covering it? So I'll formulate my questions and send them in, but that would be something I'd be curious about. And then I'm just going to follow one more question up on the amped on algebra and geometry. And I know that, why am I blanking on the high school? It started.
Green Mountain.
Green Mountain. Thank you very much. The gentleman started over there. And I think when he was first brought in a number of years ago, it was envisioned that it was going to roll out to all the different high schools. And that rolled out, I think, to just a few.
There are 9 at this point that I know.
But I would like to understand how that does tie with the CTE. So, for example, how are we seeing students that are in that program? Are they actually moving on into CTE programs or pathways where they get the certifications that are valuable in the construction industry and or in the other industries? So that align. And so before we spend a $4.5 million, and I don't know exactly, is that all on training? Is that all on compliance to get certain certifications? I just don't know what that $4.5 million buys us versus what it's cost us in the past to expand it to the other 9 teachers. So that just seems like a big chunk of money to be spending for how many more teachers that we would be having.
I'll work with Ms. Nicothodis to work with Marna Messer, and we'll get you a follow-up in Friday memo to get you more information about data that we have.
That would be great. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Now I'm finished.
Director Reed.
I think it would be also interesting if we can get some of the MAP scores from those programs. It seems like that could give us an idea of how well these are working in terms of kids gaining those algebra skills and those geometry skills.
I'm wondering if there's interest in having a presentation down the line, since we're already in June for our academic year, but specific to some of these programs that are included within ESSER, and some just diving in a little bit more so that we can hear, like, why are those programs the ones that we are elevating and holding up as good interventions to be using these federal dollars for, and have that be something so that we can kind of dive into it and understand the outcomes a little bit more clearly. That wouldn't be till fall, but I think that if we anticipate that being of interest to board members, we can definitely put that on a future agenda.
I'd be happy to put that on the list. I know Ms. Neal's not here this evening, so I'll take notes and make sure that I add it to the next conversation that we have about agendas.
Perfect. Wonderful. Any other questions or comments for this piece of the, I was going to say presentation of our afternoon, evening together? I just have one question and one comment. My question on around the sub-pay increase, do you know how long that's anticipated to roll out? Is that an increase in sub-pay for 2 years, for 2 years?
We've increased by $25 a day for 2 years for each of our levels. So single $100 a day, $125. Longer term, after 60 days or 90 days, it's increased at the base plus the 25.
Okay.
And can I just jump in on that for a second? Because I think it's like a big picture piece for the board to just hear. We can continue to talk about this as we track and monitor how things are going. There are pieces and parts in this plan that we may want to continue, like the sub-pay, for example. We might not want to drop it back down. Or this mental health team that can go out and support students who need an intervention in the moment, and support a teacher team that might need to understand structures and systems to put in place for that student to be successful. If we find that those things are working well and we have data to support it, I anticipate some of these things in 2 to 3 years turning into budget BFOs, budget requests. And so I just want to put that on the table. Not everything will, obviously, but we tried really hard with the committee to talk about one-time funds and one-time uses, but there are some things in here that we're trying. I mean, if this high-dosage tutoring works really well and we want to continue it, maybe not quite at the scale that it's at in this, but for a certain group of kids who seem to be really thriving with that tool in place, I would anticipate that we would come back and say we want to continue this in a way. But hopefully we look different in a couple years, and if we have some underspend, which we have been seeing in lots of different budgets, as you know, over time, I'm hoping that we can have an extension on using these dollars into a third year. But we'll just have to wait and see how that goes. And we'll continue to monitor and update you along the way.
Great, thank you for that. And that is a personal interest of mine always, especially as we think about specific to some of our title schools and challenges and getting long-term, especially substitutes. My last one, just a comment that, and I don't know if this is something that is standard for ESSER applications, but I just appreciate that the amount of indirect that was charged is only a third of what's allowable. As someone that's worked with a lot of fairly high dollar, not this high dollar, but federal grants, indirect can eat a budget, and it is insane. No, I can't use that word. It is incredible to me that that is allowed, frankly, because it's just a huge part of the money that's being passed to our stewardship for kids. So I do appreciate that is a significant amount of money, that 2/3 that was not sort of absorbed for our sort of internal processes. So well done, district, for that. Any other comments, questions that Dr. Barta?
Sorry, I know you want to move on, but so it seems like a lot of these are, well, obviously they're estimates. I guess this maybe I have a comment too. As a new board member, I am learning that, and it's kind of uncomfortable that we get presented a lot of things that are estimates, or the BFOs felt that way. This feels that way. There's some things like the student safety and security line. I'm like, how is that 2 FTE and different amounts in different years and stuff? So I don't need to go into that. I'm longing for more details and specificity on budgets as they come forward to us. But in terms of this one, when do we get updates on actuals? And then if there's overage or underspend, what's the plan for using the budget as a tool for more program or less program implementation?
Because there are 2 more years left in ESSER 3. Certainly at the end of the 22-23 school year, we have to look at what was spent based on what was budgeted, figure out what do we have left, look at what we're planning on for that 3rd year. If we show promising practice, we may need to increase some of those items. And again, we may need to take some off the table because they didn't produce the results that we were looking for. I would say all of that has to be malleable, and it has to be part of the process. Going back to what Director Parker asked, a steering committee has to be brought together periodically over time to say, this is what you anticipated, this was the plan, here's what it cost us, here are the outcomes, now here's what the plan is for year 3. So we will have to come back to you multiple times to give you that. Absolutely.
Great. Anyone else? Last chance. No, not last. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Kim. I appreciate it. I'm just going to do a quick check-in. It's been almost 2 hours. Does anyone need to take a break before we move? Great. We are going to take a 5-minute break. It's going to be 6 minutes because like round numbers. So 10 till 5, we'll come back and begin our conversation around something else that's really important. Okay. All right, welcome back. We're going to move on board to an update provided to the Board of Education, an understanding of the work of ERS with other school districts across the country, and an update on the district's work with that same organization to provide supportive and equitable funding to meet student needs in Jeffco schools. We've allocated 45 minutes for this presentation and discussion. Superintendent Erland, anything to kick us off?
Sure. Yeah, I want to just share with the board. Obviously, I think you all know that student-based budgeting is the model used in Jeffco in the way that we allocate dollars to school budgets. It follows the student and the needs they bring to the school. And Jeffco started, and we're going to talk about this a little bit in terms of the history. Jeffco started implementation of SBB in 1516. I would say a little after a lot of districts did it move to this model. And so we've got, about 7 years under our belt with this model. And as you know, you have approved this contract with ERS, and we have started the work with them, but barely. I think they just started a couple of weeks ago. And I just want to say, when we think about, there have been some questions about ERS. There have also been some questions about use of contractors. Let me talk about the contractor piece first. When we, generally speaking, we use outside support and help and experts when we might have issues getting the work done ourselves because of capacity needs, and it's a short period of time where we have to do some intense work, and it's hard to get that work done while at the same time running the district, right? We sometimes use outside experts when it's about a particular topic that is really complicated, or a particular topic that people have a lot of emotion and perspective on. And sometimes when we have stakeholders that might not 150% trust the organization with the topic at hand. And so I just want to put that out there because this, in my opinion, is an arena, our budgeting process for schools, where we have some of those variables in play, where we've had a long history with SBB over the last 7 years. I have heard personally lots of questions about the process from teachers, principals, parents who've served on SACs. And I just think in general, our stakeholders are wondering a lot about how is it going? Is it working as well in Jeffco as it is in other places? And the other thing that an outside person can help us do is compare ourselves to other organizations that are using a similar model, other districts. And so they have expertise with other places and can bring some of the, how is somebody else doing this, to the table. So that's a little bit about why we entered into this work in the first place. And it was one of the very first things you did was to approve this contract. It was on a consent agenda in like January, maybe, or February. And so that's just a little bit of a reminder and some framing around why we thought working with a partner on this project to review SBB in particular would be beneficial. But because we've had lots of questions from board members about this topic and this project, we wanted to share it with you and just open up the dialogue for the board to share back with us. How does this seem to you? Does it seem like the right work now? A lot's gone on since you've started on the board. So we wanted to make sure you understood it and could have that dialogue with us.
We'll turn it over to you all.
So I didn't introduce myself before. I apologize. I'm Lisa Relu. I'm the Chief of Communications and Strategy, and I am working with Brenna on this project as it relates to our strategic initiatives in the district. And my colleague, Kimberly Elo, who is our Executive Director of Communications, also sits in on this project for all of the communication that is involved, mostly internally at the moment, but as we also gear up for external communication on this.
Awesome. Good evening. I'm Brenna Copeland. I'm the Chief Financial Officer here in the district. Good to see you all. All right. So why this project? Many people have raised questions about the way that we budget. And this project will analyze our budgeting approach, and it will benchmark our funding formulas to other districts around the country. It will facilitate internal conversations to update and revise our budgeting approach. And it'll design tools and resources to train and support our principals in our school communities on our school budgeting approach. Student-based budgeting is a funding system where the dollars follow the students, and the amount of the dollar attempts to relate to student need. Jeffco implemented this in 15-16. SVB allocates dollars to schools primarily based on enrollment, but again, the dollars are weighted based a little bit on student need and then other factors in our funding formula. The partner we're working with, Education Resource Strategies, is a national nonprofit that partners with districts, schools, and state leaders to really understand how they use people, time, and money, and to create and support those districts and states in essentially the strategic direction of their systems for schools. They have supported districts across the country. These are a few examples you see up on the screen: Atlanta, Baltimore, Boston, Cleveland, Indianapolis, Nashville, and Shelby County, which is where Memphis is located.
So I just want to talk a little bit about this in the context of our strategic initiatives moving forward. So you can see here the diagnostic phase that we're in, and I want to call attention. I mean, a lot of this we're watching in relationship to other initiatives of the district. So specifically under number 3, you can see what does the rest of our financial picture look like and what drives variation in non-SBB dollars that go to schools and what opportunities exist to reallocate dollars to the SBB formula. So in the context of our work, I mean, just generally, there's an intrinsic link to our regional opportunities for thriving schools work, because how the dollars that we have, as we've talked about, are stretched very thin. And so there are a number of things that have to happen for the end user of SVB, our schools, to see more funding allocated to them, and part of that is our regional opportunities for thriving schools and our potential consolidations. So as we look at various components of this is why I'm really tied in and paying attention, because everything sort of works together, especially when it comes to our resources as a district.
So after the diagnostic phase, we have 2 more phases of work. Phase 2 is a design phase, where ERS's role is to facilitate a design process in and amongst staff within the district and stakeholders, where we look at potential changes and what-if scenarios. What if we change this? What if we change that? Discuss those changes, gain input and perspective, facilitate decision-making around what are the trade-offs, and revise the budget model design. The budget model itself is a fairly humongous spreadsheet in the current moment, although that's been imported into Anaplan. Phase 3 is training and implementation support. They will help us update for example, our SVB process guide. That is a fairly extensive document, and yet many people have said it hasn't really changed except incrementally since it was rolled out. And so I think there's more we can do. I also think training and support to principals in the November-December timeline, if we are going to change anything, would be really helpful. I also think, given the numbers, we are somewhere, David's gone, at 35-ish new principals next year. And so I think there's going to be a training lift in general amount around principals who maybe haven't led this process before. Anyway. So training materials are super important, and as is that budgeting handbook, so they will be able to support us in improving those resources. To date, we've had, that you saw sort of on the prior phased approach, we've had our kickoff meetings, and ERS joined us in person for a few days. They met with our review team, which is a cross-functional group of our principals, community soups, central office teams. They met with school leaders. They're having another school leader open session tomorrow. They've met with our academic leadership team. The session tomorrow, by the way, is on Teams. They've met with our budget team, student success team. They've met with the leaders of our associations, JCEA, JCAA, and JESPA. And they've met with our human resource programs leads, and have subsequently met with the chief human resource officer and some of his directors. So really trying to meet with as many people as possible to collect a lot of input and feedback and strengths and challenges to help frame up this process.
So I asked to present this slide because I am just always so excited to hear from people what their experience with something, because when we think about the communication we need to do going forward with SBB, it has to be rooted in the experiences that they've had. Right, it has to feel relevant, and so this capturing information that has been done so far through the ERS project is really helpful to us as we think about framing the story and the information for folks moving forward.
So I'm going to spend not a whole lot of time because these slides don't actually apply to Jeffco, but they are just a sample of a different analysis that was conducted. So they tend to begin their analysis by breaking down dollars into different types of sharing levels. And to give you a sense for what goes on behind the scenes, we do a full general ledger kind of dump, and they then analyze what do we seem to be reporting out at the school level, what are school expenses that are actually captured in central, and they're of course going to struggle with some of the same things we struggle with, which is some of our challenges in reflecting that in our chart of accounts and departmental setups. What are our shared services, and then what are actual expenses that are sort of leadership and management. But our accounting team has been working with them to help interpret our chart of accounts and structure so that they can take that data and really provide a second set of eyes for us on where dollars are spent. This is just a simple bar chart analysis they did for a different district, showing some of the variation that they were seeing in terms of the per student spending in schools. And I think, as you've heard from district leadership this spring, we're very cognizant that we spend different amounts per kid in our schools. And I think some of our schools are rather tall bars here in Jeffco. And so it'll be helpful to have, again, a second set of eyes on the school level expenditures beyond just the general fund. We're asking them to also look at our title spending, some of those other dollars that are heavily focused on the school level. And then they can look at, how do the school level per student amounts vary within, say, a group of elementary, middle, high, in comparison to mean or median values, and what's the spread from the high to the low for us. This is just one of the things, and we've actually already started to look at some of this with our review team, is how are we adjusting the dollars that are flowing into schools? And so they'll analyze that, and they've showed our review team a grid that kind of starts to compare Jeffco to about 6 other places in the country. And that prompted some great conversation, I think, at the table about, are we reflecting enough student need in our formula? And I think that it was eye-opening to the room that, well, interesting, Jeffco's only got 2 of the things that some of our other districts have 5 of, or in terms of trying to really reflect student needs in the funding formula. No, because this is a different way of summarizing something similar, but in terms of the drivers of variation, student needs, school size, third-party operators, supplemental ad hoc allocations. It's a different verbiage talking about how resources are flowing out.
I think when you started talking about the student need, you were using that as an example to explain this variable of student need, that's something they would look at.
Yes.
And show us comparisons to similar districts.
And what are the factors that really drive different funding variations?
If we're weighting the fact that you're a second language learner and special ed, right? But other districts are weighting 6 things, then the model looks very different. I'm trying to get a little bit more tactical so that these guys understand. We can pause if you need to, but I'll come back for questions. Yep.
Sure. this is just a slide that's looking at proportionality effectively of how funds are spent. So in that previous slide where I said they were going to look at a lot of our expenditures and help us put them in different categories so we can compare them, et cetera. This is how they did that for a different district. And then this is a slide that shows some of the analysis they sometimes do about effectively the choices that are made with dollars. And how are we seeing choices about staffing levels, for example, between our small, medium, and large schools, the FTE allocations, et cetera. So I think that'll be really helpful information for us. It's certainly something that will inform our conversations about consolidations. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on these implementation processes because I think it's just more reference and it's not our process. And so I don't want to end up in the weeds there. And then we have some additional data in the appendix. Questions?
All right, board members, we can open up for questions and comments. Is there anyone that would like to begin? Yep, Director Miller.
So I'm really excited about this work. So just to give a little bit of context, when SBB started 7 or 8 years ago, David Osborne was the kind of the father or the brain trust of budgeting for outcomes. And he did this with all the government, a lot of government organizations, and then it was transferred over to schools. And the reason that was so important, I think, from a Jeffco perspective, was because one of the comments I think said earlier, Ms. LaRue, that you noted was it was a box. We had no idea why one school got more money than another school. We didn't know why one high school got additional funding and another high school didn't, or why an elementary school. So the catalyst was, how do we start to budget for outcomes for students, but bring it to a student world, so student-based budgeting. So it was going to all focus in on children. And I think Mr. Osborne came back in a few years ago and started to do some work again because we were starting to evaluate how this was actually being effective and whether or not it needed to be tweaked. And then that work stopped. And so now we're here again. And we're in, I think, a very challenging time with, I think we saw, what was it, 3 months ago, the difference between what one school is spending and what another school is spending, number one. Number two, budgeting for outcomes or activity-based cost analysis, which would be in my head, is trying to figure out how are we spending our dollars and what is the outcome we're expecting for our children, and are we spending the dollars where we need to be spending them to make sure our children are getting what they need to be successful, which is what you and I have been talking about for a long time. So this work that they're doing, I'm really excited. And from a consultancy perspective for districts across the country, this is a huge lift. And I am really taken for what they say they're going to be able to do within the framework and the dollars that we're looking to spend. So I'm of the mindset that this is a really multi-tiered work, because we're doing not only our thriving schools and we're looking at what the sizing needs to be for schools, and then we're looking at how do we fund those schools honorably and effectively so we get the best outcomes and best inputs and outcomes for kids. And so I know it's a heavy lift for them, and their workflow looks very intensive, and we're getting a lot done fast. And so I really appreciate that work, and I'm really looking forward to what comes forward, because I think we have so many moving pieces, and I think this is going to be critical to the work that we've got to get done, that we've started, stopped, and now we really need to finish it. We're at a kind of inflection point, I think. So I'm excited about what they're going to be able to provide. So thank you very much for the presentation and for the work that they're going to be doing.
Great. Other board members? Director Reed.
I just have a couple of questions. One of the things that we get a lot of feedback on, I got it knocking on doors when I was campaigning, I get it from teachers all the time, is an overall perception that Jeffco is top heavy, that we're spending too much at the central administration level. So I'm wondering, will this study give us a way of comparing how we look compared to other districts, and and the efficiencies of our spending at the district level. So I'll start with that one.
Thanks for the question. I don't know that it was specifically among the research questions we've proposed to them in the existing scope, but I'm happy to follow up and ask. I do think part of the analysis, I'm going to try and go back to the slide. That starts to help us further explore, what we often call our program level expenses on a per student basis. So sort of this analysis will help us proportionately gauge things like that. But in terms of indexing it against others, it's not necessarily what we've asked them to do, but I can certainly find out.
Thank you very much. And the analysis that they're doing, how is that going to take into account consolidation? Because that's going to impact, that's a future thing that we haven't done yet. So it seems like that would affect the results. And I'm wondering how that gets reconciled.
Sure. So I think one of the ways, there's lots of different ways to sort of think about what happens in a consolidation scenario. And one of the easiest visual ways I have in my brain is if you make the tall bars shorter, you can then add everything else back up and say, okay, how much should we save, right? So if we're able to bring the per student expenses in some of our outlier sites down to an average or median more similar to their peers, how much money are we going to save? So in some sense, this analysis in and of itself might help us analyze what cost savings we might realize through those consolidations. I also think in the design phase where we're looking at some what-if scenarios, one can imagine that if we are successful in some consolidations and we're able to adjust the span between the highest and lowest per student amount, that varies based on size, what we call our equity size factor. If we're able to reduce that span, that frees up resources in lots of different ways. And they can help us model those what-if scenarios as part of a design process.
This is probably not a very polite thing to do, but if I could just reframe really quickly, just because this is, I think, an important larger framing, that all of this work and being able to say, I would just not say what is the cost savings, I understand what you're saying, but like what is the amount that then we're able to reinvest into kids? And I know we're saying the same thing, but I think for our parents and communities, it sounds very different. So I just encourage us to consistently think of, it's not that the district is saving money, it's that we then are able to think in a way that is maybe more creative or innovatively about, now how do we reinvest this in foundational programs? It's not on you, Ms. Copeland. I just have like a I can't get that metaphor right, but all right. Other directors, do you have any other questions? I didn't want to cut you off. Okay. Yeah, Ms. Parker.
Out of curiosity, who created the SVB formula that we're using now?
Ms. Miller, I think probably knows. She was here.
I want to say it was based on Osborne's work, and then I think it may have been a group out of Boston that was starting all of that work, but I'd have to go back and look at those presentations.
It's a good question. I think there was a lot of board and superintendent turnover when this happened. I was actually on my school's SAC, my children's school's SAC, when the first year came, and my experience was that it went okay, but we were a very small school and there wasn't a lot of support. So my worry and my belief, based on my own personal experience as well as what I've been told, is that it was developed and then rolled out without a lot of training and support and guidance, which is what we're hoping ERS can provide in phase 3, so that there's a broader understanding of SBB, why the model exists the way that it does, how to manage it as a budget manager, that kind of thing. So we will do some research, though, and get back to you with sort of who was the original creator and who did we work with.
And then I have two more questions. The first one has been sort of brought up, but I do think it's really important that we merge the thriving school definition that we're working on with the SBB formula that's created. So if we are going through our process with thriving schools and we decide that absolutely every school has to have AMP teachers, I mean, that's just it, then that should be put into this evaluation of SBB as to who pays for it. And then also, is there an opportunity for the board in the future to vote on anything or to, well, I guess it is, it's vote on anything. I mean, if a new formula is created, we saw the timeline and they're going to talk about how to implement it and train and so forth. Is there some period of time where the board looks it over and says yes or no?
Technically, no, you don't vote on that.
I'll jump in though and just say, and I'll check in with Julie. I mean, I don't think we'll do some research and see what the policy says around school-based budgeting, student-based budgeting, and how the model for how we budget for schools works from a policy perspective. I would imagine, though, that regardless of whether or not it's a formal action that's being taken by the board or not, this is a huge deal to make these changes. And I would be checking in with you on a regular basis and making sure that you're comfortable with the path forward. But I don't know that outside of the adoption of the budget, the board has authority to act as an entity in dictating how we allocate funds. That being said, your perspective in this matter is really important. So is everybody in our system, like all of our stakeholders. And so I anticipate that we would be incredibly transparent and checking in with you and consulting with you along the way. But we will double check all that.
Yeah, I think it's a great point in thinking about structuring how we spend our time in dialogue around the intersection of many of the things that we're talking about this evening, and as they move along in a sort of in parallel processes, it's going to be really, I think, critical for us to be able to understand and make sense of, what the impacts are going to be. Director Miller?
Yeah, just to follow up on Director Parker's point, I think it would be helpful to understand where we stand now, and then when we change the formula or whatever those parameters are,
yes,
and how we are benefiting our communities, our students, our teachers, et cetera, so that we can see why we are moving in this direction, and that it's going to look different. And that way also we might be able to have a public comment time of people feeding back into the process, I think would be important, because it is such a very, it's been in dialogue for a while, and this is an opportunity for that dialogue.
Yep, Director Barta.
Sure. On slide 8, where it describes the stakeholders who've been gathered for input, I noticed it's all very high level and mostly administrators. We don't have teachers on there. We don't have students. We don't have parents. We don't have community. And I think those are really important voices that we're missing from this process so far. And so I hope that they will consider that. And then I have one more question on a slide. And
I do want to just clarify, we did have, I think, at least an initial session and contemplate more with association leadership from our organizations representing teachers and ESPs.
That still seems quite high level, I think, in terms of
this is just the initial kickoff. So, but I do want to make sure that we're just making a statement that we do care about their perspective. And I have had multiple conversations with JCEA and JESPA about SBB this year, and I know they care a lot about it. So we will definitely make sure to take that back.
I wondered on slide 17, I know you skipped it, but the topic says ERS support for school funding redesign. And I wondered, what exactly is school funding redesign? Like, what is that? And
Would it be
is
okay
that
if we
what
could
we're
pull
talking about?
that slide up, just so that it's aligned before thank you so much.
And is that a new formula for SBB, or just what does that mean for us?
That doesn't necessarily mean anything for us. I think we asked them for some examples of implementation plans on other projects. Again, this is not ours. And the title is sort of generic. It just is saying when they've supported school funding design or redesign, this is a process they followed.
Okay, so I'll assume that what we're doing is a school funding redesign. My question, I have two kind of areas that I want to ask questions in, and one is I also think this is really important work. I'm not clear on the implementation of it. So from what I'm not sure what their methods actually are and what our deliverables are. So it seems like for methods they're doing some focus groups, right? And that's qualitative research, and then they're going to take our worksheets or numbers and do some data analysis on them and all that work. Are there any other methods that are going into this work?
So I think that they are trying to help us benchmark. I don't know if that's a method, and you might need to.
A deliverable.
Okay. You might need to help me with what another method might be besides qualitative and quantitative.
Right. So what exactly are they doing to collect data on this topic? Is this the two? Are these the two things they're doing? Focus groups, a series of focus groups, and then our data analysis. Okay.
So yes, and it's really an iterative process. I think of them a little bit more as consultants, in the sense that they really facilitate an ongoing dialogue. So when I have seen this work well in other districts, it is a series of presentations. So if we go back to this, so each of these meetings and sessions, they're bringing a mix of data analysis. So for example, I just previewed the material for the next review team meeting, and it has some data, and it's looking at our enrollment trends and patterns. It's looking at, I'm going to forget because I'm a little nervous at the moment, but it's looking at several things, and then they bring it to the review team, and the review team has dialogue, and they say, this is what we're seeing in the data. Is this what you're seeing in the data? And then that in turn guides the next question when we come back for the next session, and they have additional analysis. So I would say a lot of the time spent is actually in dialogue and facilitation in a consultative process. I would say it's just really not about a single hard deliverable that they hand to us at any given point in time. A good amount of the work is that consultative, facilitative dialogue of our decision-making work, our engagement, et cetera. So, but that doesn't answer your question about methods. I apologize.
That's helpful. Will we get a report?
I don't know that we have contemplated a report in terms of like a statistical analysis report. I think there's multiple
summary of the project even.
I think there's multiple points in this where there will be data shared, and sometimes it'll probably be in PowerPoint, sometimes it'll be in other formats. I think as much as possible, they're going to help us make this usable and reusable. So for example, I know that Kimberly today was looking at some of the ways they described our enrollment changes over time. It was like, you know what, this would be really helpful for some of our conversations in other arenas. So whether it's a single moment in time report or lots of different points in times where they share data with us, it's probably a both. I don't know.
Yeah, I would just add to what Superintendent Dorland was saying, which is we're committed to sharing with you along the journey how the process is going. So in terms of what they're hearing from the qualitative part, and then the deep dive they're doing into the numbers and how that is, and then how they're framing for us our options around what SBB looks like moving forward into the next fiscal budgeting cycle, which is again goes to how schools are going to align their budgets to Jeffco Thrives 2025 and the measures that we're all setting. And so, I think what Ms. Copeland is trying to describe is that this is every district is slightly different. So they are doing a process with us that that fits Jeffco, and to understand like how we do things and what our things look like, because they look different than they do in other districts. But I think there will be lots of opportunities for us to report to you along the way in terms of what they're finding and the various options that they're helping us look into in terms of what will work for our district going forward. And that process is as important as it is for the board to understand those things. It's going to be important for our schools to understand them as well in terms of the change process that would be coming, if that's helpful.
I'm really struck by the vagueness of what is going to happen. In their scope of work, they list other deliverables like a school resource report for a subset of schools using FY22 course schedule data, for example, or different things like that. And so the reason I'm asking these questions, and I will admit I voted on this, and when I voted on this, I didn't ask enough questions. And I regret that I didn't understand better the budget. This budget, and I've been asking questions on this for months, and I just still feel like I'm at the same place. But this budget, a $710,000 budget for this, it seems like we should be really clear on what the deliverables are. I get the concepts. I get where we're going in theory and what we hope we're going to get out of this. But I mean, this is for some context. I was a RAND researcher for 3 years. I ran a research center at a university. I run a business now where all we do is respond to RFPs, and I've never responded to one where I wasn't accountable for the deliverable nor a budget justification. And so on this particular one, I would encourage us to be really clear on what the deliverables are. I'm a little surprised we wouldn't be getting a report out of this at some point. And I think the thing that I still cannot figure out in my understanding is, and it's at the end, and I'm sure you must have included it because of my questions, on slide 20, if you want to go to that. I asked for a more detailed budget justification because the budget justification that they provided was for percent FTE, and it was showing kind of like a lot of like extraordinary spend. This, I think, is meant to clarify it, so it's a redone version of the budget justification. And I still don't understand it because it's over a 9-month period, April to December 22. And in that time period, I looked at it, it's about 1,440 hours that a person could spend full time on a project. And they have an associate analyst there spending 1,985 hours, which is 137% of their time on this project. And when I went down through that, like they have their partner spending 27% of their time on this project, the manager at 67, principal association at 81, and the associate analyst at 138. So maybe that's 2 people. And that's like almost 60% of their organizational time for these FTE on this project. So I just want to be sure that's an extraordinary amount of time.
I'm sorry, just one quick clarification. It's not a 1-person count per position in terms of our project team. So, and I can get.
Do they have on this project?
No, let me pull up so I don't misquote, but I'll get you the exact number.
They list 6 people in their when they describe their qualifications, and the numbers don't change that much. So my concern, and I'm kind of going in on this because I did vote for this. And I am accountable for how we're spending this. And it's not that I don't think this project is valuable. We sole source this, so we don't have a comparative budget to say who else would have charged us for what. I don't understand what the deliverables are exactly. So from an implementation perspective, I am concerned that this is a project that we are overspending on. And when I can't explain this is the cost of our entire BFO security budget plus $200,000 or $160,000. It's 7 teachers, right? It's the cost of the Alameda school-based clinic, although that's gone up. It's just a number of things. And I've asked for, and I looked at multiple other contracts that we have awarded. The Johns Hopkins one was like $181,000. The small school studies was 160, Moss Adams was 80, and I even have the ERS budgets or contracts from Denver Public Schools. Last year they did a study for them for 145,000, and a few years ago one for 70,000. It's just nothing is in the ballpark of 710,000. So my ask is that we continue to track this and the spending on it really closely, and just be certain that we're getting the deliverables that are worthy of $710,000 in 9 months for a consulting contract, and that we and that we keep in mind that this is the irony of a study on how we're spending money, and then it seems so questionable how we're spending this money. It just strikes me very strongly. So I've been thinking about this a lot, and I cannot get a good answer on the cost of this project.
Thank
I
you.
still don't have it.
Thank you, Director Ryder. We'll keep all those things in mind. Appreciate it.
All right, other comments, questions from board members? I just have one, and that's really more of a comment, but in going through and just even looking in our agenda for today, and I was like, oh, let's see if we can put anything else really, really substantial on a study session in one afternoon. But they are all linked in some important ways, which I think people have been bringing up. And one of the sort of central group of people that is involved in all of these things, and so this is my plea, sounds kind of desperate, but encouragement that we take good care of principals during these processes, because one, I feel like they are the folks that are really sort of slogging through trying to budget with whatever their school dynamics are, whether they're thinking about enrollment because they would need to give money back if it exceeds a certain amount, or because they're so small that they are making really crazy decisions, challenging decisions about who they can hire and can't. And then also at the same time dealing with community anxiety around our next topic. And so the role that they are playing in a lot of these really meaty issues is significant, and they're serving as really sort of heavy hitters for sense making in our communities, and they're the ones that most parents know. They don't know who we are. They don't know who. I mean, they know who their principal is though, and who their teachers are. So I am going to continue to, I think, elevate that piece in terms of how we are providing support. And you've talked about this, Ms. Copeland, and some of the work for ERS. Like, what are those tools that we need to be providing to them as they're thinking about, or for new folks coming into our district who are like, how does this work? And then they learn it, and we're going to maybe change it. For the support that we're providing to that specific group of employees, because they are they're going to be carrying a lot on their shoulders as we move forward with a lot of these initiatives. Any other comments or questions before Superintendent Dolan? Did you have something to add?
Can I just make one comment?
Oh yeah,
quickly?
Director Miller.
I'm going to counter your point for a moment, and that is the Denver report and some of the other reports that you cite are not at the same level and intensity of what we are asking ERS to do. And what we are asking is them to come in and review what we have gone through for the past 7 years that is not working in alignment with what we think could be different for resourcing for our schools, for making sure we have thriving schools. What is the level that we need? How do we make sure that we're sourcing it correctly? Should we have $20,000 per student at an elementary school with 100 kids, or should we be basically back down to $7,000 or $8,000? It is a heavy lift, and I understand the concern of delivery of what a quote unquote document needs to be, but at the end of the day, we are dealing with a multitude of challenges from a financial perspective, and we're going into the headwinds. And in my world, if we can figure out how to make this work so that our principals understand the budgeting process, that they understand the cliffs or not the cliffs, that they understand what they can use in the future or what they have to hold back, that they can keep their AMP or they have to share. We don't have a handle on that. We don't. We are in a spreadsheet mode for the past 15 years. And we now have to become a $1.4 billion organization. And so to me, this is dollars well spent. And I hear your concerns, and I understand it, but I also have been watching this for 15 years, and it's about time we actually put something in place where we understand how we're spending our dollars and how we can redirect them for the benefit of our students and our teachers. And so I'm excited and hopeful for this project, and I'm looking forward to how we're going to be able to use this in the future. So thank you.
Superintendent Dorland.
Yeah, I just want to close out, and then if something I say triggers a comment from a board member, of course you can always jump back in. But one of the things that I think we're getting better at is making sure that you all have the right level of information to feel like informed decision makers. That's really important to me. And Dr. Varda, it's not okay that you didn't feel like you had all the right information to make this decision. And I respect that you were shared with your colleagues and us tonight that you have some regret over the decision to approve this contract. I do want to say a couple of deliverables that I think are important that I'm looking forward to, and they're still going to be high level and they're probably not going to meet your needs. So I'm just going to acknowledge that because we've had a lot of conversation about this. But I do think they will help us revise our budget book. Our budget book has been our budget book for a very long time. I think it's extremely technical, long, and built for one audience, which is like a finance person. And I do think they can provide us, which is part of the reason why I think Ms. Rilou told you that Ms. Elo, who's our Executive Director of Communications, is on the project team. I think they can help us with some of what we're really struggling with right now, which is nobody is able to come to the table right now and sort of sit down and process the budget together and really talk about it in a way that helps people who aren't finance experts understand it. And so if we can utilize this as an opportunity to, number one, obviously create the technical budget book that we need to create to make sure that we have the financial transparency that's required and necessary and important, but also create budget materials so that a principal who's running a budget actually understands it better, knows what the process is, lines that process up next to our staffing timelines and staffing processes. And also maybe something for our families to take a look at in terms of their school budget or the district budget. I mean, we need to do work in this space. And I can just tell you based on the public comment and the impasse that we're currently at with our negotiations team, we do not have a shared understanding or agreement on our numbers, period. And so I am very supportive of this project. I'm very supportive of Ms. Copeland in doing the work with ERS. And I think it will help us get better transparency and communication. Because I think we're transparent, but we're transparent in such a technical way that I don't think everybody can understand it very well. So I think it will help us educate people. I think it will help us with a budget book that makes sense for some. I think the materials that they have proposed, if we get to phase 3, for our principals and the training of having an outside person come in, our principals need that desperately. And so I think it's the right work to do. I understand that it's a high price tag. I take seriously your interest, Dr. Varda, and us keeping close eye on it. But I also feel the need to say to you that if you all are having buyer's remorse about something, I need you to say that to me. And appreciate that you did, by the way. But like, it's big work, right? It's taking up a lot of time for our principals, for our cabinet team, for me. I think it's the right work. I appreciate Ms. Miller, you supporting it. I think if we don't do it, we are going to have angry principals because they are sick of dealing with the small schools issue, sick of the impacts of their budget on us not tackling some hard work in this space. And it'll be really difficult. But I also just want to make sure that in general, the board supports us in this work before we end the conversation.
I want to be really, really clear. I'm not devaluing the work or the purpose of it or the hopeful outcome of it. Nothing that you just said doesn't resonate with me as a need for our district. Just really simply put, I can't get a clear budget justification that makes sense to me. And so there's a difference between the need for this work and the importance of it and so forth. You said it's going to take a lot of time, and you listed time of people that we're not paying out of this budget. So I think we need to I just want to separate my concern for how this contract was acquired and implemented and the actual work and the product. And those two things I totally support in all the ways that Director Miller just said, why we need this work. I just have concerns. So I'm going to separate more of a administrative process of how this contract came about and was implemented and acquired. And then this work and the outcomes and what the value of it. And I think that is, I'm on board with that. This is a different concern that I have about how this contract was acquired.
Thank you. And I think what I will say at this moment, and it's such a strange dynamic, this being on the school board, you are one employee, these are your people, right? And that some of the sort of tussling, I think about this in terms of other employees that I've had, right? That it would be challenging for me to say, I approve everything that you're going to go do, and then question everything that they're doing. And I'm not saying we shouldn't ask questions, but I'm trying to figure out a way in which, as a board, we can provide support and ask the questions that are going to, like, if I do not get a report out of this that has pretty pictures in it, I'm not going to be satisfied from how. I know that's not what you're saying. No, I'm talking about myself, Director Varda. I'm saying that whatever it is that we need, I would encourage us to, rather than continuing to talk about questioning the decision that has been made, it has been made, to figure out, okay, so how do we articulate in a way that's very clear and supportive what it is we need? So if it is that we need a monthly update on what work has been done and how that's translating to the whole, then let's ask for it. That is our absolute purview to do. If it is that we need to have a special session, that is during the summer to maintain some momentum in how we understand this work being done, let's do that. But I hesitate to pull support or question support for the decision that was made. If we agree that the work is important and that it needs to move forward and is going to help in support of some of these other initiatives that we're doing, then my strong hope is that we can be a solution-focused board and ask for what we need so that you all can then carry that message and we can support that work happening in whatever way makes the most sense to us. Director Reed.
So, Director Varda, correct me if I'm wrong, but it almost seems like what you're asking for is that, Director Miller, you said this costs more than Denver's because we're asking for more. And I don't know that we're 100% certain because we were new. When we approved this, discussions had happened in depths that we didn't have yet. If we could understand better what it is that we're asking for that is so much more above Denver. So, like, clearly we're asking for things, right? There's got to be some sort of solid sense of this is what we're asking for. And it would be nice to know what those things are, because then we assume that that is kind of the deliverable, right? If they're calculating out this is how many hours that we plan to spend on this, then surely they have some idea of what they're going to be spending those hours doing. And it would be nice for us to know more specifically what those tasks are. Does that fit better what you're talking about?
Right, but I would suggest that following up what Director Schooley has said is we have asked for better understanding of finance. We have asked for greater levels of transparency. We have asked for understanding how small schools work and how they're different. We have asked, I think Director Parker brought forward that a middle school was suggesting, or not suggesting, but they said, hey, if we go above a certain level of students, then we have to transfer money over here. There's a lot of 155 schools that are doing different things on different spreadsheets, all tied up to the district level. And in my world, in the work that I do across the country, Jeffco as a $1.4 billion district should not be operating this way. We need to be understanding exactly how we're spending money on our students, the expected outcomes for our students, how much that costs, how do we support our teachers, are we the right sized, for elementary, for middle, for high. All of this work, I believe, will help us do that thriving school work so that we know, hey, we need 400 children in an elementary school. Then let's not have a school of 50. We need 900 children in a middle school. Then let's not have a school district, a middle school of 250 or 300. We need 2,000 students in a high school to provide all the great opportunities. Then let's not have a school of 900. We don't even have benchmarks for that. And so our ask in my world is help us figure out how we actually truly budget for our students so that we make sure we have the amps. We make sure that we have the teacher supports. We have no idea how that works right now. And so we've asked our superintendent to make sense of it for us, to help give us guidance so we do really good work for Thrive. And they went out and they found the best organization that does this work. And it is a huge lift to be asking an organization to come in and get this work done in 9 months with 155 different schools and 155 different budgets and a central budget with no uniform code of accounts. So let's make that happen. We're unique, honestly.
So that is part of what we're asking them to deliver.
I think we're trying to understand how we're spending our dollars.
I mean, at the end of the day, I think we're asking for a better SBB,
Right.
a better budgeting process.
No, I
Which
get
takes
that.
all of that in professional development. Are we getting the right dollars spent? Are we spending money on curriculum? Are we spending money on operations? We don't have a understanding of that.
So obviously, we're happy to provide additional information. I do think just a bit of perspective. When we first approached ERS to talk to us about what could this look like, they went more the analysis route, and they gave us a much smaller scope in cost and service level. And I really think if we look at how much is spent, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 1 is about 300,000 out of the 700, so it's less than half. So less than half is really spent just on the analysis, and quite a bit is spent in the iterative process of design and that supporting our training and implementation work. And so I think that's based on experience with these other cities, where when you go to try and make hard decisions, and the people who are making the decisions are us, not them. And we're like, well, what if we do it this way? And what if we do it this way? And what if we change this? And what if we change that? That's the part that's time intensive, that's most significantly time intensive. And I've certainly seen that play out recently in DC. You know, the analysis phase was pretty quick. And then the process to actually make changes to the funding formula stretched out over 2 years because there wasn't enough time and intentionality originally devoted to it, and it sort of got derailed and they tried again. So I guess I would just say this is a consulting group that is going to help facilitate our decision making, and I think that is helpful because we don't have the trust we need at this moment. And hopefully that will be really valuable to us as we're trying to iterate and improve, especially given the number of unknowns that we're facing in terms of schools, how many schools we have, how many kids are in each school, et cetera.
Director, did you have anything else to? I didn't want to cut you off your questions. Director Parker.
I just want to say that I echo what Director Varda said. Being a new board member, not understanding really consent agendas and how much to ask or take off the agenda so you can ask more questions. So my regret is that it was $700,000 and I didn't think of questions to ask beforehand. But I am totally on board for this. I think we need it 100%. I'm very excited that we're doing it. I heard about it every single school that I visited. My concern is in support of what Dr. Varda is saying, is that if ERS is the one and only organization that could provide us with this service, I understood that to mean that they've done it before, as we've seen. And so that I don't want to be spending $700,000 for anything that's a boilerplate that they just plug in our name. So I appreciate what you're saying, that they're going to have iterative and we're going to be doing a lot of that stuff. And that's where I'm hoping we can get some of the interim reports that Dr. Varda is talking about, so we can see what they've added, because that's one of my concerns, is that we are only going to get, something that's already cut and paste. But I am 100%. Except I will say that Superintendent Dorland, you did say that if we get to phase 3 in your little talk there, and I sure hope we get to phase 3.
I hope we get to phase 3 too, because I think it will be very helpful for us and for our school leaders who manage all the budgets. So. Mm-hmm.
Other questions, comments before we close out? And then
Can I check in on one thing process-wise? As an example, last week for the contract around telehealth services, it was on your consent agenda, and there was one other thing, I can't quite think of what it was, and we pulled it and did a quick presentation for you before consent. I want to mark for you all that was part of this lesson learned. We knew, and during agenda prep had talked about the fact that the board has expressed a lot of interest in our mental health supports for students. And we thought it would be beneficial for you to hear about the details prior to your consent vote. So this is maybe just a checking in with you. Like, did that feel better to you in terms of some of the things that we identified for presentation for last week? Okay. So we'll keep paying attention to that and highlighting what we might need to do a quick presentation on for you. So, yeah.
Great. Thank you all very much. Much appreciated. We move on now to receive an update regarding regional opportunities for thriving schools, the initiative designed to respond to this board's request for a comprehensive plan to ensure thriving schools with enrollment to support extraordinary student experiences across our district. On April 7th, 2022, the Board of Education adopted a resolution to guide the work of regional opportunities for thriving schools in Jeffco. As has been mentioned, Jeffco has the capacity to serve 96,000 students in our traditional schools, and we currently serve around 69,000 in traditional schools. Our regions are widely viewed through the lens of our articulation areas, which feed up to our high schools. Difficult and untimely spring decisions to close 2 elementary schools in the last 2 years have been required due to minimal student enrollment, which we are trying to change course. As board members, we have allocated 90 minutes for this presentation and discussion. Welcome back and welcome newly. Superintendent Dorland, do you have anything to add before we turn it over to our guests?
No, not at this time. I'm excited for you to hear about the process that we're proposing and have you all have some dialogue about it.
Great. I will turn it over to you.
Thank you so much. Again, Lisa Relu, Chief of Strategy and Communications.
Kim LeBlanc Esparza, Deputy Superintendent.
Steve Bell, good evening, District Operations.
Great. Well, thank you guys for having us tonight. We were able to allude somewhat to this presentation when we talked about FCB last week, so I'm excited to jump in. I hope we have a couple of we've a lot of this time because we'd like to have some discussion as part of this presentation. And I'm going to take notes, but I also know that I have the recording to go back to, so I want to make sure that I'm listening as well. But I will make sure we have all the notes from tonight's meeting. So our purpose tonight. Our purpose is to update the board on the Regional Opportunities for Thriving Schools initiative designed to respond to the board's request for a comprehensive plan to ensure thriving schools with enrollment to support extraordinary student experiences across our district. And I just want to go over, just once again, recite some things which you can, I'm sure you dream about at this point. You've heard so many times. We have the capacity to serve 96,000 students in traditional schools, and we currently serve 69,000 students. Our enrollment is expected to decline further going into next school year. Our regions are widely viewed through the lens of articulation areas. And we have had some difficult and untimely spring decisions to close 2 elementary schools in the past 2 years due to minimal student enrollment. Those schools were Allendale and Fitzmaurice. And I just want to say that as we go through this, we have been, for the past, since you all decided to close Fitzmaurice, we have been working through that closure and have learned a lot already from just the operational, from an operational standpoint, from a people standpoint, what that looks like and feels like. And I know that Allendale was the year before, but it's definitely helping us plan for the future as we move forward. So phase 1, we have talked about, and we put this forward last month, that a phase 1 would focus on November 2022 consolidations that will confront future emergency spring closure decisions for small elementary schools. Move the district toward a future where all elementary schools are thriving with foundational components, and lay the groundwork for phase 2 with a focus on bringing regional cohesion PK through 12 with a vision toward the future. So really what's come down to at this point is that we have schools that will be, if we take no action, would be an emergency Allendale, Fitzmaurice type situation, this coming year. And we really have, while we have a large issue in this district, there are a few schools that are really facing dire situations with how small they are going into next school year, and we must confront those in order to meet your desire not to have to do emergency closures. So our objective, as I've just said, is to concentrate for phase 1 is to concentrate investments in our students, staff, and schools in order to enhance and create extraordinary student experiences. So as we've talked about before, we're stretched really thin. We're trying to be less stretched and make sure that people feel that in the experience. And we've talked about how that manifests in a number of ways, and we'll continue talking about that tonight. And then phase 2 is the investment in the cohesion within an articulation area. And as we sort of narrowed down to why we need to focus on in elementary schools, is because we have a lot of excess capacity in our elementary schools. We have capacity to serve 39,900 K-5 students in 85 traditional elementary schools, and we currently serve 25,600. And there are 49 elementary schools in the district with K-5 populations under 250 and/or building utilizations of 60% or less that combined have 10,600 empty seats. So this, as we've talked about before, is not isolated to any one articulation area. We have this issue spread throughout our district, and we need to confront it. So another piece of the puzzle that has been added to this since we've been talking about regional opportunities for thriving schools earlier this year is that our budget situation with our current salary negotiations is getting even more tight. And so one of our strategies so the district will likely have to utilize some one-time reserve for ongoing salary expenses, which will require reducing staffing and operation expenditures over the next 2 years in order to address the deficit budget. One of the strategies used to accomplish this will be a community engagement process to address the needs for school consolidations given our declining enrollment. So today, we really want to preview for you what we expect our recommendation to be. So I know this is a little bit out of order, and I apologize, but I actually would like to show you the timeline first, which might be, we talked about it in generalities. I don't remember what slide it was. Okay, here it is. Oh, thank you. And I should, the 13, and yeah. Okay. So our timeline and process. So this, according to the policy you all passed last week, we are delivering a study to you and to the public on June 30th that is comprised of all 85 elementary schools, a report on all 85 elementary schools. By delivering that will allow you to take action by November 30th within that time frame. In the policy that you passed, 2 months following the publication of the study, if the superintendent is going to make recommendations, they will make recommendations. So that will be August 31st. regarding which schools should be closed or consolidated. And at that time, of course, a notification process would cascade. We have, according to the policy, we have to also post hearing dates associated with any recommendations, and the advisory committee, which we'll talk a little bit more about tonight. I know you all have an interest in that. Would need to go into effect. So I apologize for skipping around, but I wanted to sort of go over the timeline there. So a preview quickly of our recommendations for November 2022. One, we will propose recommended closures of schools based on student count and building utilization by August 31st, 2022. And then we are also going to do a process which we'll talk a little bit more about tonight, to provide support for schools that want to collaborate to bring forward voluntary community-driven consolidation proposals. And so we'll go into that a little bit. And if I'm going too quickly or talking too quickly, please let me know. So the support for schools that want to collaborate to bring forward voluntary community-driven consolidation proposals. So what does this mean? 2 schools would come to the district with a plan to consolidate into 1 school. Why would they do this? They would do it to build one stronger school community with more robust programming, and also to receive a CIP investment in an opportunity or big idea that aligns with their community's vision. How would we support this? The district will hire a consultant to support the community superintendent and 2 school principals to lead their communities through a process to create a shared vision and generate a proposal for an opportunity to receive CIP funding. So this is an idea that has been building for a little while. It started with some of the conversations that came from you all in terms of how can we share resources in an articulation area. It then also came as we started to talk to community soups and actually heard that some schools had potential ideas for this. We met with elementary school principals a week and a half ago and brought forward this idea and had about an hour's worth of great discussion around it. And we know there is some interest in exploring this idea and possibility. And we have asked people to bring forward their ideas, to speak with their community superintendents and with me about what that could potentially look like. So we're rolling on this. We're not sure exactly what it will look like or what the interest will be, but we know there is some definite interest in exploring this as an opportunity, as I think Principal Withy sort of led the way this past spring with taking control of your own destiny as a school and a community and what that can look like, and has inspired some folks to think about what that might look like for them. So our timeline and process. So tonight you're reviewing our recommended approach, which we just did. And then we want to pause for a few minutes and talk about your principles, the things that you value or want to make sure are present and clear in our approach moving forward. And then there has been conversation from the dais about what the expectations around what students whose schools might be closing, what their experience will be in their new school, their new boundary school, or they would have, potentially choice priority into other schools, and want to spend some time just having some discussion around that tonight. So I'd like, if it's okay with you all, I'd like to pause for that discussion. And I'd like to start with principles for the approach. And I don't know if you've had some time to think about this, but this is really from your perspective, what do you value in the approach we're going to take, or what do you want us to keep in mind as we move forward as a district? One of the things we've done this exercise a little bit in our teams as well. And for example, a principle could be that as much as we can, we try to keep students together so that they can move with their friends. And that's something we really valued in the Fitzmaurice process. Instead of saying, here's 5 schools you can go to, which of course they can use the choice process to do that. We found a place that could accept all of the students together if they chose to move that way. And so that is just one example of a principle. So I think with that, I'll turn it over to you.
Sure. All right. So, board members, thoughts about this question that Ms. Rue has asked? Director Reed.
So there are a couple of things that are important to me. And one is maybe not so much what the school will look like, but as we create this plan, it's very important to me that this not happen to the same people twice. So I don't want there to be a situation where we close a school and that community either consolidates with another school, although I don't think it would happen if it were one where they like did the community initiated consolidation, but where we're moving them somewhere else and then we close the school that we moved them to. So, so for me, it makes more sense to sort of do this on a larger scale actually first, to make sure that we don't just say, well, we're going to try this with a few schools, and then lo and behold, we're bouncing kids all over the district. I just really, really don't want to do that. I also think that in looking at schools, we've already talked about, things like making sure there's at least 2 of every grade level so that teachers can have people with whom to collaborate, and not having mixed grade levels unless there's a reason that a school chooses to have that as a program and it's not driven by class sizes and not having enough. But I also would like to look at sort of other things that a particular school may offer to its community. And I'm thinking, as an example, Foothills Elementary School has Foothills Foodies. That is a food bank for the community. That also, it provides food, it provides clothing. So we might look at other ways that a community may depend upon a particular school as we decide whether that is a school that we would keep kids in, or at the very least, taking into account that we need to move those programs with that school or with those kids. We already had a situation where with rebuilding a school, we inadvertently left out an entire healthcare system that was offered by that school to that community. So I don't want to have communities lose vital resources in the course of this.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. Go ahead, Director Miller.
So I am nervous about the principals getting together and let's build a school. And the reason I am nervous about that is because I believe we have certain parameters already set in place about the size of school and how it thrives. And so to me, it'd be lovely if Stephanie Schooley Elementary School and Susan Miller Elementary School, and we have 125 kids, and we get together now we're 250, or now we're 300, but we're losing enrollment. And so now we're starting to lose enrollment in our community, and 2 years later, we're back where Ms. Reed says, hey, I'm going to have to consolidate again. So I understand not having it, quote unquote, done to us, but I also want to make sure we have the big picture and that we're looking at how we're going to support students and not assuage adults' concerns. We need to take care of students. And therefore, you're giving us a report of all of the elementary schools. We're supposed to be able then to understand what's being provided at these different schools. Do we understand why we have children leaving Arvada? Because the population is not moving, and so therefore we're not having children. So therefore, we should be very cautious about putting just 2 schools or 3 schools together in this area. We need to understand why we're losing children, and if that's going to change in the future, or if people are staying in place and living in their houses, and we're not going to have another turnover for another 15 years or 12 years. So I understand that it makes sense for principals to be able to talk and community superintendents to talk, but if we're going to be doing thriving schools, we need to understand what is the minimum we must have in our elementary schools within a 15% range of 85% to me. and that's a benchmark, but 85% to 90% utilization level for not just 2 years out, but we're looking at 5 years out. We need to be looking at projections and what that looks like. And so I understand that there has to be a regional conversation, but we need to take into consideration what the history of the enrollment has been, take into consideration our GIS and what they're saying it's going to look like, what's in future enrollment going to look like 5 years out for these schools and or this area, and plan accordingly. And then potentially take into consideration these 2 or 3 schools getting together, honoring that the Foothills program has footies. How do we bring that with another school and do those wraparounds? I don't believe it's up to 2 principals. I believe it's up to us as a board looking down overall the entire community and sitting back and saying and listening to Mr. Bell's group and the GIS group and understanding enrollment and future projections. What are we going to do to make this community in this area successful and thrive so that they all have art, they all have music, they all have special ed supports, they all have a teacher and potentially a para if needed, if that's the community that's needed. And that way we can get feedback from, I think, the principals as to what else they need. But I am very nervous about suggesting that we build from our base up as opposed to looking at what is it that we really need for thriving schools and what the parameters are for the thriving school.
Okay.
So that would be my principle.
Mr. Bell.
Just to comment on both the comments that we've received so far from board members, it drives us to the reality that the decision-making process that we have here is a broad scope process. And I think it can't be a narrow scope process. Our district is too large. We have too many differentiated situations for both population, growth trends, enrollments and such, all those factors that we all know well. But we have to look at this as a district overall broad scope. And I'm going to suggest, and I don't take this wrong, but it is not an emotional decision-making process. And that's hard. I realize that. And it's going to have that involved in it. It always does. But we have to find ways that we can evaluate things not on a short term, not on a small scope, but over long term, broad scope. That's our belief, at least from the management of the facilities district wide. So I would encourage us to keep those things in mind. It's large scope, broad scope, and it's long term.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Were you going to go ahead?
I just wanted to clarify, and I think Director Miller wasn't, the board obviously would make a decision, I mean, either way on both of these, the ways in which we would recommend, the board would still be the decision maker at the end of the day. Okay, thank you.
Yay. So just adding to the conversation around, like, what are we talking about? Yeah, got it now, principles. One is I would like to hear more, it's a principle of mine, thinking about where is the best placement for our center programs. Because I think that what has happened sometimes is the center programs are put in school sites, and I'm not sure the why behind which one's chosen, if it's to boost enrollment or if there's this particular facilities rationale for that. But some thought and care around where those center programs are, looking at that geographically for the parents whose children that serves. That's a principle of mine. And then, as you talk about sort of broad scope, and I hear you on the what I think is going to be, for me personally, a very challenging series of discussions because it is emotional, despite my best efforts to shut that down. So it's a point well taken. The other piece of it is, as we think about, this is another principle, as we think about what that sort of broad lens looks like for redrawing district boundaries, for thinking about what I'm slowly formulating in my head as a new type of neighborhood school, that the way in which we've thought about neighborhood schools in Jeffco has to shift in ways that may not be 2 blocks away. In terms of geography, we're a massive district, and so with that, I get concerned, around this isn't the right word, but like sort of a gerrymandering of boundary lines, and how we are creating equity in that drawing of boundaries. I can see these lines and the impact they have in each articulation area I go to. And people can clearly choice one way or the other, but it makes a big difference. And so I really want that to be a robust conversation around the rationale for how we're drawing those boundary lines to create the richest experience for students that is that encourages the value of belonging in all of the ways, and equity, the big E word. One other value I have would be around how, as we move into some of the, this is a little bit off, but into the community kind of conversations part, how we're engaging with DAC and our area representatives and the folks that have been working with schools and working within these articulation areas, and have a lot of those relationships. I would love to see us engage that group of individuals in thinking about and dialoguing about what they're, wherever that dialogue goes. I'll stop there. I've got more, but I'll stop there and see if anyone else has principles for Director Parker.
Yes, I would like to have a good evaluation of our Title I schools and neighborhoods so that we are making sure we do right by them. And then along the lines of what Mr. Bell was saying about the overview level, I know that this isn't something we're doing right away, but articulation areas I think should be relooked at, and then the district boundaries, because one concern I have is no matter how we decide to consolidate, whether it's our staff doing it or the principals getting together, moving to a certain school, consolidating there that has an articulation area that's, the pipeline up through the middle school and the high school, all of a sudden is going to be overloaded. And some other middle school is going to say, hey, wait, you just took away my whole school. Now what am I going to do? So we would have some kind of immediate impact on middle schools, even though we're just highlighting or focusing on elementary schools right now.
Thank you, Director Parker. I think right now we're looking within Arctic areas, so we would not be but I mean, your point about looking across articulation areas is really important, so thank you for stating that.
Other questions? Yep.
I thank you for having that conversation with the principals. During my short time here, I was able to visit almost 30 schools, and after we started having this discussion, I made it a point at every school visit to say to the principal, this is what's coming and this is what we're talking about, because I was hopeful that we could get as many people to know as possible. And then I would ask them, like, how does that feel when I say that? And like, what is that? What are your thoughts on that? And the principals would talk about it. And I heard principals with ideas. I'm wondering if it's the same ones who were like, we have ideas for how to blend our school communities. And they always had the kids in the focus. They would say, we can provide a better opportunity for these kids if we blended this together, because we have, all these things. And then I gave one other example of meeting with a teacher during the Pomona music crisis, who asked to meet with me, and he showed me a spreadsheet of his 4 alternatives. And I thought that's so creative. I've never seen us talk about it that way. And so I think, speaking of design processes, like that's what you're talking about, and like really engaging the people who are going to be affected by this, and getting their perspectives, asking parents what their ideas are, asking principals, asking teachers, and then up from there, I think will help us as a board get a lot of buy-in and, frankly, just ideas and creativity around the schools that they can imagine. Because I think if we can help people see the opportunity that we're getting presented with here to build those places that their children can thrive in, and we have them help us dream that up, it's a totally different conversation than we're about to close your school, figure it out. So, which we are not wanting to have with any of them. So I am really grateful. I was really excited when you mentioned that and said that that conversation was happening. And I think if we continue that kind of energy and collaboration with the community, we'll still have hard conversations, but we'll have so much more buy-in from the people who are about to experience the outcome of our decisions. So I was just really excited about that. And I think this is obvious. I probably don't have to say it, but I think we're all concerned about our AMP, and just like Director Miller said, we have some ideas of the criteria for a thriving school, but I'm not sure I know what they are. I know like having 2 levels per grade or 2 classes per grade. I've heard some people say 3 classes per grade is the right thing. Full-time AMP, maybe sharing is okay. So I'm not sure what all those are, but I think if we can create principles around them, it'll help a lot. And lastly, I have a lot of concerns about the Title I schools and what happens when we start to move just for eligibility for Title I, what happens across those configurations. It seems very complex. So I'm glad you brought that up, Director Parker.
Director Reed.
Along the lines of talking about Title I, I was talking to a teacher at a Title I school, and they're sort of on the cusp anyway of losing that. So I asked, how does that impact you? And he said, if I get enough new students, it doesn't really matter. It becomes a wash. It just depends on whether or not there are enough new students. So clearly, if there are enough students, it seemed to me that you don't necessarily have to have Title I schools if you can avoid it. Like, I just would like to see us try to have better blends socioeconomically, because part of the problem with being a Title I school, like, it's great that you get the extra funding, but you're the school whose PTA can't afford to do things. And so, I look at schools who the overall affluence of the students allows the PTA to raise money for everybody to get, plasma boards, or to put in an outdoor classroom, or to put in, a greenhouse. And then these schools that are struggling to get anything already, and their PTAs can't help. So if we can get better blends socioeconomically, I think that there would be real advantages for kids who otherwise don't get those extras. So I would like to see us think about socioeconomic blends within schools.
Thank you, Director Reed. I just want to note that I think you have moved us into the second bullet, which is your desires around the experience for students in terms of where they go next. So if it's okay with you, President Schooley, maybe we can. I'd be happy to continue to hear the first one too, but we can maybe also go into the second question.
Sure. I have one more thing about the slides we've seen thus far, and then let Director Miller go and then move forward. And I appreciate us being able to spend this time, because I think it's a really important foundation for us to get this stuff on the table. I am struggling with the idea of providing CIP funding only to schools that have voluntary consolidations. I'm just not sure that. Sorry, did you say what? CIP? Oh,
I think
slide.
that was, it is in one of the slides, but I don't know that it doesn't contemplate that other schools who might be supported through the process or identified by the district based on enrollment and capacity utilization wouldn't also benefit from some CIP investments.
Okay, I think that
and that is part of what's in our next presentation, just so you know.
Okay, I would I'll wait and see, because this is a challenge for me. I feel like this is a strange. Anyways, I'll wait and see what comes up, and then I'll voice my opinion then. Director Miller?
Sorry, just to follow up on that, President Schooley. So could you say that maybe one of your principles in terms of the experience is that the district is making some kind of investment in areas where kids are going? Or
I mean, my personal opinion on CIP investment is that it should go to where it's needed for kids to have equitable learning experiences.
Okay.
That it's not based on you got here first, you raised your hand first, or everyone gets like Oprah style. I just don't think that makes sense to spend money in a way that either is incentivizing something that like coalition of it's like compliance versus the commitment to doing what's best for kids. This makes me uncomfortable for those reasons, as would if someone said every building that's consolidating gets X amount of dollars to make a new sign. Maybe they need that to have, if there's some, significant thing, but unless it's in service to that building being a facility that's meeting the educational needs of students better, that would make no sense to me either, I guess.
Thank you. Thank
Yeah.
you for clarifying
You're
that.
welcome.
I appreciate it.
Director Miller, did you have something else to add?
Yeah, so I just want to make sure my principles, we're data driven. We really do understand the data that we're using and why we're using it for the purpose of making it better for kids, that it's very transparent. I think it goes back to what Director Varda and others have said, is how are we making those decisions? And we know that it is going to be emotional, but we also have to realize that this is long-term and it's what's best for children. And if we can incorporate ideas and concepts, wonderful, but we have to make sure that it's financially viable to do those investments. And then my third ask would be that no child gets put in a worse condition or a worse position, meaning that they are put into an educational environment where they're not supported and financially dollars are driven that way. Kind of goes back to our SBB conversation. Are we providing the necessary financial resources to support those children in that new school environment? And I would caveat Director Parker's comment about Title I. And the reason I would just raise it is we had a Pleasant View, which was a Title I, and we closed it. And we sent those children to different schools. And they went to schools that were not Title, they went to schools that were not Title. And because those dollars did not follow, the challenge for those schools that were taking those children in to their world and to their community, they did not have the financial resources to address the needs of those children. And so we need to be very careful, I think, about how we navigate those waters to ensure that the dollars that are needed for those children, because once we don't have Title, keep in mind we don't get federal dollars and we don't get state dollars for those children. And so we have to be very cautious about how we think about taking care of all kiddos, and that may be with the revising of the SBB dollars, and that may be with the redirection of dollars into the schools. But I don't want to lose sight of what that impact might be for our budget and the implications of that and those supports those children need. So those would be my three.
Okay. All right, why don't we move forward, and then we'll have another round of trying to provide more information.
Great. So our second question is desires around the experience. So Director Miller and I think Director Reed set us up nicely for that. So and have already started to talk about that. So that's about where the kids would go if they cannot go to the school that they're in currently. And so what would your desires be for what they experience at in their new environment?
Director Varda.
That we think about busing and transportation for kids who might have been able to walk to their schools, and what that means for parents and working parents. And I know we have start time issues, but that one, the other one that came to mind here is since we have closed a couple of schools, it would be great to hear from families that had the experience on what they think went well and what didn't go well, and where they felt like they had information or didn't have information. So kind of like a reflection on experiences that they've had, and what would they have wanted to be different or supportive. What could they support that we do going forward?
Okay, thank you. I would just add to that with transportation, because I completely agree with you, and opportunities for childcare. So before and after school, if that is a need of the school. I don't know many schools where it's not a need, but sometimes it's unrealistic because of the capacity issues around number of students that they have. So that would, yeah, so that would be another thing I would add. I feel like I'm going back to when we were having the sort of the broader conversation around, as a board, what do we want to have every student experience, and like I'd like that, please.
I also do want to put back into the conversation of understanding why we have children choicing out of these schools. And we've heard some parents come forward. I think it was for Fitzmaurice. A mom came forward and said she was not going to that school because she did not have before and after care. And so, and there could be a menagerie of reasons why. But if we don't address that, then we're not going to really be able to understand what type of environment we want to be creating for our communities. So, for example, if we look at some of our elementary schools, they have a very small footprint. And so they may not be able to provide the art program with the kiln and the outdoor experience and something else. So those 5 or 10 families leave and go someplace else. And maybe that's a perpetual. I just don't feel we have a handle, or maybe it's just me, but I don't really have a handle on understanding why parents are choicing to someplace else. So we have 40% of our families choicing someplace else, and they're leaving these schools that we are looking at consolidating. And do we understand how maybe we could retain them in those areas or bring them back? Or it'd be better to understand what we're not providing and why, and how do we keep them there? And I know that may be a longer task, but that's my concern, is that we'll put schools together and we'll still continue to lose children if we don't understand why.
Director, can I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
You're talking about the students who stay within Jeffco,
Right.
but just do not choose their neighborhood school.
Right.
Is that correct? Okay.
Right. Because we're losing children from certain parts of the district. They're going someplace else. Why? And so if we're thinking about the opportunities for consolidating, then do we provide some type of program in that new opportunity in that school that retains children in that area? So if they're looking for some program that we're not providing, let's say a STEM program, do we provide that opportunity, that learning experience in that area?
And I think we have some good examples of why this is so important. It reminds me of what you said in an earlier presentation, Dr. Kim, about the truancy and thinking you understand like who it's impacting and the root cause. And you're like, oh, okay, not so much. And we've had, I think, this historic attempt at creating some sort of boutique experiences as a solution for enrollment that has not really played out in the way that people thought, because no one, I don't think, really looked more broadly to ask, is that what the problem is? Is that really the challenge that we're solving for? Which I think it can be also not great for communities to sort of go through that cycle of, is this what you want? Is this what, and not have the data to really say, this is how we want our kids to be best supported. So just to add a little thumb up. Yep. Other thoughts about the second question. We need to take a break in a second. So would students, I think this is asking, would students who are impacted by a school closure consolidation have choice priority? And is this what this is asking?
Well, so I mean that's one of the things, and we don't have to talk about this today, but we would need to talk about it in the future regarding what the provisions we want to make for students who would be impacted. And in some instances, other districts have given certain priority to students who are affected. So I think this, personally, I think this has been a really good start to this conversation, and it's something we should keep talking about and keep going back to. And I assume we will probably add to it as we go. So I'm okay moving along to our timeline, and just invite you, as always, to continue the conversation.
Yeah, please, Director
I thought
Barta.
of one last thing, and I know we want to move on. But in the Fitzmaurice closing, something I thought that I heard was a great experience for the families was when the principals came to the community meetings of the schools that we were recommending that they go to, both the centers, Stott and Lawrence. And that was just the first time I saw the principals introduce themselves. But then I went to the community celebration of Fitzmaurice and just heard from numbers of teachers that continued. Like, I guess they took a bus over to the school one day and got to go, make friends right away. There were just a number of different things that I heard happening. I would love to see that kind of experience for the kids continue.
Okay, yeah, why don't we
Thank
go
you.
through and then we'll see if there's other comments or questions before we go anywhere else.
Okay, great. So we already went through the timeline here that I presented here. So as you know, we're preparing reports based on the newly drafted policy language. And the board is meeting to review those reports publicly on July 26th. Superintendent will make recommendations on school closures and consolidations by August 31st. And at the time of the recommendation, as we talked about before, articulation area committees will be formed. We can continue to talk about what that looks like. The date, time, and location of public hearing will be posted. And we anticipate this would lead to some sort of action or consideration by the board this November. So a little bit about community engagement. So the community engagement will involve articulation area advisory committees, which we can talk about again. We can continue to talk about what those are, what the makeup is of those. So for the consolidation recommendations, we do not envision that these meetings. So if we're saying that we're talking about a school closure, that the community engagement will be based on whether the schools we have identified should be closed, but more the community engagement will be focused on a new attendance area for students impacted and provisions that those families would like to see for choice priority, transportation, experience, and we do not have the capacity internally to support all the community engagement work that would need to happen. So we are going to put an RFP out publicly for to get proposals to help support us in this community engagement work. So that's for the district recommended closures and consolidations. Now for this idea of two school communities that might be coming together, we're again fleshing out a little bit of what that looks like, and I appreciate what Director Miller has said tonight. We'll definitely keep that in mind. This would look a little bit different. It would look like bringing two school communities together and engaging with a consultant on more of a design process around creating a shared vision and an opportunity project. But again, President School, you brought some things around that tonight. So again, these were just some initial ideas that we need to go back to the table on a bit. And we would also be asking for some external support for this and through an RFP process. So that's all I have for you right now. And I'm happy to take any additional questions you have.
All right, board, let's go around to see if there's any other questions, comments, things you want to make sure that are put into posterity, for posterity somewhere. Dr. Miller.
Yeah, so I am, and I've expressed my concern to Superintendent Dorland, and I think to others at this table, and as well as to Mr. Bell. I am concerned that we are just looking at elementary schools, and that we will miss something. That potentially a teacher that came up with an idea might say, "Hey, should it be a middle school and a high school? What if we thought about a regional academy? What are we thinking about opportunities for a K-12 continuum of learning along the pathways if we had an arts program that went from kindergarten through 12th grade?" And so when we sit back and we say, hey, we're just going to look at the elementary schools, my concern is what are we going to potentially miss in terms of opportunities to, honestly, close a middle school or two, because we have a number of middle schools that are underutilized and we have a few schools that are underutilized. And so my concern is just by doing elementary schools, we and we're not looking specifically at regions or articulation areas, that might provide an opportunity for turnaround opportunities or different type of grade configurations that can take care of our kiddos and teachers, so it's a more vibrant community. That's my concern we might miss. And I know we have a number of schools that we must take care of in these next number of months. And I get that, and I understand that. But we have a lot of schools that need to be considered and reviewed and provide opportunities for children. And that's what I'm most concerned about, is what do we miss when we just do it this way? And what do we miss if we are not looking at an entire area that says, like I'm thinking peak to peak, the continuum of the learning that takes place at that school, how do we ensure that that's going to take place? What are we thinking about Jefferson area? What are we thinking about Alameda? What are we thinking about Evergreen? It just seems to me that by looking at just elementary schools and saying, this is our first cut, so to speak, bad choice of word. This is our first round of evaluation. What do we miss? And also taking into consideration investments that have been made in our facilities already, and making sure that we are thoughtful about how we're potentially, when we do those consolidations, that we use those buildings that have had the greatest lift or have had the greatest, the investment has been made so that students' experience is high quality. So I'm not exactly sure how we respond to that, you all, but that is really my concern, is how do we ensure we're doing the work that's necessary to be best for those students in that region.
Thank you for saying that. And we've talked a lot in this room about moving at the speed of trust, and also recognizing which this Fitzmore's closure has helped me just personally better understand our capacity internally, operationally. I don't mean just what I say operationally, I mean centrally, to support this kind of work in a way that will feel really good. I know from personally having done this work before, the amount of support that's required on the back end for each individual family. And so I think we want to keep that in serving our families and our communities well at the heart of this work. And we also need the time to do that work that you're talking about. And I think starting phase 2 in a way that that does what you're saying, the bigger look, and giving us the time that would feel right potentially for the community to do that. But yeah, I mean, we've got a huge endeavor that we need to, and we need to approach it thoughtfully, though, to make sure we're serving everyone well. So thank you for those comments.
Other board members, comments, thoughts? Go, Dr. Reed.
I just have a question, because I have no idea whether or not this even should fall into this. I don't know if we have any charters that are under capacity, and is that even in our purview? Okay, I don't know that. Okay.
That's a good question.
Can I just clarify one thing? And I'm going to have Ms. Tullison listen to me say this and correct me if I'm wrong. I would say it does not land in your purview at this moment, but as our charter schools work through the terms of the contract that we've set with them, they come up for renewal. So if you're interested in learning about their enrollment patterns and trends as part of your review of their renewal, I think that's something that we could talk about.
I think she's after my job. That's
okay. Thanks. Thank you.
That's the answer.
So at some point you do.
Time. Yeah.
Only from a fiscal perspective. If they say that they can handle 235 students for their school and they have a budget for that and they're able to financially viable, we can do that. We can't go back and tell them that they have to have 400 children, right?
No.
Or are you suggesting, hey, you have room for 400 children and you only have 250? Is that what you're asking? Or, yeah, is that what you meant by part of the conversation? Or, so understanding what their enrollment is looking like right now. Oh, I see. Okay.
Well, we are not doing data analysis on any of our charter schools for June. but we can continue to have this conversation. I think it is relevant when you have a new application to think about this in the context of demand. But that's neither here nor there because.
Yeah, thank you for that. The last piece that I have is, and it's like our number one value around keeping it about the kids, and I think you've heard a lot of that around how we're making these decisions in ways that are going to best serve this vision we have for students. In addition to that, I would also just like to make sure that there is some care both in the language and approach for how we're talking about this with our staff and school-based administrators, because we have made it pretty clear, and we'll be talking about this in a sec, that as we look at our budget and we look at our declining enrollment, that how we are able to guarantee or not jobs for people and how we're able to sort of, you don't repurpose people, find other opportunities for individuals or not based on our financial capacity. That's scary for people. And I don't want for, in that way, it is also an emotional process. I'm never going to be able to do it, Mr. Bell. It's an emotional process. And I want there to be care in having these conversations with school leadership and with folks in buildings that, that this is through no, fault of their own, that something is in fact happening to them at that point for our staff, and how we handle that and how we engage them in this process, I think is extremely important. Any other things before we pause?
I just want to say thank you so much for engaging in this conversation. I know it's going to get hard, and I just appreciate everyone's openness. So thank you.
Great. Board members, thank you all very much. Would you all like to take a quick break? It's been another 2 hours, shockingly. Okay, we can keep going. I'm happy to keep going. We did save some time. We're only an hour-ish behind now. Oh. Okay, so we will now move, unless anyone stops me. Yes, we sure can. We will now discuss and review a list of projects to prioritize unallocated funds from the 2018 Capital Improvement Program, otherwise known as the CIP. Just kidding, CIP. Board members, we have an hour allocated for this presentation and discussion. And to welcome Mr. Steve Bell, Superintendent Dorland, do you have anything to add at this moment?
I do not. Well, yes, I do. I believe that you all are well prepared for this conversation because we had some time this month offline with you as individuals to discuss some of this. And so I might have a process suggestion, and that is that we can go through all of the slides, but you've seen them all. The other thing we could do is we can take questions about anything that's in here, but you all have seen it multiple times now. And I just wonder if it makes more sense to prioritize your time discussing slides 18 and 19, which are staff considerations for what you might want to prioritize. If that's not what you'd like to do and you'd like to go backwards, we can go backwards as you ask questions, or we can go through the whole thing slide by slide. That's just a thought that I thought I'd share with you, President Schooley, and then you guys can discuss.
Thoughts?
I understand very much wanting to move forward, but I've also had questions from folks in the community about this, and I'm worried they might not understand our process and thinking if we don't present these publicly. They can see the slides, but I think that's what's prompted some questions. So part of me would almost like some presentation that helps the public understand what's going on here.
Some framing of that first words. Anyone else?
Version of a hybrid between the two is okay with me, but.
Sure. So it sounds like the preference here is to go through them at a respectfully rapid clip and to then leave the bulk of the time for the last couple of slides. Does that mean, and I agree with you, Dr. Varda, that there is a real role to play here in being able to have these conversations publicly and out loud. So any other suggestions, thoughts?
No, I just have a couple clarification questions as we go through, or until we get to the end, however you want to do it.
I think they're going to be going so fast, you won't be able to get a question in.
Clarification about process, presentation, or
Some of the numbers that you.
the numbers?
Yeah.
Okay.
So why don't we turn it over to you all, and we'll get to the stopping point as we look at the perhaps right around slide before we go into the discussion around evaluating the options. So you can ask some clarifying questions around numbers or whatever people want to ask. Does that work?
Sure.
All right.
We'll move, and if we're going too quickly, let us know. The discussion is centered into three areas. One is we provided a brief overview of the 2018 CIP that was initiated following the approval of the bond program in November of that year. As you all know, we're now into the fourth year of that program. So we're going to provide a very brief overview of that program as it was developed 4 or 5 years ago. We also wanted to address for you decisions that have been made through the issuance of the bonds and the start of the program to the spring of this year, current, because there have been some, and there were expected to be some as we started the program. It's a 6-year program. The plan was well developed, but things change. Situations change, needs change, certain things come up for project scope and such. So we want to talk about those, and then we want to get into, I think, where the focus is this evening is what are the priorities and where are we going forward? So those are the three areas. So I'll start, and then Tim is going to join in when we get to the more current places, our expenditures in the program snapshot as of May of this year. So it's very recent. I'm going to skip to slide 6. Nope, slide 5, which is the areas that were identified and labeled for the improvements in the 2018 program. You have all seen this many times over, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it, but those are the areas that were identified. The next slide is a graphic of that representation. Moving into the benefits of the premium program, and I would like to say this is a topic that we discuss frequently, and that is the realities of the capital market environment when we issued our bonds. We issued the bonds in 2 phases because we have to comply with reasonable expectation of expenditure test as an issuer of tax-exempt bonds, but the capital markets allowed us to gain premium dollars from the sale of our bonds on both issuances. And I will share with you, I've said this before, that our belief was, as we approached the fall of 2018, that the market environment would allow us to realize some bond premium in the sale of bonds. The bond premium that we realized was significantly more than we had anticipated. From our perspective, that's a positive because that means we have more dollars to do good things for our district and the people in it. So this slide 8 shows the premium dollars. The first issuance we had in excess of 50, the second 68. Now I'm going to ask Tim to give you a brief overview of where we are regarding the expenditures that we've had from that program, keeping in mind, and I'm repetitive, when we developed our capital improvement program, the revenues that contribute to that program are as follows. One is the issuance of the amount of bonds. The voters approved $567 million. So we have issued all of the allocation that we had as authorized by our voters. 2 is premium dollars that we raise from the sale of bonds. 3 is interest earnings, because when we issue bonds, we get a lump sum of dollars and we invest those dollars. So there's an interest component that comes along, given the marketplace as we've seen it. I will share with you the interest component hasn't been very much. It's been minimal. That's the trade-off for being able to issue bonds at really low rates. Remind you that the last issuance of bonds, our TIC on that issue was 1.8%. Just amazing. So the other source of revenue, which is not considered bond proceeds, is our annual capital transfer. Because we don't have any limitations on those expenditures, our program philosophy has been, in this and other CIP programs this district has done, that we would allocate capital transfer dollars to the end of the program because we have no limitations on those dollars. Before, we were able to invest those dollars and gain some interest earnings that were higher than we could get on a short-term investment, even though that investment is still 4, 5, 6 years out. Haven't seen that yet so far, but given the state of things and our current interest rate environment, maybe we will, and that will be good. But we do that by intent, our capital transfer dollars. Capital transfer dollars also do things along the way in what we call our R's, which is replacement, repair, renovate, remodel, those things for our existing facilities. So with that, am I talking too fast? Okay, I don't know if I can go much faster. I'll ask Tim to review the numbers with you, which are on slide number 9, I believe. 10, sorry.
So I'll go right into the expenditures. As of May 15th, which is when we reported to our CAC, we had spent $498 million. The program has 348 projects in total. We have finished or completed 150 of those. We have 88 that are currently under construction. So we have 89 that have not started yet from a design or construction standpoint. So basically, we are approximately 83% through the program in terms of dollars. The 109 million represents what we have encumbered, so that's under contract and that type of thing. So as you can see, we've spent at the bottom the 97% of the first issuance and 37% of the second. So these are our additions that have been made to the program that have basically come from unallocated revenue that we had. So in order to accommodate the 6th grade at the Dievelin Junior Senior, we added an addition. That addition comes online in August. It's almost complete now, actually. 581 Conference Place was the old Montessori school, and we took the funds when we sold the property at 20th and Hoyt, and we took a portion of those proceeds to purchase the building, and then the money that we had set aside in the capital improvement program for improvements to the 20th and Hoyt project, we moved over to use at 581. Jeffco Net, which is our upgraded internet process, we took $7 million of the allocation that we had for technology for all the affected schools, and then we've contributed another $14.5 million to complete our share of a 60-40 split between capital and IT. Trailblazer, that was we replaced the temp buildings and made some improvements, added some seating, added a press box, things of that nature. The track and fields, we've discussed the soils issues that we ran into on those, which drove the cost up significantly. That was 3 projects over 3 approvals by the board. The charter school premium and interest, we were able to go ahead and make that transfer of funds after the second issuance was made, because then we knew what the total premium was going to be. As far as Alameda Junior Senior, as you're aware, we still have the asbestos removal part on there, and as you know, we got some good news on that as far as there not being actually asbestos in. We're still dealing with CDPHE on getting our permit and stuff like that, but when we actually did a microscopic study of the cores that we took, there was 0 asbestos in the concrete. So that's definitely good news. On some of these other ones, Columbine, we had extensive utility work, and we added safety and security upgrades to the original project. Wilmot, a difficult site to work with, as well as an occupied school and significant utility work. The thing about utilities is that we're a customer, so the utility companies have been taking advantage of the fact that we have money to upgrade some of their infrastructure to support us. Arvada High School, very expensive to redo the fire alarm system, also significant mechanical. Conifer, again, it's a parity thing with the auxiliary gym and dealing with mountain conditions, mountain site conditions. Mount Evans Dining Hall, which we just have started construction on. It occurred right after the Marshall Fire, so the fire district had some additional requirements that they wanted us to meet. And open school, again, utility relocations and changes by the fire department. So I think that should take us to where we want to go, which is right here.
So why don't we pause for a second, see if there are questions about the place that we've landed, which has been a nice recap of progress to date. Any questions, comments before we move into future priorities? Director Miller.
Thank you for the presentation. I just want to go back to page 8 for the overall program contingency. And we had an overall program contingency set back in 2018 when the approval of the bonds of $86 million. And so that was the program contingency that we had in place with the 10% project contingency for each of the projects.
Right.
So I was kind of wondering where that $40 million came up.
The $40 million was when we developed the original program back in 2018, and that relates actually back to this sheet, which you can't read because it's too small, but we had a contingency built in, and it ended up being 7%, which is the difference of what the bond was plus the capital work, and then we took the sum of the projects that we had at the time, and then the money left over we called it unallocated revenue, unallocated contingency, whatever, and that amounted to being 7% of the original actually $705 million.
Right. So the $705 million had an $86 million contingency allocation. And then my understanding was that I just want to make sure that we're tying to what we said,
okay.
Right? So if it's $86 million contingency with what was in the $705 million, and then we had 10% of about $56 million for non-charter projects, just district projects, because there was $56 million associated with the $565 million of the district projects. So it was not $40 million. I guess that's what I'm saying, is it was $86 million that we had as the overall program contingency. 10% was allocated for the district-specific projects, which was about $560-some million. So that would be about $56 million.
Okay.
So I just want to make sure people understand what these numbers were.
Right. The 10% contingency was built into all of the projects.
Right.
And then we had additional revenue, which is the $40 million that you see up there.
Right. But that's what's left, what we have left over right now, correct? Is $40 million from the contingency?
We have actually, I think we have about.
Or from the premium, I should say.
We have.
I think it's the difference between how much was sort of like a district-wide contingency for the whole program,
which was $86 million,
versus what was built into the individual projects on a percentage basis,
which was 10% for each of the projects.
Okay, so I don't know how Tim would react to that, but
well, today, or at least as of May 15th, we had $57 million in unallocated revenue. That's where we stand. And that
I just want to make sure people understand that overall, when we're showing the money, the original estimates for inflation and contingency, we did have an overall contingency for the program of $86 million, which is what it says right here on the bond program. That $6 million.
Is that the one from February of 2019? Is that the?
That's the one that's the one people voted on. The 2018 bond program.
Okay.
And then when we talked about it in each of the projects that have been brought forward, we've shown that we have a project contingency of about 10%, and that if we don't use it all, we put it back into
That's correct.
program contingency.
That's correct.
Right. So I just want to make sure people understand it was more than 40 million. We had an $86 million for that. And then I just wanted to also make sure we understand that the charter dollar amount on page 13, it wasn't really an over budget. I don't want people to think that we spent money for the charters that was over their allocated amount. So
That's correct.
They've spent the money that we provided to them. They didn't have any access to any additional money that wasn't their allocation.
That's absolutely correct.
Correct. But we do, because we think it's the right thing to do, we do share premium dollars
Absolutely.
and earnings
Right.
on,
And I just
on the
want to-
same pro rata basis with all the charters.
Right.
But since we didn't know what it was in our discussions with the charters, some wanted a little advance, some said we'll wait.
Right.
We waited until we had the second issuance to allocate that in its entirety.
Right. I just want,
Right.
I just want,
It was not an overspend.
right. I just want people to understand it says significant variance and it was greater than $2 million over budget. And that 11 million wasn't really an over budget. It was,
Correct.
that was their allocation.
Yes,
They got once we sold the bonds and we had all the premium and the interest.
that is accurate.
Okay. So I don't know I just don't want people to think they overspent their dollars.
Like, or that there's 11 million plus
Right.
additional.
Right.
That's their allocation.
Correct. Right.
Probably work on language. Okay.
Thanks.
Any other questions? I'll look around again before we move forward to future priorities. Oh, Director Parker.
So we're going to be discussing things that we can use this premium and additional money that we have, correct?
Yes.
But the original bond projects for schools, we're still following through on those. For instance, I've had several people ask me, are we not going to get our hardened vestibules, the secure entry, because I don't see it on the list anymore? But
Actually, they are.
They
Most
are
of
on
the
the
schools are being done this summer. We're sort of wrapping that piece up. So I think we have 30 schools. Most elementaries are getting hardened secure entries.
okay.
And then the balance will be completed next year.
So we haven't made any decisions to not do that on any school, in any school.
That is correct. We have not removed anything from our CIP program.
Okay, thank you.
We are going to have discussions going forward about the projects remaining and the dollars available. Keep in mind that the dollars available are more than we thought they were going to be. I think that's a positive from my perspective.
Great. I think we're ready. Oh, did you want to? Okay. Yep, we're ready to move forward.
Okay, we are on slide 16. This is a snapshot of our current state. You want to review that? Go ahead.
So with our, we're at 828 million. That's what we project the program revenues to be. We have 770 million of defined projects. In other words, to carry us through those additional 88 that we haven't started yet, plus what we currently have underway. We have recommended that approximately 30.6 million be set aside to cover inflation that may occur for 2023 and 2024 projects, because the inflation is obviously, like everybody, it's impacting the construction industry as well. So this is a set aside. If we don't need it, then that goes into the unallocated funds, which are the 28.2 million below. So if we get some good bids, we're getting quite a bit of interest already in the work that we're going to bid in August and in the spring, because I think some of the contractors are seeing the economy start to turn. So we may see some good numbers, and that'll benefit us because it will expand that unallocated funds line. So we have, looking at the other considerations, the 28.2 million in the unallocated funds that we have. Currently, we have two new schools, the one in the Layden area, Layden Rock, and then one in Red Rocks Ranch. And that's at 58.8 million. Those schools are scheduled to start design work in late 2023. They always were enrollment driven. So obviously, if we don't have any kids, then maybe it needs to be reevaluated, at least for Red Rocks Ranch. In the other area, looking at the north area, there's some capacity up there, and we need to look at maybe some boundary modifications as well. And then we had funded 3 additions, one to Oberon, one to Edgewater, and one to Mulholm. And we have not seen the growth in enrollment to justify those additions. However, we are proceeding with the general upgrades to the existing buildings that we would normally do. So it's not like we're not doing anything there. We just took the addition piece out and set it aside. So that's 11.6 million. So conceivably, there's $98.5 million worth of potential money, I guess. So you want to take this?
We're going to stop for 1 second for a question.
Sure.
Steve, last month, I thought that we had for unallocated funds like 38 point something or $40 million and not $28 million.
Well, that subtracts the 30 million that we're holding.
Right? We're setting aside
I thought
30.
we had 30 million set aside for inflation, crazy stuff, right? For uncertainty in the economy. But then I had thought we had 40 million that we would be allocated we could potentially have allocated for other opportunities before we had the new school construction added in.
Well, technically you sort of have. You've got the 28 million that we have in unfunded right now in unallocated revenue.
Okay.
And then if you take the additions that we're not going to
the 11 million.
It's 11 million.
That's the 40 million add up. Okay.
Correct, because those additions were enrollment driven. As Tim indicated, we are doing the other improvements to those sites. The 2 new schools are also enrollment driven.
Right.
So.
Okay, so the 11.6 was included in the unallocated funds when we talked about it last month at $40 million.
Yes,
Correct.
Okay.
It can be placed there.
Okay, that was a placeholder. Okay, thanks.
So the next topic for discussion, and this is an ongoing discussion, I think, that we're going to have over quite some time, and that is if we have excess revenues, which we think we will, what should we use those excess revenues for? We're going to share with you a list, and I'm not going to represent that this list is actually finite and there are no other things that could ever be considered. It's a list that's been accumulated since probably 2016 into the 18 bond program of things that we might have included in the 2016 proposal that either were or weren't in the 2018 proposal. And then other projects that have been developed and brought to us as situations have arisen. So I'll just talk about these. This first phase, I'll tell you, we have labeled this as what we refer to today as a priority 1 look at for projects going forward. The Alameda Health Clinic, our share of that, it's somewhere I think estimated around $900 to $1 million facility. Looks like our share now, because of grants and other revenue sources, is going to be about 300. But that's a top priority, we believe, for our projects, and we think that we should contribute that 300 to make that project whole. The security data, we have a security data center, as you know, in Building 1. Excuse me, it's quite outdated. And since 2018, all of our law enforcement agencies have now enlisted the use of what's called Jeffcom, which is a communication network of all of them. We need to be able to continue to communicate with our law enforcement agencies on a very efficient manner. We do have space in building 1, so we don't have to build new space to accommodate that. We just have to relocate our dispatch center from where it is on the north side of building 1 into the central area. We've done walkthroughs. That looks like that's about $1 million project. Our North Transportation Facility, we knew that that's something we had to consider going into the program. The positive news was that we did have an opportunity to buy property, which we didn't know we would have in 2018. The board authorized us to purchase that property, and we'd like to build the transportation center on the property that we have purchased. That contribution to finalize that, because we already have the property, is a $3.5 million bogey. I will share with you that we're also in conversations with the municipality for land sale, trade, exchange, including money that would contribute to the construction of that north center. So I don't have that finalized, but we do have some conversations that I think will bring us a benefit also, and will enhance the municipality that we're talking to. We have included a $12 million allocation for our Thriving Schools plan. There's nothing specific today that's designated in that $12 million. It's a set aside about what kind of things will we have to do as we look at consolidations, closures, and such going forward.
Hey, Steve, can I jump in on that?
Sure, go ahead.
I just want to, because of your previous question, President Schooley, this would be for any of the consolidations that might require us to do some upgrades, or we might want to do upgrades, and it would probably be dependent upon the overall package that we present to you in November. And this $12 million is just a thought. It can change up, down, however, based on that process. I just wanted to clarify that from the previous presentation. Sorry, Steve. Thank you.
Thank you. We also have included a replacement for Fletcher Miller. That was one of the schools that was a replacement program that was implemented in 2016 that was eliminated in 2018. This is a special needs facility, as we all know. Our belief is that it's a priority of ours because we did identify it going back to 16. It wasn't included, but we should. There are 3 options for us on this site. We can remodel, essentially rebuild the existing as it is. That's one option. 2 is to build a new one on the same site. And the third option would be to determine if we have another existing facility that has all the components that would allow us to do it right for the needs programs that we have in that site. So we will evaluate all of those. We have estimated that a rebuild would be a $16 million number for Fletcher Miller.
I think one of the things I'd like to say about Miller is that the original building was built for special ed. I mean, it was built in '63 for about 275 students, and apparently that's where the special ed kids ended up going. And then as the special ed has kind of changed and more kids are going to their home schools and things like that, then the kids that are in Miller now are our highest need kids, and usually the population or the enrollment runs between 80 and 90 students now. So that's why, I mean, 16 million doesn't look like a lot, but it is when you begin to look at the kind of a building it is and the number of students that it would be serving. So I feel fairly confident in that number. And because it is a specialty item, we think that it's appropriate to bring a consultant in to help us develop the correct program, as well as do the evaluation of the 3 options that Steve mentioned.
So would you be basically sizing it for 100 students overall? Is that what you guys are
I think we're, working with special ed, working with the consultant, so we'd want to see. I mean, and it would help to if we knew kind of what direction special ed might be going into.
Yeah. Okay, because it is our most vulnerable population that we serve now, and I don't know if there'd be any other additional programming.
We not right at this moment, but we do think doing a study is really essential. So I've told these guys to go ahead and get the study going with an architect who can also then have the expertise to not only come in and help design what might be needed for the students, but also work with our special education team and Dr. Kim on what are our special education needs, maybe in addition to what we're already serving at Fletcher Miller. Because as some of you may know, we are having challenges with our out-of-district placements for students that are high needs and who we don't have programming for. So if we had the space and opportunity to build something from scratch for those students as well, it could be some sort of different facility than it is now, or it could just be for what we're doing at Fletcher. And just doing a study and an understanding of the needs, the different options that Mr. Bell talked about in terms of remodel, tear down and rebuild, or a different site, all that information is going to need to be in front of you for you all to be effective decision makers and then in a project of this size. So we're working on that, and we'll keep you posted as we get that study going and completed.
And would it stay at that site? There's enough space, Nev,
Yes.
so that the children would not be impacted.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
And we do believe that that site, because of its location and access off 6th and off Kipling, works for that environment. So we also included in our priority, come back, when did you make that go forward? School safety enhancements. I would share with you, during the recent few weeks, there's been, as we all know, several incidents that have actually asked everyone in our business, are there any things that we need to be doing? In talking with our safety department, the only thing, and that's where this $3 million number came from, that we are looking at, because we are providing secure entryways, we're providing our systems, our communications, is somewhat modifying some of our sites relative to the location of where people in the entry of the school sit relative to the location of the doors and site and proximity. And the comment to me was, well, we could make that a little better and maybe make that environment a little safer for those folks at the front of the building. That's a modification. That calls for moving walls, relocating wiring and such. I will share that $3 million. I don't have a firm say this is the estimate. We just used $3 million as an estimate. That was what we got from our folks.
I'll just add on to this that we have some upcoming meetings this summer to just discuss, I think, in partnership with both our security team and our school leadership team, what are our current safety protocols? How are they going? Are there things we need to do when we come back in the fall to revisit and retrain, recommit to current protocols? And are there other measures we may want to take that may have capital investment needs that we at least want to bring to you all for consideration? And so those meetings are coming up in July. And then we'll be putting together a plan to just double down on our safety and security commitments in the fall. So this is also, to Steve's point, just kind of a placeholder right now, but we wanted to cue it up for you all as you just had this conversation, because we believe that it's very important for us, if there are capital improvements we can make in the safety space that we haven't yet made, that we want to at least share those with you. And we wanted a placeholder.
Thank you. On the next page is the next set of capital improvements that we would say is I'll call it a priority 2. I'm not necessarily allocating that all of these are a priority 2, but they're on the second page. How's that? And I'll just briefly go through those. Elk Creek, the reason that's important is that in the mountains it's very difficult to grow decent grass and surfaces on the playgrounds. We know that. The Conifer soccer field is the same. We have a replacement of a turf field there. Irrigation is an issue for us. The Lakewood CT is a freestanding building. That's a request from the school and their programs. The Jeffco Stadium repair, there's another one down here on NAC, and those are structural issues that we've identified. It's not anything that's a new build or new additions or whatever, but it's structural in nature that we have to address. The North Transportation site, I'm not sure why that's on the second time, but we already talked about that. We don't have two of them. We only have one. So we take that off. The Conifer Auditorium is a parity issue. It's the only high school in our district that doesn't have that facility. We think that's a priority. The South Area Athletic Complex has been a priority in this district for about 15 to 20 years. It's an issue of parity for our athletic and activity programs. And then a topic of discussion that we've had for quite some time, as you know, is the Central Kitchen project, which we believe is our entree into the future of food service in our school district. So those are projects that we've identified. I would say, again, you all may have projects that are not on this list, but we don't know about yet. That's possible. So we want to give you that overview just to show you this is our thinking as of, and I called it earlier, snapshot as of today. That's what this is.
Great. So let me ask a question first. So this is our opportunity to provide comments, ask questions. My question is, what type of direction, guidance are you all looking for so that we can focus our conversation? Is it identifying this would be the top of my list, or finding consensus? It seems early days since there are studies being done and still some question marks to come to final consensus around moving forward, but I'm not sure if that's an assumption that I shouldn't make.
So can I just jump in real quick and then I hand it over to you guys. I think on the Fletcher Miller replacement, knowing if you generally support us moving in a direction of possibly having that be a fall sort of project that we bring back to you with a study for consideration would be helpful. Although we're sort of I already said to these guys, let's go study that because we've got to figure out what are the details. So that one I think is good. Just knowing what you think about that would be helpful. In terms of the North Transportation and the relocation of the security and data center, those seem to me like projects we'd probably start working on in more earnest if you were to sort of say, yeah, we believe that those are important pieces. We have a unique opportunity here to get ahead of contract approvals. So what I don't want to have happen is we move forward and then we bring you an Alameda school-based health clinic contract, because what you do is you approve our contractual agreement with the vendor, whether it's the architect or the contractor. I don't want to bring those forward and then you're like, we just talked about this briefly at a study session. So in general, we need to know on the clinic, the security center, North Transportation. The other ones are sort of, we're studying them anyway, right? And they're later on in the fall probably. But for those first three, if we were to move forward in earnest this summer and bring you a contract in the fall of some sort for either an architect or contractor, would you be in support of that? That would be my request. And add anything, please, gentlemen, if you have something else.
I think I would say I agree. We'd like to move forward on the Alameda Clinic because we have other complementary revenues. So I don't want to lose those opportunities. We would definitely believe we need to get moving on the data center for security in Building 1. Our North Transportation, again, the growth up there, our existing bus facility is not adequate. And that's an area, although we have declining enrollments in many areas, we don't there. So we need that site, and I'd like to continue the negotiations with the municipality. As I talked about earlier, we have buy, exchange, sell, or trade opportunities. I'd like to pursue those knowing that we're going to build that center.
Hey, Steve,
Sure.
Can you clarify one other piece on the transportation center for these folks? I think both for the board and the watching public, I believe also that this would include not only a facility, better storage and maneuverability of our buses, but also the ability for us to maintain the buses, which is currently not on the existing site.
Correct.
Can you explain a little bit more about that? I just think it's an important aspect of what we're
the
struggling
existing
with.
site is too small. And when we have X number of buses in our site, there isn't enough space that we should have for the mechanical servicing of the buses, so we're really short. Oftentimes we have to move buses and relocate them to another area. Our north transportation facility needs to be probably in our district one of our largest and one of our most comprehensive because of the population base. So
I'd like to add to that what we're doing is the service building, we'll be building a new building, is modeled after what we have at South Transportation. So basically we're using that plan. We're adding an additional maintenance bay to it, but it's a very efficient plan. That site, south area, has about the same number of buses that are projected at the north. So it's a pretty efficient way of kind of getting things put together as well.
One other point of clarification. I just want to clarify now and not later. The $3.5 million that's contemplated here assumes an offset to the budget.
correct.
It would be, so if you end up getting a contract for the construction of this facility, it will likely be larger than that.
Yes.
Correct. Now, the offset will be the buy-sell trade exchange, right? There's revenue opportunities for us.
Okay, then, yeah, so I'll just open it up now because it's, or did you, yes, did we go through the whole list?
Yeah. we went
Okay,
through.
great. In terms of priorities, things that you all want to make sure or would be okay or expecting to see come back to us based on the list that we have seen. So I'll just open it up. Does anyone want to start? Dr. Berta?
On the Alameda school, we've just seen a couple of different budgets, overall budgets for it. And I'm just curious, not today, but at some point, could we, I don't even know what the total cost is at this point. Do you know?
Here, our total estimate was in the $900,000 to $1 million range. Our assumption is that might go more than that, given the environment that we're in. It's not going to go, I hope not, to $2 million. But what we know is we have a $500,000 grant that was received. We had a $100,000 contribution that was received, and we have a commitment to match whatever funds that the district puts in. That's why our bogey on this one, or our number on this one, is 300, because if we put in 300, we've got a donor match of 300. The other 6 gets us to our number of about $1.2 million.
Is your question about the cost of the total project or the clinic specifically?
Clinic.
Was
I think.
just the clinic?
Clinic, yeah.
I think the other thing they need to,
It wasn't adding up. The
Oh.
400,000 plus 300.
we
Sorry.
we were advised that they had a donor who would match whatever contribution we made. So that's 600,000 on top of the,
1.2 million.
Right.
and that should be, I think that should work pretty well. The one caveat here is that we have to get the demolition completed first before we can start the clinic. So we may be coming back to you with a bid in September or something like that, where we have done the design work over the summer and managed to get the building down and are ready or at a point where we could start construction.
Yeah, I just want to follow up. If, for example, let's say it costs $1.5 million, just hypothetically, and we have to put in another 100,000, then our kind donor would match and put in 400? Or do you think we would just make up the difference?
Well,
Yeah, I just want to make sure we get it done.
the message that we have is that the donor will match whatever we put in.
Okay.
So,
Well, I don't know if that's in writing or not.
yeah. What that means to me is that if the cost goes up and there's another $200,000 expense and we put in 100,
They'll put in 100.
that's my understanding.
Okay. I just want to make sure we get it done. That's my heart, that I want to make sure that it gets done and that we're not short by $50,000. So
We agree.
As long as that's everybody's on the same program. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, please continue.
I have 2 others. You asked if we support Fletcher Miller, and I do. and I had a question about 16 million. Was that enough? And you answered that. I just do want to suggest it. I think at this point it would be prudent for us to, in that study, look at options for surrounding areas of schools that we are potentially consolidating, as whether they're appropriate or not. And I understand the special nature of the school might be a hard no. So I just wanted to say I think that we need to do that in the study. And my last question, I just have a ton of questions about the central kitchen. And I wonder if a study on that would be helpful as well. I think there was a study done at some point before our time about how much this cost, and
We do have a master plan sort of document. I think a PDF. Maybe it was loaded into board docs today. It might not have gotten there, but the intent was to include that and share it with you. It probably needs to be updated because it was a while back, but
that was actually my question. Does it, like, is that still a...
Well, it's site specific too, because it was the master plan was designed around the kitchen being in building 1 on the Quail campus. So if we look at either a freestanding facility or something like that, we might need to go back in and make some adjustments. And I think that was one of the reasons. I think the master plan is either at 32 or 35 million, and then we've added additional money to that.
That's helpful. I that's what I wonder, like, how accurate is that number, and is it a ballpark?
I'll tell you what, today, trying to come up with a number, especially like when we don't even have something that's designed, so we don't even know how many square feet we're going to actually build, if it's, say, a freestanding type of facility or versus a renovation. It's really a swag.
And then just some other questions I have from it, and I don't expect you to know the answers to these now, but, like, what are our benefits to building a central kitchen? And maybe this is all in this report, but like, does it mean there's cost savings? Are we offering better food? Will there be new job opportunities for folks? And then on the flip side, what are the risks? So who's at risk? When I was visiting schools and I'd visit the kitchens and talk about this, a lot of folks had concerns that they would lose their jobs, or we'd have a reduction in jobs. And I don't know if that's a real risk or not. But what should we be considering, like, in terms of just what vulnerabilities are we creating within our local schools, our neighborhood schools, by building a central facility? And the last thing I have wondered is are there opportunities for partnerships, public-private partnerships or public-public partnerships that we could explore? So I'm really interested in this, and I just feel like I don't have enough information to know whether it's something I would want to support or not.
And we can make sure that we get the report. I believe it was in 2019, so there may be some differences, as you've mentioned, one big one.
Sure.
I remember the video as well. But I think it does go through some of some of those questions. Now, whether they would still be the same answer, I don't know. But it sounds like there's an interest in figuring out how to update and modernize what would be the responses to them and the quote. Yeah. Other board members. Sorry, was that your? Okay. Yep, Director Parker.
I also want to answer the superintendent's question that I do support the study for Fletcher Miller, and also the priorities that you identified, the ones that seem to be high. And if there are additional ones that are time sensitive, like if we put them off too long, we're going to, risk something, costs going up astronomically. I'd be interested in knowing that. But another question I have is, in your total revenue to date that you had listed, did that include a capital transfer? You had mentioned that, so that typically you got the capital transfers in the beginning of the year, but then recently we've been doing them at the end of the year. Is that what you said? Or did I miss?
No, we get a capital transfer from the general fund annually.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, to that fund in our facilities group. On the bond program, the capital transfer monies are not considered by IRS regulations as monies received from tax-exempt securities issuance. So therefore, they have no limitations on the amount of interest earnings we could use or the time of the expenditure. So it's a very flexible revenue source. So by design, we spend bond dollars for our projects ahead of the cap transfer dollars as we can, and use the cap transfer dollars for the projects at the end of the program, at the latter part.
Okay,
That it's simply trying to take advantage of economics.
got it. Okay. Then the next question I have is, since in prior presentation we had the consideration of having to go into the general fund possibly because of our negotiations and compensation agreements that we're coming up with, what would happen if next year, when we're looking to cover some of the commitments we're making, we were to not have the whole cap transfer that we're used to doing, or have less of it than usual?
That depletes our revenue source for our CIP,
Right.
because we have assumed that cap transfer will not be reduced.
Okay. But the list that you've given us here of your projects, those are covered with what we have currently. They are not.
Not necessarily. That's part of the discussion that needs to take place about which projects we prioritize, which ones we do or don't do. So no, that's
Okay.
not accurate.
So slide number 16, when you have the current state.
Yes,
But that is the way we are right now. This
that's
is
a
what we have right
snapshot.
now.
You put it up for us. It
Right.
Or
contemplates the cap transfer.
Right.
Is your question, does it contemplate the cap transfer in future years? I think the answer to that question is yes, but I can't see it.
Yes, if you look at the very top line, total revenue, 800 plus million.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, again, bond proceeds, premium, cap transfer.
Right.
And
Right.
So that
this one is a better one to look at because you can see the 62.7 million is forecasted capital transfer. So that covers fiscal 23, 24, and 25.
Okay.
So, and I think one of the things about capital transfer is that some of those funds end up going towards unanticipated work at school that cannot be covered by the facilities department. So if we lose a chiller or a boiler or something like that, we have to go to the capital side to fund those projects. Now, it doesn't happen very often, but it does happen. And so I think if you were to trim back the capital transfer, I would hope you would not trim it in its entirety. Let's put it that way.
I get it. I'm just trying to say, for the presentation for tonight, when we see how much we have to work with based on the bonds and the premiums and the interests and the cap transfer that we have, then you listed a bunch of projects that are relatively within that number. They're close. Okay, and that's where we are right now. Everything we've seen.
close, I'd have to define close.
I'm just trying to say that this presentation we have now with the $98 million that is on slide 17, that is a number on slide 17. That 98 million is a number that we're working with currently while we look at the projects that you've put before us, and that's where we are right now.
Yes, keep in mind that number includes the two school buildings
Got it.
that were a part of our capital program.
Got it.
Okay?
This is a really important question. Does it also contemplate the next 2 years of cap transfer at approximately $20 million each year?
Yes.
So it is not where we currently are. It contemplates future contributions of cap transfer.
Good point. That's correct.
Okay. It would be helpful to have that. Okay, thanks.
Other questions? Joe? But the total projects exceed what we expect we might have left over, correct? Like the options. the
Yes.
40, right?
Today,
Correct. The
That is
central
correct.
kitchen, the South Area Complex,
Correct.
the auditorium, all. If you add up all of
all those,
74 million plus the 35 million, that takes us over $100 and some million, right?
Right.
And that's above and beyond what we have available, envisioned.
correct.
So, and that does not include, say, for example, the idea of maybe an auxiliary gym upgrade to Jefferson High School so that there's parity with all the other high schools that have auxiliary gyms, right?
We just built an auxiliary gym.
Or the other gym then, whichever gym.
Oh, you
The
mean
main-
the
talking about the
main
main
gym,
gym.
redoing the floor, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm just saying, if we're talking parity and we're talking about what we'd like on our other list, like Lakewood would like a new CTE building, maybe Wheat Ridge would like a new CTE building, maybe somebody else would like a new CTE building. So I'm just saying that this wish list, there are some priorities that we have, like a Fletcher or a Alameda, et cetera, and then some that are still on the wish list.
I do think that's a good point, and we've spent a lot of time talking about the suggestions that we've made. We haven't spent a lot of time talking about other things on the list or allowing you time to talk about other needs that you may have heard about from your constituents. And so if we can get tonight this sort of, general consensus of where we're headed, take some next steps. We obviously bring all these contracts back to you guys, and then we're going to have another conversation in the fall. So don't feel like this is your last chance to have a conversation or advocate for something that you think is important or less important.
Okay, so I'm gonna put it back out again. Would anyone else like to provide some direction, guidance, just a statement of preferences around what thus far has been presented, or if there are other priorities that you would like to add into the mix for right now? Yep. For myself, I definitely, with Fletcher Miller, I'm glad that you move forward with getting bids for that, because I think that has been a conversation we've had a few times. And I also am interested in, and I know this was brought by Dr. Leach, and you mentioned it again, are placed out of district students. And so thinking about, that may not be the right combination of populations of students to think about for a facility, but as we think about facilities, I do think that there's a great advantage in us being able to keep Jeffco students in Jeffco if we have the capacity to do so. And yeah, I don't have anything to add to anything that's on here. Okay, any other questions that you all have or direction that you need from this board?
No, thank you for the time and all the conversation. Appreciate it.
Great, we'll look
Thank
forward to
you.
continuing it at some other points. Thank you all very much. We are going to take a quick break. It's going to be another 6 minutes because I always stop. This is very weird, at 11 minutes till. So we'll come back just before 8 and meet with our financial wizards. Thank you. All right, welcome back, everybody. In accordance with Board Executive Limitation Policy EL5, Financial Planning and Budgeting, quote, financial planning for any fiscal year shall not deviate materially from the board's ends policies, risk fiscal jeopardy, or fail to be derived from a multi-year plan, end quote. In accordance with Board Executive Limitation Policy EL6, Financial Administration, quote, with respect to the actual ongoing financial condition and activities of the district, the superintendent shall not cause nor allow fiscal jeopardy or any fiscal condition that is inconsistent with achieving the priorities established in board's ends policies, end quote. So, therefore, pursuant to Colorado Revised Statute, CRS 22-44-103, the Board of Education of each school district shall adopt a budget and an appropriation resolution for each fiscal year prior to the beginning of the fiscal year, end of June. Pursuant to CRS 2244-105-1.5a, if the budget includes the use of a beginning fund balance, the Board of Education shall adopt a resolution specifically authorizing the use of a portion of the beginning fund balance in the applicable fund. The proposed budget for the July 1, 2022 through June 30th, 2023 fiscal year was submitted to the Board of Education for study in compliance with CRS 22-44-108 on May 11th, 2022. And such budget has subsequently been revised as permitted by state statute. The district complied with CRS 22-44-109 by providing legal notice of the proposed budget to the citizens of Jefferson County as published in the Denver Post on May 11th, 2022. A public hearing on the proposed budget was held at the regular Board of Education meeting on June 2nd, 2022, to provide an opportunity for citizens to address the board regarding the proposed budget in compliance with CRS 22-44-110. Board members, we have an hour allocated for this presentation and discussion, and I'll let you all introduce yourselves. Welcome to our esteemed guests. Superintendent Dolan, do you have anything to add? Got you at a good time. Mm-hmm. Yep.
I just want to remind the board that we are at impasse with the JCEA, and likely in July or so, we'll be moving into mediation. The budget in front of you contemplates an investment in compensation that we have discussed with you previous, but is not yet ratified or agreed to by our association. And so just wanted to make sure that that was clear. If you choose to adopt this budget tonight, that would allow the district to negotiate with JCEA, similar to how we have been doing through mediation. But I anticipate that there may be some sort of change through the mediation process. And if that's the case, then you would have a supplemental budget depending upon how that process unfolds. So that's just context for you in terms of the budget you're adopting and why it looks the way that it does tonight. And with that, I'll hand it over to Brenna Copeland.
Great. Good evening, board members. Good to see you again. My name is Brenna Copeland. I'm the Chief Financial Officer, and I'm joined by Kim and Brian. Kim?
Hello again. Kim LeBlanc Esparza, as you all know, Deputy Superintendent.
Brian Sammons, Budget Director.
Great. And so I'm going to rearrange this a little bit so I'm not bending over quite so much. As Superintendent Dorland just alluded, this is our proposed adopted. So let me just talk about terms real quick. What you're seeing in front of you tonight will be referred to as the adopted. That does not presume that you pass it tonight. That's just nomenclature so that we can distinguish it from the proposed budget that was brought forward May 11th. Should you choose not to adopt this budget this evening, we can bring back a different budget, et cetera. So I just want to clarify there's no presumption of your action this evening simply in the nomenclature. It's just a way to distinguish the two. The budget we're about to discuss is very much a plan and intention. It's by no means our forecast. It's not certain, et cetera, and it can be subject to amendment, as Superintendent Dorland just referred to. There are plenty of unknowns on the revenue side, such as our enrollment count, potential supplemental funds from the state, et cetera. There are also unknowns on the expense side, such as finalized agreements with JCEA and general labor market conditions, right? They're just things we don't know about what it will cost next year. So that's always true at this point. 3 things to highlight about what we're going to see this evening. The first is what's the bottom line difference here versus May 11th? This budget presents an estimated $28 million in additional expenditures, and thus a draw of $28 million on our general fund reserves. Second, these additional expenditures are compensation increases for our employees and reflect the district's ongoing commitment to provide fair and competitive wages for our staff. Third, we will need to work within the coming months and potentially years to identify potential cuts that can help bring our expenditures in line with our revenues. We may realize additional revenues, but I'm pretty sure we're also going to need to look at trimming our costs. The amount of cuts necessary will increase as the state's subsidy to our funded pupil count peels off in the coming years. So I just wanted to provide that opening context as we move forward. Other thing I would say is we've moved some of the repetitive content that we've previously presented into the appendix. By and large, the slides we're going to talk to have some type of change, except for this one, which really only has wordsmithing changes that I felt really strong about. I don't even know what they are anymore. But this is our budget development process. This is our multi-year, largely historical, but also including next year's forecast for per pupil revenue. And of course, we are funded on a per pupil basis, and that is part of the reason we think about budgeting on a per pupil basis. Our enrollment trends. So as I mentioned, this continues to be an unknown, and so these are still very much numbers that will move over time. But our guess is that we will serve approximately 66,568. I can barely see the number. Hang on, I'm going to switch to the screen that is not tiny. District K-12 students next year. We're forecasting our charter enrollment to remain about even, and we're forecasting our pre-K combined enrollment between district and charter and some of our community providers to be approximately 2,400 pupils. That's a membership number. It's not really our funded number. I did want to mention for that 2,400, we've talked a little bit in the past about how there's going to be some forthcoming changes to the way that pre-K is supported. It will no longer be part of total program in FY24. One of the shifts in the budget this evening is to fully pull out any revenue tied to our CPP funded kids, which are our state funded pre-K kids. Fully pull it out of the top line and put it solely in the child care fund, which is where all those expenses exist anyway. So we don't pay for our child care, our ECE programming or our after school programming out of the general fund. We pay for all of that out of the child care fund. And so now we're putting the revenue and the expenses all very clearly in that same fund. This is a snapshot taking us back approximately 4 weeks to May 11th. This was the multi-year, per President Schooley's allusion to, we shall not fail to adopt a budget in consideration of a multi-year projection. This is both the prior year actuals, current year forecast, the proposed budget from last month, and the 2 years of projections we've supplied. And this is a slide where we are, for the board's benefit and of course our community's benefit, outlining what specifically has changed. So going to the total revenue number one more time, approximately $6.5 million is now budgeted and recorded in the child care fund relating to our pre-K kiddos that are funded through the state. Our baseline total expenditures, which is sort of everything but the compensation increases listed below them, the baseline is the same. Basically, there were some adjustments in different categories, all minor. Those ended up netting out to basically zero, if you can believe it. The compensation increases, we were carrying placeholders when we presented the May 11th budget. We did anticipate that we would provide compensation increases. We think we continue to be committed to providing salary and benefits that are competitive for our employees. So we had carried some assumptions. You see those articulated in the left column here. We then increased those as we moved through the negotiations process, and we've kept the board apprised of that process. And tonight's budget reflects the numbers sort of to the far right. These are placeholder assumptions for both JCEA and JESPA, and they are what we consider to be a budgeted figure for our JCAA employees. As a note, this presentation was finalized and had to be finalized in order to be posted publicly prior to the Monday negotiation session with the JESPA. And so obviously we made some progress there, and I just want to say that these numbers are consistent with what transpired in that meeting. So I feel like this is still the right figure based on where we landed with the JESPA. That brings our total expenditures to approximately $813 million before transfers. We'll have a slide subsequently where we start to talk in greater detail about what our transfers are. Our transfer amount did go down slightly. So as we're thinking about, again, what changed between May 11th and now. And that is purely a decrease in just the transportation transfer. And oddly enough, they still can afford the exact same number of FTEs. And we've used Anaplan to budget increases for those FTEs, but it turned out they didn't need their full budget amount. And I think this has a little bit to do with prior years and the way that that budget was set. They didn't necessarily need the full dollar amount to meet the obligations. So we felt like it was important to go ahead and true that up now. But again, it is not a cut. They can still afford the same number of employees and afford compensation increases for those employees. Okay. This is a revised pie chart and snapshot of the comparison between current year budget and 22-23 budget, and then the year-over-year change. This is just on the revenue side. Did I say revenue or did I say expense? Okay, revenue. I'm going to keep moving because I feel like this is the same format and the numbers are fairly clear on this slide. This is our general fund expenditures, and the way we're breaking them out is by what we call account. And so salary is sort of one big giant account or an account classification. Benefits is an account classification. Service accounts, materials and supplies, those are account classifications. So in this pie chart, which is slightly different than how we presented it on the 11th, we have shown transfers as kind of their own account classification. The reality is our transfers do go towards salary expense and benefits expense, right? So as we're thinking about funds flowing into the transportation fund, for example, those dollars go to pay salaries. So it's an imperfect juxtaposition, right? But if we're trying to get the numbers to add up so that you can see the entire general fund expenditure here, which is the $879.6 million, we do want to account for those transfers. And when we present it in this way, it's not quite possible for us to then subsequently also break out the transfers. We can do that if that's how you would prefer to see it in a subsequent presentation. But I wanted to just highlight that. So you see that the pie chart helps you understand kind of order of magnitude. How much do we spend on salaries out of total general fund? How much do we spend on benefits? Our primary benefits expense is our para contribution, which has increased significantly over the past 15 years. The rate itself has more than doubled. And so that presents an increasing share of our pie chart that we have no control over. Oh, pardon me, one more thing to highlight here. State statute does dictate that we always address expenditures per pupil. And so you see our expenditures here as approximately $13,214. Now that's just out of the general fund. That's not our total expenditures, right? Because some of our other funds, transportation, IT, et cetera, obviously benefit our students, and their transfer amounts may not represent their full income. Some of them have income coming directly into them. So I just want to mention that. So I alluded to the fact that we were going to spend just a little bit more time on transfers to make sure we're fully transparent about what the assumptions here are. You see our budget column to the right, which is what we're proposing this evening. You see our forecast for 21-22, and I would note that this does include the budget amendment that was passed by the board last week to move from one budget category to another budget category, a current appropriation. And so you see that right now in the transfer to the capital reserve fund. That's why that number is 28 instead of 23, is we've done an additional transfer into the capital reserve fund, still within the same overall appropriation for this year, not next year. And that enables us to utilize that current appropriation towards an expenditure that's otherwise uncovered in the future. And that way we don't have to draw on the general fund in the future to cover that expense. Not going to spend too much time here. I do think one other thing the board may question in this slide is, ooh, it looks like our insurance is going up. That's definitely what I notice when I see that number. And it has gone up. I would say the transfer this year into the insurance reserve fund did not cover their expenditures. And so they drew pretty heavily on their existing fund balance. And I think that the transfer amount was probably set before they had the insurance pricing. And there was an insurance pricing increase related to this current fiscal year. And so what you're seeing there in the jump from 9.45 to 11.45 is actually 2 years worth of increases in insurance costs. The actual insurance cost of this contract year versus next contract year is about $1 million. And that was as it was presented to the board in that agenda item when you approved the insurance. I think it was a month ago or more. I just wanted to explain that difference. Yeah, okay. And this is our general fund budget summary. Again, a comparison of budget to budget. Now, in between these two columns and in different versions of when we present this data, you'll sometimes see a forecast. And so just a quick word on what's the difference between a budget and a forecast, not because you guys don't know this, but just for our listening public. This budget is our authorization to spend within the 21-22 year. It's not our best guess about what we will spend. We'll probably spend a little bit less than this. It's really hard for me to tell at this point in time. I'm trying, but surprisingly enough, there was quite a bit of ordering that schools did to try and make sure they had what they needed for next year. And honestly, there's just some accruing of expenses that happens on a book basis at the end of the year when we close the books. And we don't always exactly know how those numbers are going to come out in terms of the accrued expenses. So it's hard to pinpoint our exact result for what this year will be, but nonetheless, this was our budget basis. And then you see our budget for next year. Absolutely. You don't know, just a whisper.
I was like, just want me. Director Parker, go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
So in the column for budget 2021-22, the ending fund balance is $209,000, but in the beginning fund balance for 2022-23.
Well, that's stipend to you and my staff. That's what I was just about to address. So, so given that budgetary basis, this is a budgeted figure, not a forecast. As we try to figure out our forecasted expenditure, and I mentioned there's a range of potential values. I doubt we're going to end at that -$3 million mark. I think we're going to end somewhere between 0 and +8 or thereabouts. And is that right? Am I saying that right? Yeah. Okay. And if you sort of pick a midpoint between those two, you land at the 216 beginning fund balance. So, right. So what we're trying to say is what's going to be the difference between this year's revenue and this year's expense that spits out our revenue over under, that then dictates what our ending fund balance will be for this year. So we go ahead and start our budget with a forecasted fund balance, because otherwise, in my opinion and in practice, we would be understating our fund balance. So as you're attempting to contemplate as a board how much fund balance you have to work with as you're contemplating this budget, that's why we present to you a forecasted as opposed to a budgeted fund balance for the beginning of next year.
Please go ahead.
I've asked but haven't heard yet. Maybe I understand that you might not know, but does the revenue under expenditures include our underspend from all the vacant positions? I know we talk a lot about the significant amount of underspend because we couldn't fill positions. I'm not sure where to find how much money that is, and then I've been curious, like, how have we been allocating it as a district? Where is that money and how is it getting spent?
Mm-hmm. So at various points in the year, you all have had the opportunity to amend your budget. And actually, if you go back and kind of look at the trajectory, you've actually, in a couple different times, reduced the spending authorization for the district as a whole. And then we sort of increased it again when we got some supplemental revenues. So it's moved a couple different points in time. But there was a pretty large true-up that we did in January where we fixed a number of different things. And in general, it improved our financial outlook. And that was an attempt to kind of bring this year's budget closer to actuals. And so your question about how close is this year's budget to our actuals right now, I'm still forecasting that the budget says we'll have an underspend of $3 million. I'm so sorry, I just misspoke. It's a little bit late and I haven't had dinner. The budget says we'll have a overspend of approximately $3 million. I think our actuals, so to your question about how much might we underspend, I don't think we're going to spend that $3 million. I also think there's a chance we won't spend between $0 and $8 million. So that's my forecast, is a range somewhere between an underspend of $3 to $11 million total against this revised budget, which has been revised several times to true up the budget closer to the actuals.
So my question was, how do we know what the number is in terms of what we saved in underspend on not filling positions? How do we know how much money that was?
So
because we've talked about it a lot.
Mm-hmm. So
what's the number?
Each of our quarterly reports provides a key piece of data that helps us guess what our vacancy savings is. And that is like what at that point in time, and it moves all year long, what is the FTE basis for vacancies in some of our key budgeted categories of salary expenditures. So that report is our chance to say, okay, if we were full in all these places, what would we be spending on salaries? But what you do see over the course of the year, and this is how any budget works, the authorization to spend the money, if we then need to, and my colleague Matt Pilar is not here yet, or hasn't been here this evening, I apologize. If we need to hire contracted staff, for example, to meet our staffing requirements for an individualized education plan, we do sub in budgeted salary for budgeted service. So throughout the organization all year long, departments, schools, everyone is trying to meet the needs within the budgeted parameters. And so that type of spending and management throughout the year means that the bottom line number won't always just tell you what we saved purely by having some vacancies. Does that make sense?
So we don't know, is what you're saying. We don't have a number. I mean, I am understanding the formula you're saying.
Yeah.
I understand when we couldn't fill bus driver positions, then we might have contracted.
Yep.
I understand all that. I still wonder what the numbers are.
Yeah. And so to try and generate that for you, we're happy to go back to any of those quarterlies and look at the total vacant positions and try and put a price tag on that. I think the vacancies move over time quite a bit. And so any given point in time is imperfect to try and extrapolate to the full year. But we're happy to give you point in time, if this was to annualize, here's what we would have saved. But it moves quite a bit because we hire and people leave all year long.
just curious, like as a board, and we're thinking about all the different funds available to do things like add compensation.
Mhm.
Where are all the different funds that change a lot over time?
Mhm.
This one.
Mhm.
And how can we use those kinds of numbers in our decision making and our strategy thinking from a governance perspective?
Absolutely.
And I don't feel like we have that as a tool because we can't see those. Because I think that you're rolling them into the general fund or these different parts of the budget, but we don't get to see that. So it's very hard for us to use this kind of or that kind of answer as a strategy tool from a governance perspective. That's why I'm asking for it, not because I'm curious what quarter over quarter what our savings were, but I just don't know how to use those kinds of savings in our budget as a tool from a governance perspective.
So can I give one piece before you jump in? From a governance perspective, I shared in the May presentation, and it's still true, every year this district, as every school district does, carries some assumptions about forecasted vacancy savings and forecasted retirement savings. Those are the two primary categories. And so as we did in May, we are still carrying approximately $5 or $6 million as a contra expense, which means it's reducing our overall expenditures that we assume somewhere around 1%. And that's kind of over in a normal year, in a non-COVID year. And you can track these things in any district. If you've budgeted pretty well and you actually are trying to fill all your positions, that's about right for sort of ongoing vacancy. But you want to be a little bit conservative, right? Because you want to appropriate enough that you can actually fill the positions that you're also budgeting for. So it's a stance. So the 1% of total salary is about $5 or $6 million, and that is the assumption we've carried for next year. And so that effectively reduces our total expenditures that you're seeing here. So that is a tool at our collective disposal to manage our expenditures. The other category, retirement savings, we had been carrying 5.5. What were we carrying? Yeah. Was it? Yeah. So with salary and benefits, we were carrying a combined amount of about 11. We reduced that a little bit when it became clear that our new salary scale was going to somewhat radically change our potential retirement savings. So we reduced it just a little to make sure we were accounting for that. So what had been a combined retirement and vacancy savings placeholder of 11.5 is now 10, 9.5, something like that.
These are assumptions that you're talking about that you build into the budget?
Yeah.
Not actual savings or numbers?
I'm sorry, they are based on historical analysis of actual savings and numbers that we've done for many years.
I understand that. Never mind. I feel like I can't ask it in any other ways. I'm curious in what our actual savings are from things that don't get spent in our district.
So I think some of this is going to happen once we do year end. So what happens is we finish the fiscal year. Everybody spends what they need to spend on whatever they might purchase at the last minute to prepare for next year. And then Brenna's team goes through a process, and this happens in the late summer, fall timeframe, where we then come back to the board. Last year we were late, I felt, but we were like, maybe we'll do this in October?
Not quite that soon.
Maybe early November? Okay. We do come back to the board, and the board gets a year-end report. So you will be able to see we're projecting $4 million, $5 million of additional savings. But you'll be able to see in the fall, once we true up all of the budget and we run the year-end numbers, did we underspend by $5 million? Did we overspend by $5 million? Did we come in right at zero? And that does happen in the fall timeframe for the board to see how the prior year ended. There's just a lot of closing out of purchases. Like, schools are still purchasing. I don't know when their deadline was, but everybody's still trying to get things done. And so the year's just not closed yet. Once it closes, these guys start working on preparing your year-end report. And so I wonder if some of these actual numbers might be present in some of what we were able to share with you in the fall.
Can I ask a follow-up question? When you look at trends around retirement and vacancy savings, I know you said like the last couple of years have been a little wonky. Does it tend to trend pretty, not stably, consistently? That's the word I was trying to get to. Okay.
Yep. So we have, and I have some inherited files, and sometimes I'm a little skeptical of the inherited files, quite frankly, because I didn't run the numbers myself. But so, for example, in the negotiations process, our colleagues in JCEA said they've run the numbers and they feel like our step and lane costs are closer to, $6 million, but this is on the old salary scale. And that's almost identical to the number I have, right? And it therefore is almost identical to the assumed retirement and turnover savings we were always including in the budget. So you can either talk about it as a dollar amount or a percentage amount. But the point being, on the old scale, and we just don't know what it will be on the new scale, nor does JCEA. They've said the same thing. You could state it as a percentage of total salary, or you could state it as a dollar amount, but we were kind of assuming the same thing, right? And so these are things, yes, we can model over time, and we can also look at vacancy over time. And it's a little difficult in your actuals to tease out the difference, because all you're seeing is numbers not going out or expenditures not going out. And so it takes some assumptions, and we're happy to do that. You look at average salary actual versus prior year average salary actual, and that's how you figure out, okay, how much did it actually cost us to give this step in the lane adjustments? And we'll share whatever that you want in terms of the 10-year historical. But yes, these are not numbers out of the sky. They are numbers that we look at year over year to make these assumptions, and they are generally consistent.
Thank you.
And part of one of the last minute challenges, and maybe even not last minute, just ongoing challenges during negotiations this year, was our interest in analyzing the numbers so that we could, when you move to, if you're using the current salary schedule that you have 10 years of data with on a huge salary account, which is the majority of our budget, then you have these historical trends that you can look at and then make reasonable assumptions about your salary and retirement savings. When you move to a new salary schedule, it takes a minute to be able to figure out, okay, we know this many people come in, now they're coming in at this amount, not that amount. So that might take some of it off. But we also know this many people retire and they're getting to a higher salary at a faster pace. So how is that going to impact the trends that we've had for 10 years? We can't tell that right now. So we need some time to just look at that and try to make some assumptions that we think are reasonable and as accurate as they can be. And any district that transitions to a new salary schedule goes through this process. And we have also been working with some outside folks to support us in looking at those numbers just to make sure we're being double checked.
I thought of a different way to ask it based on your response. And this came up, I think, during negotiations where the associations would say, you've estimated this much of what it cost this school year to pay people, but we came out much lower than that. They say that. And so I'm wondering, how do we know what that is? Our estimated, our budgeted amount for certain folks, and then what we actually ended up spending.
Sure. So one way to do it is we run an actual salary roster. And this is how we start the budgeting process. And believe it or not, we start the budgeting process for 24 in a couple of months here. And so we run a salary roster in October. And it's literally every employee by classification. And then we start pivot tabling the heck out of it. And we say, by this position, by this position, by this position. And we know that each of those employees who are returning received a step and a COLA. At least that's what this year's model was, right, compared to last year. And that new people are just coming in at a COLA adjusted step. right? And so then we can say, if we just took last year's average salary of that position or of teachers as a whole or whatever, and then we compare it to this year's salary of that specific position, because we disaggregated a whole bunch of different ways, how much did it end up costing, taking into account that some of the people are new to us and some are returning? And that's the first way we get at. And I think that's also the same methodology that JCEA uses to say, oh, what did it actually cost us on a percentage basis to award the step and the 3% or the step and the 5%? So that's like a roster comparison. Whereas vacancy, you can analyze simply by looking at, okay, how many positions are open, you know, how much were budgeted for those, and then you tease apart the two concepts, right? What did you budget so that you could afford the compensation increase for each employee eligible versus what are you saving by not having positions open? So there are methodologies to look at the two numbers separately. We do both. And I was just trying to say that this budget as presented to the board includes two types of savings assumptions. So we still are assuming that we're going to save approximately $4 to $5 million in retirement. So we didn't do away with it. We said, you know what, when we run on our current roster and we move everyone a step, here's whatever our package was. We've run this about 80 times. Put everyone on a new schedule, move them with different minimums. We do it like literally with the whole count of everyone. And we say, here's what that could cost. But we still reduce that cost expectation by our expected return of retirement savings. So this net result of negative 28 includes two types of savings, approximately $5 to $6 million in vacancy, assumed vacancy, which represents roughly 1%, and it assumes a $4 to $5 million of assumed retirement savings, even though we're moving to the new scale. So yes, I ratcheted back that retirement by a tiny amount, about $1.5 million, because there's so many unknowns. However, that number would be negative 38 if we were not assuming those two types of savings, meaning we would be over budgeting for expenditures by that additional amount.
So if that's about $9 million in savings from vacancies and retirement, going forward in the budgets that we see, do you assume that number stays steady? Is that what you're saying about the assumptions? Or how do you, because I'm wondering as we're thinking about compensation and how we pay for it.
We're always presenting numbers net of assumed savings, meaning we're never, and again, I can't speak to what happened before I was here. Okay, so we are doing our absolute best to true these numbers up, and these numbers are tight. They are very, very tight, meaning we are not overestimating expenditures, and I can't explain that, but
assume those savings year to year.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always
that same percent, that same amount.
Well, we don't use a fixed dollar amount because obviously, as salaries increasing by whatever our inflationary assumptions are, a dollar amount would be the inappropriate assumption. So we use percentages, and so generally the multi-year model that you'll see in just a minute, is using a percentage-based assumption rooted in multiple years of historical analysis, including trying to weight analysis pre-COVID to try and help us hone in on the right numbers.
Yeah. And because there was so many more vacancies during the last few years than is normal, we didn't adjust for that.
I don't know what we did. I wasn't.
The other contributing factor in the last couple of years, we aren't sure what happened before we got here in terms of the salary and vacancy savings, but we also know that the ESSER funds 1 and 2 were trued up at the end of the year, and so they offset the budget by the amount of money that we were awarded. And so for the last couple of years, you can see the fund balance has grown on some of the slides for the last couple of years because a lot of our expenditures were offset by the ESSER funds. With ESSER 3, as we've just heard, we are not planning to offset expenditures with ESSER 3. We are planning in some categories to add some staff to support key areas of need that have been shared with us from the field that we think are important to take a look at. but we probably will not see a lot of offset with the ESSER 3 funds because we're budgeting it, as you saw earlier today, on those line items. So the last 2 years have been a little tricky, obviously, with staffing and salary savings and turnover, and probably retirements too. But it's also been tricky because of the offset of the federal grants at the closeout of year end.
37 million between ESSER 1 and ESSER 2.
And then I do think there was an additional that much or more in CRF. So CRF was actually larger than ESSER 1, and I think it was also larger than ESSER 2. And CRF almost entirely ended up as cost offset. There were some PPE costs and a few other little things, but that first round of funding, which was not technically an ESSER round of funding, there was quite a bit of things that moved over to the grant that would have normally showed up in the general fund. So I also think when you hear folks speak to the percentage of general fund expenditures towards instruction, they note that there was a decline in the past year, and that was because almost the entirety of the salaries that were moved, I won't say almost the entirety because there were some operational salaries, were instructional salaries. And so it was by virtue of moving it over to the grants fund, it no longer showed up in the general fund. We didn't move administrative salaries in the same way that we did teachers and some of our operational staff. I'm going to keep going. As we move from this past slide, which was really just this coming budget year, juxtaposed with the current fiscal year, and we look into our multi-year, I wanted, this is a new visual. We never stop trying. I will credit Brian again because he makes all these come to life. This is just looking at the funded count subsidy. And so in this, we're just trying to help you understand over time, how is this going to peel off? And it's a different visualization than the convergence chart, which I know isn't maybe everyone's favorite. It's my favorite. So over the next 3 years, the state subsidy, which is the fact that we're funded on averages, not actuals, that starts to peel off as our averages catch up with us. And again, the catching up with us only happens if our enrollment declines basically stop, right? If they just keep going, then we're always sort of, but we're assuming that our enrollment declines are going to stop. And I did want to report, the team did do an analysis of the enrolled Jeffco data, which if Jeremy was here, he would scold me for mentioning the early numbers, but it does look like we're more level this year to next year, just based on very preliminary stuff. So I just wanted to provide that one assurance. We do check that before we bring you the budget. And so if the actuals are leveling and the averages are catching us, this is what happens to our subsidy over time, and you see it peeling off. So between this year and next year, it'll decrease by about $4.5 million. The decrease does accelerate, and that matches the pace of our actual declines as lagged from 3 or 4 years ago, right? So that's why when you see the multi-year on the next slide or whatever, maybe in a couple slides, you'd be like, why are the deficits increasing? And this is kind of why. Is because as our averages catch up, it increases the rate of decline of this subsidy. Anything to say there?
Yeah, I just want to say this is what makes things so difficult for us at times and why things change. Things are constantly changing on us. So, we're going to adopt a budget sometime this month, and we will, the first thing that I'm going to be doing as we hit September and ask any superintendent in the state is I want to be looking at numbers on a weekly basis, because if we're way high, this could look very different on enrollment. If we're way low, based on what we've budgeted for the projections, then it's going to be even more challenging for us. So, and you're constantly just trying to play this game of making sure you're budgeting in a way that's aligned with the revenue you're going to get. And then all of a sudden in, some month in the fall, the state provides for an additional supplemental appropriation. And you're like, okay, now we're going to take this to the board in January. So I just want the board to know, because it's the first time you've adopted a budget, and then it'll be the first time you go into reviewing that budget on a quarterly basis over the course of the year. And I just want you to be expecting changes They're just changes throughout the course of things because of what the state's doing, because of our enrollment patterns and trends. And we're continuing to implement Anaplan, and it's helping us identify areas where we can, for example, shore up some of the transportation budget that Brenna just shared with you. We may continue to find some of those things as Kim and I and Brenna and other leaders begin to manage these budgets in real time with a new software system. So we'll just be coming back to you and giving you updates on a quarterly basis, at least, with where things sit. But
So one of the contexts I would add, and I'm going to tell on myself a little bit, and that is, when I was a building principal, it was fairly simple. I had this many kids, I get this much per student, I have my staffing, and I could figure it out. It was fairly fixed. When I became a district level administrator, one of the first things I asked was, okay, so how do I know each month what our payroll should be? What are our benefits? What are our overall expenses? And are we on track or are we not? And when I saw the number of moving variables, it was a huge learning curve. It was a huge learning curve to kind of go, wait a minute, the numbers, the average, the state funding, how much we spend. Oh, we hired these people during the month of November. Wait, they left in January. Wait, we hired 2 more people in February. And as that moves in every single department, it is hard to know how much of our budget is underspent when we're talking about staffing piece until the end of the year, because every day our staffing number could be different. And that's so different than when you're running a fixed budget of a school. And so that's one of the hard pieces. After you've been through a whole year of it, it's easier to recognize that these are all the things that are going to move. And I get that. And so I'm asking the right questions. And that is not to in any way, shape, or form diminish the questions that you all are asking. I just want you to know that if you are feeling the way I did in my first year, it's not unnormal, because I had to go through that process as well as a building leader moving to a district level leadership position, and how many pieces were actually moving in the process.
Follow-up question. One reason I'm asking these things is because we learned that we would fund Jeffco Net about almost $5 million from underspend. So my question is, how do we know what our underspend budget is, and if we can pull $5 million from it to pay for this? So I'm simply wondering, how do we know the amount of our underspend if we're able to pull $5 million out of it?
Sure.
And so I get all the moving parts, but if we're saying pull $5 million out of underspend, what are we pulling it from? What number? That's what I'm trying to get at.
So I may get Brian to help me because he did the actual budget transfer for that. So our actuals throughout the year, so our quarterly reports show how are our actuals trending against budget, and are we spending 48% of the annual budget in the first 6 months, or are we spending 50%? And so throughout this year, as I've presented the quarterlies, I've tried to highlight the places where we were spending under benchmark. And so in each of those reports for the total general fund, it's highlighting our underspend. The pace of spending did pick up, and I mentioned that both in the Q2 report and the Q3 report, that as expected, the Q1 spending is always a little bit low, so it's not perfectly even. It's really only at this time of year that any school district feels comfortable enough saying, okay, this really is starting to look at where we're going to come in. But there's also some unknowns for us, right? And so the biggest unknown for me personally right now is schools can spend their carry forward balances towards lots of different things, and they're spending those, and they're putting in orders and requisitions, and some of that's going to hit this year's books and some of it's not. And it all sort of depends on, do they actually receipt the goods or not, or was it placed with an external vendor or not? And so there's just a lot of moving pieces. So I never feel comfortable saying, okay, yes, for sure, we can take the $10 million and spend it all on something else right now. The $5 million that the superintendent felt comfortable doing a budget transfer for, because that is her prerogative, is for it's one-time savings that have been forecasted effectively all year through our quarterly reports, that at the end of the year we're able to apply towards an expenditure that we therefore don't have to budget for in the future. So it preserves our general fund budget in future years towards things like compensation increases. And so at the end of any fiscal year, there is an opportunity sometimes, if everything comes into alignment, to do that type of thing. So that's when. This is our multi-year, and it shows our adopted budget and then 2 years worth of projections. And so these build off a number of assumptions. There are assumptions about what our revenue increases will be, what our funded count will be, et cetera, what inflation will be, what compensation increases will be. We have not changed any of the underlying assumptions that we shared with you last time. All that's really changing is we've plugged our new numbers in for 22-23. And then we've said, okay, let's move out by those same percentages we discussed, the same COLAs, the same inflation assumptions, et cetera. What do now 23 and 24 look like? And this is all running through in a plan, so it is smart forecasting in the sense that it's a ground up projection of enrollment, funded count, lots of different moving variables, assumed savings in terms of if schools enrollments are going down slightly and the SBB allocation is going down slightly, we're counting that as unspent, right? And that the only sort of way to do that is for schools to be cutting things. So this does include some cuts assumed based on those actual enrollment figures. Does that make sense? So all those were we went over that last time, so I wasn't going to revisit all the different underlying assumptions again. Last slide, and then I'm happy to entertain additional questions. Per state statute, when our budget does utilize fund balance to cover budgeted expenditures, the resolution authorizing the use of fund balance shall state the school district's plan to ensure that the use of the beginning fund balance will not lead to an ongoing deficit. So a potential plan to avoid an ongoing deficit includes consolidating schools to help reduce school-based positions across all programs. Programs include administrative, instructional support, and operational. Those are our programs. Reducing central positions, absolutely. Reducing expenditures on supplies, materials, and purchase services. Our purchase services, as just a quick reminder, do include some of our transfers to IT. So those are salaries of actual Jeffco's employees. They aren't all just external. Our purchase services also include utilities. Considering a new mill levy override proposal to Jeffco voters could certainly change the revenue outlook. There are other things that could change the revenue outlook, but these are the component parts of a potential plan. Questions?
All right, board members. So let's open it up for comments and questions, and then we will move into a motion which will also include discussion. So. But if there are clarifying questions, I think now would be a great time to be able to ask the team those kinds of questions. Yep. Director Parker.
For these potential places that we could make up deficits, the mill levy override, we have a finite amount that we can be asking. What is that?
The numbers do shift slightly every year as the total program itself shifts, but this year, we had room for about an additional $40 million.
Other questions about what's been presented thus far? Okay, Superintendent Derlin, do you want to say anything before I call for a motion? And then again, there will be an opportunity for more discussion, but wanted to see if you had anything to add first.
Yeah, no, I'm hopeful for the upcoming mediation process with JCEA. I'm hopeful that we can come to an agreement that positions our Jeffco in a better place to attract and retain high quality educators. And at the same time, going back to the plan, one of the statutory requirements when we adopt a deficit budget as a district is to also talk about what we're going to have to do to fix that structural deficit. And Brenna on the previous slide had it outlined for you. We've had plenty of conversations about this, but I do think it's important for me to just state publicly for all to hear that we're going to be paying very close attention to expenditure rates going into next year. I'm going to be paying very close attention to enrollment as we hit the fall in terms of actual numbers of students who are showing up. And it won't just be consolidating schools that's going to get this done. It will also likely be reduction of staff in certain areas. And we're going to have to come together and figure that out. I don't know how much of that's going to have to happen next year. outside of normal attrition rates and the school consolidations work that the board has requested, but definitely the next year, I believe that it will exacerbate the normal attrition rates that we have. And so we're just going to have to do a lot more managing of staffing processes and procedures and protocols, in addition to possibly just identifying where we believe we might be able to make cuts. And so it's just this, it's this sort of buildup for me around a lot of the things and the challenges that we've been talking about all semester, where, as a district, we have not consolidated schools. We have not level set staffing to the realities of our enrollment. And, honestly, those two things have led to a place where our staff aren't compensated as well as they should be. I mean, we have education and support professionals who can go work at Wendy's and make more money than they can working with the children in our community. I mean, that's a problem. And we have, I think we're 4th or 5th in the Front Range on beginning teacher salary. That's not okay. And the cost of living in Jeffco is rising. And so I'm not opposed at all to investing in our employees and making sure that our wages are competitive by any means. And at the same time, it makes me nervous about the hard work that's going to come our way because of this. And so, as I mentioned before, there are many variables that can change. There could be a November ballot measure that helps us out. I'm not sure that's going to happen, but there could be something that goes on with the state where they pass some sort of supplemental for K-12. I know that they're preparing for a recession, so I'm not sure that's going to happen. There could be a whole lot more underspend than we're anticipating. We've run the assumptions and we've built it into this budget, but we'll be taking a look in first quarter to see what it looks like and be reporting to you. So there are definitely ways for us to take close look at this as it plays out, but it's just important for us to say publicly that this is going to cause hard work for us, in addition to the hard work that the board has already taken on, which is the school consolidation conversation. It's going to layer on top of that. And all of you have said to me that you are up for that challenge. And so.
Great, thank you very much. So is there a motion on this agenda item?
I move that
Discussion.
the Board of Education adopts by resolution the budget and appropriation for the 2022-23 school year, and to authorize by resolution the use of fund balance toward budgeted expenditures.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, discussion. Ms. Miller?
Yeah, I know we just had a earlier discussion just a moment ago, but I'm in this space where we have gone from about 82 some thousand children down to 69 in a very, very short period of time. And we have kept staffing at a certain level the same. I think we've dropped a few teachers. We've increased the number of cell individuals that we have. And we are, I think, in a very tight space, I guess, is one of your descriptions, in tight budget. One of the issues I'm very concerned about is even if we close, and I'll use that term, even if we close 6 schools, that's only about a $700,000 saving per school, because I think that's what it was with Allendale. So that's $4.2 million. That doesn't make up enough to do this deficit spending correction. And that is a very big concern for me, that what we did in the past was we cut curriculum, we cut supporting professional development, we cut, and it was where we cut with students. And we just said in our in the budget discussion about, if we're going to do curriculum, we're going to do it well, and we're going to support our teachers, and we're going to support the professional development. And in this environment, and what I'm looking at, I am concerned we are going backwards instead of forwards. And the $28.1 million draw is significantly above where I was comfortable a few months back. And so I am not in a space where I think this is fiscally responsible from a Series 50 that I carry. If I was to suggest this to one of my clients, I would never do it. I couldn't from a professional fiduciary duty of care. And so I am very wary of, and I will not support this type of deficit spending. So that's where I am.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Other points of discussion? Director Parker?
I'm looking at the budget book, and so this is the first time that I'm seeing it in some of the formats here, because you have it by program and also expenditures by program and by account. And so you may have covered this in previous presentations, but for operations and maintenance this year, the budget for 2022-23 is $87 million. And the forecast for 21-22 is $80 million. So what is the increase in that due to?
So there's going to be a lot of moving pieces when we're looking at the program level. So we may have to follow up with you on that, to be perfectly honest, because the way that a certain expense, whether it's a salary expense or a materials expense, gets classified is sometimes a bit subjective. And again, in the process of trying to move to Anaplan, we've been trying to rationalize lots of different things. And some things have just moved because they were in the wrong spot, to be perfectly honest. So it's hard to, I know that's an incredibly frustrating answer. It's frustrating for me. But we're happy to try and get you line by line detail for that if you'd like. We don't have it right now.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So yes, I'm new to the program breakout, so that whatever you can get whenever would be
Absolutely.
helpful.
I'd be happy to.
But can I just ask a clarifying question? Could it be that the salary increases that we've proposed in the salary budgets are part of that line item?
100%.
And so therefore a portion of the $560 million that you saw on a slide previous is actually part of that $7 million increase. It could be. I'm not saying that it is.
And the $1 million in utilities increase we've already brought to the board previously. There was both an overspend this year. We had to appropriate an additional amount, and we had to increase next year's budget. So again, that operations includes the salary of a whole bunch of people. And our JESPA increases are not insubstantial. And so I think, yes, it's absolutely a mix of salary increases, utilities increases, et cetera. The only FTE increases that were approved for departments, you would have contemplated separately through the BFO proposals we brought forward. And there were not a significant number of FTE increases in operations. I think they were de minimis. I think they were focused in safety and security, a little bit of custodial work. The count of FTE went up by almost nothing.
Yep. Director Reed.
I just want to offer a little bit of a counterpoint to Director Miller's point. And I do realize that deficit spending is not something that you can sustain, and that we definitely, what we're doing is we're making a commitment to do the hard work, right? Because we're saying that we're doing this, not, we'll get around to that. And then, other things come along. Other things can't come along because we will have made the commitment. I think that one of the things that we haven't really talked about much, and tonight's not the night for it, but it might be the night to at least start kind of getting it out into the zeitgeist, is the idea that we may need to be looking at a mill levy override to make this happen. But I think it's really important when we talk about our priorities for expenditures, it just breaks my heart to speak about offering compensation that is competitive as not being student focused, and And I realize, that if we're cutting from curriculum, that's not great. And, if we're cutting from some other things, that's not great. But if we're not getting highly qualified, really good teachers, then the best curriculum in the world isn't necessarily helpful. So I just want to make sure that the way that we're talking about this makes clear that by investing in the people who work with our children, that we are investing in our children. I don't want us to continually be in a position where we feel like we have to let all the other districts get first pick of the teachers before we have a chance to look at who we might want to hire. And, some of these are bigger issues. They're Colorado issues. I certainly wish that our government and our voters would look at it that way, that we also are waiting for all the other states to choose from the teachers who are available before we get to choose, because we have chosen to be toward the bottom of the country and toward the bottom of the metro area. And it's time to make a different choice there. So I just really want to make it clear that when we invest in the people who work with our children, that is an investment in our children.
Other comments? This is the motion is on the table, so it's the discussion part, just to make sure everyone's on the same page. Any other comments, questions? Okay. It has been moved and seconded to adopt by resolution the budget and appropriation for the 22-23 school year, and to authorize by resolution the use of fund balance toward budgeted expenditures in accordance with our executive limitations. Roll call, please.
Ms. Miller,
No.
Ms. Parker,
Yes.
Ms. Reed,
Yes.
Ms. Schooley,
Yes.
Dr. Verda.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1.
Thank you. Thank you all for your work. Okay, I was about to say the last, is it? Can I say that? Last thing on our agenda. On a study session topic is a discussion of our appointments to advisory committees for the Capital Asset Advisory Committee. What? Okay. The District Accountability Committee, Financial Oversight Committee, and Performance Evaluation Committee. Board members, we've allocated 30 minutes for this dialogue. So we'll try to find consensus. We've got recommendations from district staff and leadership from among the individuals who we'd like to extend a big thank you to all of our community members and staff who put in applications to join one of our committees. It is an extension of that voice into the community is really, really critically important to all of us as board members to hear. And so we've all had an opportunity to review the application materials that were sent in, the district staff recommendations, and we'll be moving through discussion before we vote on them on a consent agenda. So, Superintendent Dorland, do you have anything to add before we start moving through?
I'd just like to thank everybody who applied to be part of the committees. It's important, and I know it's a time commitment for our community, but we value the partnership with community members, and having their voice as part of the work is critical to our success. So thank you to everybody who applied.
Wonderful. Unless I hear differently from any of you all board members, what I'll do is just go through each of the committees, and we can have discussion. If there are any points of view or comments or questions folks have, we'll go through each of those and then call for a motion on the consent agenda. If there are changes, Ms. Neal is paying attention to us from afar, from beyond, and we'll make those changes as needed. So we'll start with the Capital Asset Advisory Committee. There are 2 vacancies on this committee. What questions, thoughts, comments do folks have for CAC? We have 2 recommended individuals from the staff. No problem.
I know these are recommendations that come forward from staff, so I don't know if there's anything, Mr. Bell or Superintendent Dorland, that you want to bring forward in terms of why you were recommending them. Like, for example, one of them is attorney, and we don't have necessarily an attorney on the CAC, so that's a attribute that we're seeking. I know you've explained this to us in the past. I just didn't know if you'd like to explain it for the new board members.
What our CAC committee and our staff reviews are the applicants that we get for the positions available. As you know, the CAC is driven by private industry in the district. So we're looking for people that bring different thinking skills and different professional skills. I cannot guarantee you that an attorney is, the best construction manager, but this individual, as we believe, is a very professional and a good thinker and a successful business person. And those are attributes that we look for on our CAC committee.
I wasn't picking on the attorney. I was just saying for the people that you had brought forward, they added value to the other people that you have on your committee. So they have bring different voices. That's all I was asking.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the
no, I wasn't meaning to pick on Ms. Gasper. Didn't mean that at all.
So then, to answer your question directly, yes, we believe these are people that would be value add to our committee.
Right. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions around the recommendations that have been made for CAC appointments?
Yes, I just want to say that based on my interactions with Brian Martin with his outdoor lab work, I've been very impressed with how proactive he is and how knowledgeable he is. So I'm happy to support him.
Wonderful. All right. Any other comments or questions? We'll move on to the District Accountability Committee. I believe that everyone who has applied for the District Accountability Committee has been added to fill a vacancy. So there is a list, if you our watching public is looking and following along, of board-appointed District Accountability Committee members. But then there is a whole host of opportunity. There are a whole host of opportunities for individuals to join the District Accountability Committee and serve in a variety of ways that are all very meaningful. So among the district recommended folks that are on there, any questions, concerns, changes?
So are you saying everyone who applied gets a spot?
So they are invited to join the Accountability Committee. So we are approving the board recommended. So that is a group that's in blue at the top that we say these are the board recommended District Accountability Committee members. Then we have all sorts of different roles that are listed out that may have vacancies, and then the committees of the District Accountability Committee. So everyone that has applied is invited to participate in some way, shape, or form. We're just voting on the board recommended ones.
Is there any difference in the roles or activities of a board appointed
Not that I'm
person
aware of.
versus anyone else?
Not when I served on DAC, but things could have changed.
I had some people that I would have put on that list, but if they're going to be on the list otherwise, I don't need to move them, is what I'm wondering. I guess I would just say to the public, like, that's one way I am looking at this.
Yep.
Okay.
And I think the board appointees ensures representation across all of the director districts.
One more question. Is the PTA position not appointed or suggested by the Jeffco PTA?
I thought it was. Does anyone in here know the answer to that question?
I think it's not.
Oh, you think it's not?
Yeah.
Oh.
I think it might have used to have been, and it's not now.
Okay, we can follow up on that.
Yeah, I think it would be good for the Jeffco PTA to have that.
Yep, we'll follow back.
The associations do that, right?
Yeah, we'll follow up on that. Dan and Renee have been
Thanks
running
for
this, so
noticing
we'll double check with them.
Okay, sorry, I'm getting embroiled. I'm like, what's happening? Okay, yes, thank you for bringing that up. That's great. Are there any change? Oh, sorry, Director Reed.
And this isn't to change. It's just that I realize that people who are watching don't necessarily see what's in front of us, and they certainly don't see the applications. And so what I wanted to just say was that diversity is really important to me. And so when I was looking at applications and I was sort of looking at identifiers and the people who said that they were not of Caucasian descent or had people in the family who were like that, and I was looking at how do we make sure that we get a decent number of people who are representing minorities, and I'm looking at this, and a lot of them were like, I was trying to figure it all out, and it's all right here. It looks like they did a really nice job, I think, of making sure that there was a breadth of representation. And I just want people to know that is noticed and cared about.
Thank you, Director Reed. And I did get confirmation from the great beyond where Helen is texting me that it is a PT, Jeffco PT appointment. According to Helen Neal, it is. So there we go. Okay, thank you. Any other, I know I always feel like I need to look up. Hi, Helen. Any other comments, questions, dialogue about the District Accountability Committee? And that is the 33 vacancies that are being filled through this process. So it's a really amazing welcome into community members. Okay, so we'll move on unless anyone stops me. So the next is Financial Oversight Committee. There is one individual who has been recommended, and it is my understanding that there will be a process and it will be off cycle because there's been another person on that committee who is done with their term. And so we'll reopen that process off cycle to get some additional applicants to complete that committee. So for right now, there is one recommendation. Would anyone like to question, comments?
I was curious why Penny Strait is not eligible. She's a teacher, and is that why we can't have educators on the FOC?
So there are different policies around guidelines around who can be, like what from which grouping people have to be from to be on the committees. And I believe it doesn't say it on here.
My understanding is that
Do you mind?
my understanding is that teachers or employees are not to be on that because conflict because they make recommendations to the board about the dollar spends or the financial oversight, and that could be a conflict of interest. So they keep it as a non-employee.
We can double check the bylaws and take a look at that for FOC. Brenna, I think, just went home.
That's I think if you go,
It does say on here,
deeper into
staff
this-
can serve, but as ex officio members, so non-voting members of the committee. So I think I'm reading the policy as we sit here. Independent and free from any relationship that would interfere with judgment. Yeah, so I believe that's part of the challenge is the conflict of interest piece. Oh yes, Director Parker.
Yes, I'd asked the same question earlier of Helen Neal. But I was thinking maybe in the future we could make that evident to people who are applying that this committee has that restriction.
Yeah, thank you. Any other questions, comments about that piece? Okay. And then our final advisory committee with 7 vacancies is the Performance Evaluation Committee. And we also, again, have district recommendations. That is a committee that is composed of parents, I think by policy, it needs one administrator, one educator, parents, obviously, and a community member with no children in the district at the time. So it's a little bit more specific about its composition. Was there anyone that would like to start on the recommendations brought forward by the district staff? Director Barta?
Sure. The last thing you just said, those are the positions we have to fill? Those aren't excluded positions. Okay. I don't know a lot about the folks that were recommended, but there were several people that we met on our meet and greets. But one, Nick Coy, and I think he would qualify as, I think, without children in the district, but he participated in all 4 of the Thrive meetings. He came to the open house, he's been an educator in the past and does HR equity work. I was just really impressed with his engagement and coming to all of the different things. He seems very data driven. He wasn't recommended, but he was someone that came on my radar just because of his interactions, and he applied. I don't know how to go about this. I'm not recommending bumping anyone in particular.
Yeah, there's
And just a couple of others, and these were really from folks that reached out. So folks we met, but Brooke Maher, I don't know how to say her name, Mary Hallbrook, and Carol Goodspeed were all three people that I was also impressed with in terms of their applications and interactions.
Yep, Carol Goodspeed is on the recommended
Okay.
list. I'm looking for
Mary Hallbrook and Brooke Maher. Mayer. I'm sorry, I'm probably not saying her name.
Okay.
She's on the not recommended, and
Yeah.
I don't see
So
Mary.
I guess one of the questions that I have, and I'm always the one that is according to policy, I'm like making sure. So, and I think that there were some individuals, I don't know if anyone can answer these questions because I will completely make these things up. And I'm not making them up, but that there were, I did see on there were a couple of folks who didn't submit resumes. And so they were not elevated to be recommended candidates. I don't want to say they weren't recommended because of that. And that's so one of the questions is, and it looks like I'm trying to figure out, we had this discussion, I don't know if it was last year or the year before, when we were talking about composition of committees. We ended up adding more than, okay, I was like, so if I talk slow enough, maybe Helen's going to text me.
No, I mean, I'm just reading this top part. I'm having a hard time with the formatting is different on all these. Anyway, it is a statutorily required committee, but I believe that it has like this language that it like needs to consist of at least certain reps. So it's not a bunch of people who aren't teachers, for example, talking about the teacher evaluation system. And so I think it would be okay if you all wanted to just add a couple of people. My experience with this committee is extensive in other places. And oftentimes it's nice to have additional members of the committee, because then you're ensuring that when you have a meeting, enough people can come to make the conversation meaningful and have the right representative of committee members there anyway. So I don't know, and I don't have any concerns about additional, but what we could do is we could take back the names that you're thinking about and see if they too would be interested, and talk to David's team, because David runs this, and there may be reasons why he feels like he can't add that I don't know about. But I do think adding is a possibility. And then I also just think this process probably is something we need to work on next year.
So would that work if because I don't know that we have all of the information pieces, and then we're going to be able to answer the question. I am always comfortable making things just a smidge bigger in terms of community participation, especially in our district committees, because I think that voice is really important. This one, like you were saying, has a more specific composition, but be able to submit the names that you or anyone else here is interested in, get some feedback from David, and then hold it till then. Bell, sorry. What? To whoever.
Okay, so if
people.
we're going to do that, then
David is texting you that we can add additional people, that it's okay, and that it is about what I said before. This is actually making me feel like I know what I'm doing here. It is about what I said before around the right balance of voices, right? Because it's our evaluation systems for teachers and principals that this committee really is focused on. And so he was just mentioning that we can add, but the balance of representative voices from different stakeholder groups does matter on a committee like this. So
Oh, sorry, my mic wasn't on. Can you say them? Because I'm going to we need to make a, because I think what will happen right now, as I waste a little bit of time doing this, is that Helen will add them to the list so that we can vote on them on consent tonight, rather than having to pull that item. So you mentioned Nick. Sorry, I'm just checking with Helen. I'm not like Chad, like I'm texting my friends. Nick Coy, who actually was on my list as well. Brooke, Maher. Brooke, Maher. And was there another one?
I have one.
Oh,
I'd like to put Karsten Sutton on there. I know her. I think
and
she'd be very
then
good.
Karsten. Oh, she's from my district. Not that that makes a difference, but it's, Sure.
I think it might be best if we have these names. We have Karsten, Brooke, and Nick. I think it's best if you guys approve what's on the list currently, and like DAC, we can go back and I can say to David, these three may also want to be on the committee. Can you call them and see if they're also interested in participating?
Great. I am just going to do this so that we have all the names. That's what I'm doing right now. So if that's comfortable for folks, that's what we'll do is we'll approve it on consent. Thank you for being solution focused because I wasn't thinking about that.
Sorry, I found the other woman that I had mentioned is applied to DAC, so she'll
Great.
Yes.
Perfect. There is a place for everyone here. Everyone.
Too many papers.
Yeah. Okay. Is there any other discussion around all of these committees? All right. I love it. Is there a motion on the consent agenda?
I move that the items on the consent agenda be approved as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any additional discussion? It has been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda as presented. Roll call, please.
Ms. Miller,
Yes?
Ms. Parker,
Yes.
Ms. Reed,
Yes.
Ms. Schooley,
Yes.
Dr. Varda.
Yes.
Wonderful.
Passes
Thank you
budget.
to everyone. Oh, I'm so sorry. Ms. Tollison, just cut you straight off. My apologies. Thank you to everyone for their hard work tonight. This meeting is adjourned.